Welcome to day four of the Ismaili Studies Conference. We've had a real marathon of a conference. I'll admit that I'm pretty tired now, but I'm really happy with how this entire thing has gone. Thank you all to all who've attended and participated thus far. You'll pardon me for not showing my camera. It's very early where I am. But I'm really happy to introduce you to our first panel for this morning. And I'm going to hand it over to my friend and colleague, Dr. Ali Asghar Alibai, to run this panel. And Dr. Alibai, just so you know, I don't know what the schedule says, but the first speaker is actually going to be Zabia.
Okay.
Yeah.
How is everyone today? Hi, Khalil. How are you? I'm hoping my voice is reaching correctly from, I called it from the phone, so I too, unfortunately, can't open my camera in just to get things rolling because I've had bad luck with the internet here where I am. But welcome everybody to a very interesting panel that I am very excited about. It is on Ismaili material cultures. And we have three great speakers today. I'd like to introduce our first speaker, who Khalil, you said that it's back where people will be Zabaya Abu Al-Judayal.
Yes, we're going to begin with her.
Correct? Yeah. Okay. So, Zabaya is a PhD student in the history of archaeology at the Faculty of Social and Human Sciences at the Universidade Nova de Lisboa, and previously was an economics student at the University of Aleppo. She completed an MA in archaeology with a thesis on Fatimid material culture in Al-Andalus at the FCSH-UNL. She is involved in personal archaeology and historical multidisciplinary research about medieval, post-medieval, and the modern ages. Zabaya is also interested in the heritage of ancient Mediterranean societies and focuses on political, cultural, and economic processes between them. She researches the Fatimid al-Andalusi relations from an archaeological perspective. Recently, she started new research about the archaeology of Morocco during the Portuguese occupation. Today, we are going to hear her paper titled Fatimid Coins in Al-Andalus, a study on the political economic influences of the Shiite caliphs in Al-Andalus during the 10th to 12th centuries. And I'd like to ask all the audience to please leave your questions in the chat or in the Q&A box if you're able to, and we'll address all the questions at the end of the panel. Zabaya, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the introduction. First, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone because we are presenting in different time zones. For me, it's almost good evening because I'm currently in vacations in Syria. And in this context, I asked to be the first one for the logistics issues. And I would like to say in this context, please excuse me if I get disconnected, I'll be back in seconds, okay? Before I start, I would like to welcome everyone to this conference. I hope you are enjoying it. I would like to thank everyone for attending my presentation today, all the participants, the panelists, the attendees, even the people who are attending us on YouTube. It's my pleasure to be with you today. So I'll start sharing my screen. Can you see it? And can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, Great. So before I start, at the beginning, I have to mention that I benefited from my MA thesis, which Dr. Ali already mentioned. It's about the Fatimid material culture in Al-Andalus. So I took the part that is related to the coins in order to investigate about the political, economic influences of the Fatimids in Al-Andalus. At the beginning, it's important for us to know some historical information. I know some people will get bored, so don't freak out. Things will get more practical later. It's important to know that the two states, they were contemporaries to each other. The two states is the Fatimid state and the Umayyad Caliphate in Al-Andalus. In fact, they were the Fatimid or the Umayyad Caliphate came as a response for the Fatimid state when Abdurrahman responded to the announcement of Al-Mahdi, Muhammad al-Mahdi, which he declared himself as a Muslim Caliph or Khalifa in 909. So Abdurrahman, he had also to, in his turn, to announce himself also as a Muslim Khalifa in 929. In fact, we have four Fatimid caliphs, which were contemporaries to one Umayyad Caliph, which is Abdurrahman III al-Nasir. Well, we cannot describe this relationship between the two states at this period as a perfect relationship, of course. They had some conflicts, but as I call it personally, as a direct, is an indirect conflict as a Cold War between the two states. Why? Because they were not interfering directly in the other's land. Actually, they were using their supporters or their allies in the other's land in order to raise revolutions against the others. For example, we have Musa bin Abi al-Afiya, Abu Yazid al-Nukkari, Banu Qurra, Zannata, and Abu Rakwa. They were all rebels against the Fatimid caliphs, and they were supported by the Umayyad caliphs. In their turn, the Fatimid or the Shiite Ismaili propagandists entered to Al-Andalus even before the Umayyad Caliphate starts. They started in order to spread the Shiism and Ismailism in the Iberian Peninsula. And they entered to Al-Andalus in hidden purposes as merchants. Like, for example, we have Ibn Hawqal, the geographical Ibn Hawqal. But that didn't stop there because there were political effects on this, because there were some rebels like Ibn al-Qut and Ibn Hafsun, which started revolutions against the Umayyads in Al-Andalus, especially Ibn Hafsun, because he made a very big street against the Umayyad Caliph during 50 years, and that cost them a lot. Even though they didn't have a direct conflict, but at least they had the direct conflict in 954 between Al-Mu'izz and Abdurrahman III. Well, things didn't go in this direction after the Umayyad Caliphate started to decline in Andalus. The relationships between the two states started to get better, especially during the time of Al-Hakim, when the Umayyad Caliphate declined and the Fitna period started. And even during the Taifa period, there were diplomatic support between the Fatimid Caliph and some of the Taifas, because they were conflicting each other, they were fighting each other also. At least we know that the Taifa of Dinia had a good relationship with the Fatimids. So our purpose is, the main purpose is to understand the effects, these political effects on the Fatimid Andalusi economic process. Economic process means the exchange and other progresses. Also, to understand the Fatimid influences on economical side in Andalus, and to know the relationship between the Fatimids and the Christian kingdoms to the north of Al-Andalus, because our study includes all the Iberian Peninsula, today Iberian Peninsula. The hypothesis: the Fatimid monetary system was well organized and had strict observations for the coinage, because the coinage was even under the direct observation of the Qadi, and thus the coins had a reputation of purity. The economic system get even better, especially after 958, when Jawhar could catch the loss of the third route of the Sudani world, which was crossing to Algeria and Morocco. Al-Andalus, just for us to know that Al-Andalus was a connection point between the Islamic and Christian worlds. And therefore they were transforming the coins, or the coins between the two worlds, because we know that Europe they had a lake of gold, and they depended on the Byzantine or Muslim golden coins. Fatimid Umayyad relationship, as I mentioned before, their relationship was unstable, and it was known for the hostilities between the two, but during the Taifa period, it changed, as I mentioned before. Fatimid coins, today in the Iberian Peninsula, we have the majority of the imported coins. They are all Fatimid. The majority is the Fatimid coins in Al-Andalus. Therefore, we need to gather all these coins and to analyze them, and to make good to study them in a wide gap, and to compare them with the historical information, which is our purpose here. In the methodology, I'm talking in general about the methodology. At the beginning, we started by collecting all the information about the coins, the number of coins, the type of metal that the coin was made of, the location or the size the coins were found in, and then we organized all the coins according to the Fatimid Caliph in categories. What we did later is to make an analysis of all these categories together in pivot charts and 3D maps. And then we represented our results on charts and maps, and then we compare our the results of our archaeological findings with the historical account in order to get our final conclusion. Okay, now we start by the results. We can see here, now we get to the practical side now. We have here in this chart, it shows the silver and gold coins of each Fatimid Caliph in Al-Andalus. So, but we notice here that we don't have any coins of Al-Qaim and Al-Mansur. Another result is the golden coins, they were increasing by time, as well as silver coins. However, they stopped to increase in the time of Al-Hakim, until we reached to the point of the time of Al-Mustansir, to the point when the silver coin were non-existent. So in order to compare our results with the historical information that I mentioned at the beginning, so that emphasized our information, because we know that in the time, as I mentioned, in the time of Al-Hakim, the Umayyad rule started to decline in Al-Andalus, and also the fitna time started. So at that time, at that point, both averages of both coins, they were almost the same, and then later started to, okay, so we can say at the beginning that Al-Mahdi, Al-Mu'izz, Al-Aziz, the coins of them, they were not, we don't see a big number of coins here, but things changed dramatically on the time of Al-Hakim, as I said, because of this fitna time. And the other results that we have is the decrease of silver, and we will see later why it was decreased. Now, when we go to the geographical distribution of the coins, we can notice that most of the coins, they were in the east of Al-Andalus and the south of Al-Andalus. And here, the geographical distribution also emphasizes our results that we can see here. The distribution of coins of Al-Mahdi was less than Al-Mu'izz, which get more spread in the Iberian Peninsula until we reach to the coins of Al-Hakim, which had the biggest level or the biggest number of sites that were existing in these coins. And then after that, we can, after that, we can see that the spread was also decreasing after the Al-Hakim. All right, what I did is, or what we did is, we studied this part and this part. Like here we have part 1 and part 2. The part 1 is the eastern areas, and the part 2 is the internal areas and Gharb al-Andalus. So we noticed that the number of golden and the averages of gold and silver in Sharq al-Andalus or the east of al-Andalus were almost the same average of gold and silver. Why? Because this, and we can see here, as I said before, the majority of coins that were concentrated in this area because maybe it was geographically near to the Fatimid state than the other areas, internal areas. So the average of gold and silver in the east of Al-Andalus was the same because the economic or the exchanges were on either for silver or gold. They were like, for example, trade for high value trades and low, because we know that, for example, silver coins, they are used for ordinary exchanges, while the golden coins are used for high value trade. Here we have the internal areas, which we notice that we don't have much gold coins, only in Cordoba, because Cordoba was a very big center for the exchanges on and for the high trade, the high value trade. Sorry. So in conclusion, what we have is the Fatimid coins in Al-Andalus were affected by the political circumstances. As I said at the beginning, we had during the Umayyad period, the coins were less in number and geographical distribution, whereas during the Fitna time, the number of coins reached its top with the equality between the average of silver and gold. I mean, the demand of both types of coins. After that, silver coins were decreasing in the Taifa period and geographical distribution was less than before. Why? Because, as I said at the beginning, the Taifa period, the Taifas were conflicting. So not all the Taifas were in good relationships with the Fatimid state. That's why the distribution was less. As well as the decrease of silver can be related to as I said here, okay. The decrease of silver can be explained by using them in paying the Varia tribute to Christian kingdoms of the north because they were paying this tribute. Okay, so the coin of now, why we have a very important result. We have it here, the lack of the coins of Al-Qaim and Al-Mansur. Why? Maybe, and why we have the coins of Al-Mahdi? Maybe the coins of Al-Mahdi, they were transformed to Al-Andalus before 928. And after that, the Umayyad Caliphates could catch the control on the state and had strict observation against the Fatimid exchange. Also, the big number of the imported Fatimid coins emphasize on the demand on these coins and their high value. Another thing, which we have the dirham of Hisham that has a Fatimid indication. Hisham was the last Umayyad Caliph in Al-Andalus. And therefore, we can see that the influences of the Fatimid influences were getting more during that period. The eastern areas, as I said before, they were more engaged in economic process than the internal areas, where the majority of coins were in the eastern areas. Nevertheless, Cordoba showed its importance in high value trade, as I said before. Finally, we don't have any traces of the Fatimid economic process with the Christian kingdoms, because as we can see before, we don't have any coins in this area. Thank you for listening. I'm sorry, I'm really nervous.
All right. Thank you so much. Dr. Alibai, are you there?
Sorry, hello? Hello?
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
hi. Okay, sorry, I was muted for a sec. I was talking and I realized I was muted on my
Okay, yeah.
phone.
So we're gonna go to the schedule, the first speaker as scheduled now.
Okay. So I wanted to say, Zavaya, thank you so much for that paper. That was amazing, and hopefully I have some questions of my own that I'll ask you afterwards. But now let's move on to the second paper. So the second paper is by Afsana Amirali Jiwani, and it's titled "Depicting Modernism Through Photography at the Swahili Coast." Afsana is an IIS, the Institute of Ismaili Studies graduate of 2017, with a focus on service learning project research in Masters of Arts from the University College of London. For the last 4 years, she has been working with ITREB India as a step teacher, and currently she's staying in Lisboa, Portugal. She's been helping the newly migrated women in the Mozambique Jamaat to learn the English language. Afsana comes from a Gujarati background where dhokla was a staple breakfast since childhood, and it became difficult to adapt in a Western culture. And so something that she's interested in is learning about how other Gujaratis assimilate and their life struggles as they assimilate in other places across the world. Afsana, welcome. I look forward to your presentation, as I'm actually in Kenya at the moment. So I'm very excited to hear your presentation, and the floor is yours. And I'm going to mute myself again.
Thank you, Dr. Alibai. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the attendees, panelists, and everyone on YouTube. And thank you so much, IAS, for giving us this platform where novice researchers like us can share our preliminary research for whatever we have conducted. So I would just like to share my screen. So just give me a moment. I hope my screen is visible. Yeah. So the topic on which I'll be talking is modernism through photography at the Swahili Coast. And before I begin, I would like to share a picture with you all. And please look at this picture and tell me, think about it. What kind of emotions do you see in this picture? I'm sure you will be focused on the laughter, the bonding, the candidness that you can see in this picture. However, the second picture that you can see on my screen, you would see there are forced poses, restricted gazes, and less emotions. And I'm sure we all are attached to the pictures that we have. Photos tell us so much about a person's characteristics, emotions, background, context, etc. And modernism has changed the way photos are being clicked, has been shared and viewed in today's time. However, let's see the photography, how it changed the concepts of modernism in the early 19th century at the Swahili coast. So to give a little background about Swahili coast, on the east coast of Africa, at the western edge of Indian Ocean, lies a narrow strip of land that has hosted travelers of thousands of years when ships were powered by sails and seasonally alternating Indian Ocean monsoon winds allowed for efficient sea voyages up and down the coast. On the east coast of Africa, this confluence of people gave rise to many diverse communities that are often called Swahili, and after which the Arabic Sahel, meaning coast, is been named from. Indian Ocean trade. So yes, so during this 14th century, Indian Ocean route became increasingly important, especially for trading the demand for luxury goods like spices, tea, ivory, fine textiles. With this came an influx of foreign goods leading to cultural exchanges and artistic innovations. It reached heights in the 18th century, especially with regards to having new machineries, mass production, and telecommunication created modern visual economy around the bodies and the faces of Swahili coast people. One such innovation that came into existence in Swahili coast is fine arts of photography. So let's talk about photography. Photographs first became available locally in 1860s and 1870s, arriving as exotic imports via mercantile network. They connected the Swahili port cities and the other trade hubs within the Western Indian Ocean. The increasing availability and affordability of the non-essential goods started to be linked with the developments of trade network, and then wherein gave rise to this innovation of photography. Significantly, they were the South Asian migrants who brought photography to the Swahili coast. It's been said that Goans were the ones who first opened Swahili photography commercial studios in Zanzibar. In fact, Europeans often viewed Goans as part of their own world, likely because maybe they were Christians and also because they were very skillful at noticing what European market the consumer desire was. So talking about photography, looking and touching and sharing photographs was a pleasure instantly embraced by the locals, majority of whom they were Muslims. If you look at this picture, you can see that there are influx of different objects that you can see in this picture. The manner in which the objects and the photographs are presented became very popular. So the local consumer taste was increasingly influenced by South Asia and Europe. As seen in this image, Zanzibaris embraced Indian, including British Raj fashions and ornaments, whereas even you can notice European clockworks and electric lighting and fashionable Anglo-Indian furniture directly imported from Bombay can be seen. Swahili Coast residents certainly knew how to look beyond the surface, so to speak, into the depths of the photograph. But they were very much enjoyed the haptics of engaging the photograph as an object. So what were the different restrictions while they were trying to adapt the photography? Local reservations about photography were mainly concerned with preserving a proper separation between the male and the female bodies and the gazes in the photographic encounter. Many likely felt that unrelated men and women should not be photographed together. Yet it must be emphasized that no evidence indicates that they considered the making or looking of photographic likeliness as something fundamentally un-Islamic. Here you can see in this picture that how appropriately both the genders are to be seen divided. Displaying photographs demonstrated one's ability to craft spaces of tasteful sophistication, international connectedness, and hospitality in one's home. Zanzibaris enjoyed inviting the Westerners to their home, offering them Arab-style coffee with sweetmeats and showing them their fashionable collections of imported objects. The interest in the overseas things was not a recent phenomenon or simply a result of capitalist globalization. Rather, it was collecting and exhibiting imported objects express the ability to make exotic ones their own. But it would be wrong to assume that taste of non-Europeans living in Zanzibar was simply a localized version of British Raj or Victorian style. In fact, when the Europeans, including businessmen, government officials, missionaries, moved to Swahili coast, they rented their houses of locals who also appropriated coastal home decor, stone mansions which Europeans associated with Arab forms of mannerly living were especially popular as homes amongst European migrants. It was a local tradition for the women to stage elaborate assemblies of imported exotic goods, giving material form to memories and even fantasies of long distance travel and mobility. The resident photographers often took vanity photos, including post portraits of upper class Zanzibaris, as well as the scenes of everyday life of such Swahili women, depicting an African woman braiding another woman's hair, both wearing classic kanga wrappers. In fact, the ruling elite and wealthy merchants often displayed framed studio portraits of their family members in carefully curated domestic spaces. For example, here you can see in the picture the man who is been sitting is calm, is relaxed, is confident, and the room is filled with European glass chandeliers, Middle Eastern carpets, Goan furnitures, German factory-made chairs. It shows the layering of cultural diversity within the Zanzibari homes. Did not represent any conflict to the locals, and it's a carefully arranged collection of price furnishings and objects that reflects globally in inflated aesthetics. However, here you can see studio prints and postcards depicting local people wearing elaborate costumes, holding unnatural poses were especially popular during the colonial period. Many show local young women because they evoke exotic feminine sensuality. Through photography, diverse clients mixtures, Swahili of self-display, local rules of public honesty, modesty, and colonial categories of race, identity, and modern notions of individual. For example, here one can guess the kinds of negotiations maybe the photographer and the one who is getting photographs are having. The majority of postcards show poor people and young women who are likely hired or forced to perform in front of the camera. Today, some scholars imagined that the sitters in these photographs had some agency in their self-presentation. Scholars argued that the women are somehow subverting the oppressive force of colonial gaze, defining them although look powerful. Tourists who brought and sent pictures, the postcards, Lee did not consider the sitters' subjectivities or the life worlds, but rather saw them as souvenirs or nameless bodies. The captions never provide the names of the subjects, but instead it just have a generic description like you can see in this picture, Swahili beauties of Zanzibar. These photographs perhaps do not clearly suggest suppression, but without a doubt, many of the sitters were touched by violence of slavery. It was the local tradition of enslaved women wearing elaborate costume to perform pleasing dances in public. Their dress and jewelry spoke of wealth and good taste of their enslavers. There existed even a specific category of enslaved women, Wahambe, which means the ornamented ones, whose primary role was to beautify the parades and festivals. Stylish women mixed with Indian silk, Arabian jewelry, platform sandals, and European accessories were adornments from Somalia, India, Yemen, even China. This led to Zanzibar to be known as Paris of East Africa. Research on African photography in the 1940s through the 1960s has been a forefront of exploring issues of identity formation, selfhood, political struggle, and class aspiration. Even the locally commissioned photographs, although seemingly about sitters' desire to express some essential aspect of her or his being, were often about quite the opposite. Surprisingly, they concerned the one thing that scholars are usually trying to move beyond, the surface of the things. Swahili Coast residents stress photography's surfaces to engage distant cultures as their own. Scholars today often assume that the people, particularly the poor or colonized, took photography very seriously, that they wanted pictures of themselves to be seen as emblems of their individuality. For Susong Sontag, has said facing the camera signifies solemnity, frankness, the disclosure of subject's essence. One question that I kept on thinking for myself, that do postures show power? And this photograph definitely shows some powers. So the photograph also gave locals a new medium through which to reimagine local performances of aestheticized beauty. For example, when elite men dressed and posed for portraits that commemorated important Islamic festivals, they represented themselves to the camera using traditional codes of self-presentation, holding their bodies as if they were in fact in the space of the ceremony. This is evident in the wedding portrait of a resident of Mombasa Old Town that you can see here. The photography was mainly taken in 1910s, when it was common for the grooms, but not the brides, to visit a local studio to have their photograph taken wearing their wedding costume. This young man also holding a sword, which indicates that he belonged to a powerful local lineage with ancient political rights. This posture is symbolically significant on the Swahili coast. It indicates belonging to a freeborn patricians. In fact, the earliest photographs of noble Swahili coast men and women show them enthroned in this manner, presenting their beauty in showing the power of position. Key was to positions one's leg astride and to firmly place one's palm on one's leg. However, you could see such kind of postures in women as well. In the first picture, resting her hands on the back of the chair and gazing directly into the camera's lens, she easily reproduces Victorian codes of respectable comportment. However, this image in many ways transcultural self-representation, because the sitter who is wearing fashions popular among local high-ranking Muslim women at that time. In the second picture, the dots painted on her face and cheeks, her hair, ornaments, and the jewelry depicts the style of Zanzibar. But such photographs were not meant to be circulated freely. In fact, most public portraits of high-born women from this time period show that they either are covering their face or hair, as you can see in the second picture, or are treated as small children, as seen in the third picture. Further, portraits of high-born or wealthy female usually presented them holding their bodies in Swahili poses of freeborn and patrician respectability, sitting on exotic chairs and feet apart and firmly placed on the floor, as seen in the third picture. It's interesting to note that how the culture is been adopted here. Similarly, the young men connected to powerful Omani families. Here we can see in the first picture, we have Ali bin Hamud al-Busaidi. And in the second picture, we have Barak al-Himnavi, who are portrayed in about 1950. These photographs present the young men as stylish and carefree cosmopolitans, showcasing excellence. And they both are leaning, one of them are leaning walking sticks and wearing press suits, which is imported from overseas. They are also in part signaling their familiarity and engagement with the European cultures and fashion. Although it should be mentioned that these outfits were not necessarily read as Western, but they were associated with the Ottoman imperial modernity, as wearing tailored suits in combination with a fez as a head covering was popular in Egypt and other parts of Ottoman Middle East among the elite at that time. A studio photograph still in a family collection in Mombasa shows 7 male, but only 2 enthroned men. Sheikh Salem and his son are the subjects of the photograph. He and his son, likely the people who commissioned the photograph, were free men of the means, while the 2 who are standing behind maybe are the enslaved men, and the young boys who are sitting cross-legged on the floor in the studio are not free men. Once photographed, their bodies became objects, tokens of Sheikh Salem's authority over the bodies of others. Talking about the women who are called as the ornamental ones, imported textiles allowed one to ornament the bodies of enslaved people to create spectacles of luxury and beauty. Women in particular had to act as ornaments, their owners reducing them to pleasing amateurs for the display of their textile collections. Photographs taken by Sir John Kirk documents the reductive role the women had to play, and it must be emphasized that this also has very much of an early form of tourist photography. Lastly, here, if we look at this picture closely, this phenomena is exemplified in this photograph, once in Busaidi family collection, showing Ali bin Hamud al-Busaidi as a child accompanied by two young men. The man standing stiffly behind Ali and staring directly into the camera is a close family member. They are dressed identically, although young Ali's costume is costlier. His joho is an ornamented with elaborated panel of gold embroidery and silver capped walking stick with a brass dagger. The refined workmanship on his clothes and accessories symbolizes his high rank and royal status. Yet the most extravagantly dressed person in the photograph is the man whose body is turned sideways, his gaze and attention intently focused on Ali. He too is wearing a white kanzu and turban, but his robe is an expensive and much priced import from South Asia. His rich clothes are not emblems of his own status or good taste. He is an attendant bonded to the royal family, indicated by his bare feet. He is an ornament, a visual cue to signal the wealth of the Sultanate and the many bodies it commands. This man's body, although at rest, is still fundamentally a laboring body. As the historian Pedro Machado has demonstrated in Eastern Africa in the beginning of the 1700s, both export of humans and the import of textiles intensified as the region became linked to the global expansion of modern commodity markets. Lastly, in conclusion, like everywhere else in the world, on the Swahili coast, the uses and the meanings of photography changed rapidly over the years. Photography and sitting for one's picture were increasingly associated with modern portrait, middle class respectability, and cosmopolitan city life. As seen here, coastal East Africans who posed for photographs never saw themselves in terms of colonizer versus the colonized, nor did they feel that they need to make the photograph somehow authentic or recognizably local. It becomes hard to say if the photographers were trying to localize the global cultures or globalize the Swahili culture through these photographs. Lastly, it can be stated that photography was an essential part of material culture that showcases hybridity of cultural adaptations, represented blurred boundaries, and a catalyst for change. To summarize, through photography, modernity and ancient display and performance cultures became intertwined vectors, and the difference between the human and the things became less clear. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you so much. That was spectacular, Afsana, and I'm sure that we have a lot of questions as well. I particularly do for your paper, and we'll have other ones as well. It's as someone is writing in the chat box currently, it's a great interpretation of an interesting aspect of visual culture in the time period the colonial time period that you spoke about. But as much as I'd like to, we'll save our questions till the end. And I would like to introduce our third speaker, Farhad Murtaza. Farhad is a registered practicing architect based in Calgary, Canada, and the principal of Farmore Architecture. Farhad holds a MA of Architecture from Mashhad Azad University and a graduate diploma in Advanced Architectural Studies from the University College of London. And he is also a proud graduate of the Ismaili Institute, the Institute of Ismaili Studies, the GPISH class of 2005. I have to learn these acronyms better of the specific things within the Ismaili Institute. Farhad is currently also, if this wasn't enough for us, but he's also an adjunct lecturer at the University of Calgary and has worked on a pro bono basis on a number of international development projects. Farhad has served on a number of leadership positions within the Ismaili community and the architectural community of practice at large. And Farhad has created a complete 3D reconstruction of Fatimid Cairo, for which I am very, very interested in, and is fascinated with cartography and historiography. So Without further ado, we will now be hearing Farhad's paper on how Ismaili Syrians interact with male non-family members, members who are visitors in their domestic space. Thank you, Farhad, very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali, for the kind introduction. Trying to see if I can share my screen here. Something went wrong. Every single time I'm doing something with the Syrian, from my field research to the present day, something goes wrong. And I have overwritten an older file of the PowerPoint onto the new one. So this morning I had a panic attack, 5:45 a.m. and right now it is 7:15 a.m. in Calgary, Alberta. So you can imagine I had the worst morning today with my presentation basically gone. Let me get started with my presentation. I had to basically go after and scramble, and when the other two speakers were talking, I had to reassemble something for my presentation. So my apologies on that one. Can you see my screen?
I can see it, and no worries, this happens a lot, as we all know. So,
all right, so
best of luck.
Thank you. So let me give you a quick land acknowledgement. I acknowledge I live, work, and play on the traditional territories of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kayani, Pikani, of the Tisu, Tina, the Ayaksi Nakoda Nations, the Metin Nation, Region 3, and all the people who have made their homes in the Treaty 7 region of Southern Alberta. This has become a standard practice for us here in Canada in the spirit of reconciliation. But the point I'm going to make here is that in our original habitats and settlements, whether it was in Syria or in Iran or in Central Asia or South Asia, while we've been biased against and harassed, we never were questioned if we belonged and if this land is ours or not. So it's an interesting conversation about immigration and the connection to the original settlement that we live in. The presentation I'm going to give you today, sorry, it's still early morning here in Calgary, so my brain may not be lit up, especially with the mishap that I had earlier. So this is a 2004 field research project that we did under Professor Zulfikar Hirji, a great scholar. He wanted me to just stick with one family for the duration of the trip. The field research was supposed to be between 4 to 6 weeks. I did 6 weeks of traveling, but I ended up doing my own way of doing things because I'm an architect, a practicing architect. And it might be worth thinking about Islamic studies and research into humanities from the lens of other practitioners, artists, architects, technocrats, and see how, or I have a friend, Syrian friend who's an orthopedic surgeon and he's into Ismaili studies research. So it might be an interesting conversation to have. And so bear with me, I'm not your typical researcher doing this. By the way, I actually worked 42 days, and Zavia, who's here, can attest to that because I also visited their house, and they were very kind to me. I surveyed more than 20 houses and looked at the typologies of houses in places where the Ismailis had historically lived. So I didn't look at places like Damascus or Aleppo or cities of Homs and Hama where the immigrant ones had recently settled, but looked at where they had historically lived. So Salamia and the villages around Salamia, Mosyaf Qatmus, and the Nahr al-Khawabi area close to the city of Tartus. So to do this research, the idea was, if I can briefly mention this, was this idea that there is a significant body of research, especially at the time that I did this, that some Muslims, I can't say majority of them, of different denominations. They would entertain, of course, Okram al-Daif, but if the guest, the visitor, is a male, which is not a family member, is not a mahram, they would keep him shallow in this space. So there is a space, there's a room in front of the residential space where they would keep the guest, the visitor, shallow in their space, and they would entertain him. And then he's gone. So he doesn't get to see the wife, he doesn't see the daughters or the inside of the house. Strangely enough, the Ismailis let me in. Now, remember, at that time I was married. I was accompanied with 2 female Syrian architects. It was already coordinated. So a portion of that admissibility of mine was, being married, being accompanied, all of those dynamics, because it was important to actually do it this way. I'm rethinking why I did 20 houses in a marathon. I should have probably done a couple of them. But then, as I said, it's an architect way of doing things, different than an anthropologist. I apologize to Professor Hirji, but I got the lowest mark in the class. So I was well served. The Ismailis, what we found what they had was an intangible chaperoning, very intangible. So they would keep me as a male visitor, non-family member, deep into their spaces. But what would happen, as I said, very in a chaperoning, invisible way, was that they would restrict my perspective, my point of view, so that I don't see much of the house. So you can actually, if you imagine, to illustrate, then I'm sorry, I have lost those slides that I actually had done the visualization. But imagine if you're in a museum room, where the security person stands, they have the best surveillance, they can see everything is happening. Now imagine you go deep into that room, and then the way your positions, even towards a wall or towards a corner, you don't see much of the house. And so that's what happened, very graciously, very intangibly. But that was my kind of research that I wanted to do. And beyond this, I had other questions at that time that I wanted to do. I was too ambitious doing this. So the first question that I'm going to actually be talking about here is this topic of this presentation. I was also looking at the spatial configuration of the domestic space, the patterns of domestic space occupation and division of housework labor between genders, that I would briefly talk about. Also, we were looking at how described in the sketch previous spaces can be first reconstructed, and then the spatial analyzed to investigate similarities and differences between their current and previous spaces. And then the last one was my kind of general curiosity of the history of contemporary Ismaili settlements. Now, the word Syrian Ismaili, these are very challenging words. Are you first a Syrian and then Ismaili? What is the difference between an Ismaili and a Sunni, or a Nashari, or a Druze, or an Alawi? I think I went there, I visited Syria at the golden time where there was I think peace, there was security and the stability, and the same. What I noticed was amazing was that it's very difficult to distinguish between Ismailis, practicing Ismailis, non-practicing Ismailis, Ismailis versus other people, seculars. And the amazing thing for me was this impressive peace they had around the family, with different family members or siblings or cousins having different persuasions, but at the end of the day, they would eat and get together around the same sofa and dinner table. So that was an amazing thing to witness in 2004. So basically, as you can see, Salamia and its regions, and Tel Dara and Bari Sharqi were the 2 major areas. Here in the map, I can't even I went to Sheikh Halal, where they actually had domed house structures and surveyed that as well, and took the measurements, interviewed this. And so this was very much an architectural doing as-builts, basically, which was not very appeasing to my prof. And then here you have the traditional Mosyaf and Qadmus areas. And remember the whole history of Salamiyya prior to the Fatimids, and then in the 19th century, the Ottomans were looking to stop the Bedouins' attacks up north, and protect Aleppo, which was a major trade center for them. And so they made a deal with the Amir of Mosyaf at the time, who was Ismaili, and the Ismailis had migrated to that area, and they came back and rehabilitated Salami. And so I don't get into that. And then the Nahr al-Khawabi area was important, and the villages around it. Again, I didn't do anything in Tartus, but essentially I went around the villages and had those conversations. It's a picture of Salamiyya in 1956. This is the castle of Shamamis outside Salamiyya. And the French had, I think in early 20th century, had done a survey of the villages in Nahr al-Khawabi. They particularly had mentioned Ismailis. I don't know how that was commissioned. It was just an academic curiosity, or were there some other points to that. There were another good research I think someone has to tackle is the court proceedings recorded when the Ismailis of Syria were being tried in Istanbul in 19th century, when they were arrested by the Ottomans trying to go to Iran and reconnect with the Ismaili Imam. And this is from the prolific writer Mahmoud Amin, and I visited his family. Unfortunately, at that time he had passed away, and he has a book that the Salamiyya Syrians are very proud of, Salamiyya in the last 50 centuries, and then some sketches, perhaps a little bit speculative, of the historical evolution of the city of Salamiyya. And this is the citadel of and surrounding villages, Al-Khawabi, and the picture I've taken from Zahr Malua. I have tons of pictures, but I was not too sure how appropriate it is to show them. The situation in Syria has changed. It's very difficult to go back to those families and ask for permission to share them. There was a conversation, a beautiful conversation, very thought-provoking, with Dr. Karim and Dr. Andani the other day about academic research, and I totally agree and concur. But I'm wondering, what would the ethics clearance look like? And if the ethics clearance, what the academic society, the scholarly society doing research on communities of interpretation who are spread around the world, who are facing some challenging issues. They're not necessarily based in Boston, Massachusetts. We need to look into that ethics clearance and how would that look like. And perhaps it has to come from the scholars themselves, so that those parameters, those ethics clearance guidelines would be something that every researcher can look into and be advised with, and so then we can make sure that other people, bureaucrats as they put it, won't have much of a say into the ethics clearance of a research. And these are the villages in the Nahr al-Khawabi area that I actually surveyed. This is Barmont Rat from 1948. So this I mentioned sketches of their previous spaces, and the ladies of the house did a fantastic job of sketching their previous habitats and spaces. And so this was an amazing idea to look into, but I didn't further work on this idea. And this was the time and space questionnaire that we basically asked them. They would write it down in Arabic, and then we would translate. My assistants would translate into English, and what they did where and how many hours and all that, and who were they accompanied with. Again, this was a curiosity question, but not necessarily done. There were spaces that I surveyed were mostly again historic or something that had been lived experiences, and there were spaces like this. This was a private villa in the Al Khawabi region. These were built by Syrians who lived overseas, and most of the time they were just vacant. They were just a statement of their accomplishments outside Syria. So that was an interesting observation, and you could see that not only in the Al Khawabi area, but also in the Salamiyah region. So let's get to this houses that we've surveyed. This is the first house here. It is in Salamiyah, and so you can perhaps see the level of detail that we've looked into their spaces, and we had those snapshots of the people sitting and what we're doing. Now, because it was a very fluid conversation of us and the activities that we did with the surveying and everything, it was very difficult to decipher those. So I'm going to be very much challenged in terms of showing that visual evidence that how I was positioned in this space. I tried to show it with different agents and snapshots, but I had some better illustrations that unfortunately have been overwritten in my file. So the second house here in Salamiyah, these are all done in 2004. Salamiyah, we had 8 houses in Salamiyah region. You could see different typologies of families and people, recent, older versions in Salamiyah. Can you still see my screen?
Yes,
okay,
I can.
Awesome.
Can you?
Thank you so much. All right, so this is Salamiyah number 8, and then here we have Salamiyah 9 houses in Salamiyah, and then we have houses in Mosyaf. Again, different typologies in Mosyaf, and Zabia, you can actually attest to this, but then your family had a very interesting concept because your uncle, who was single, had an extended suite that was partly connected and separate, independence. And so and one idea, Zabia, I can share with you about your family was, I'm talking about this intangible chaperoning, was that your dad told me, to make sure that you're not feeling alone, I'll come and sleep beside you in the room. So that, again, it's a form of invisible kind of chaperoning, but in a very gracious, kind way of how this interaction is happening. This is Qadmus. Again, these are settlements which are very powerful histories, and the sense of pride was perfectly demonstrated. The very idea that someone spends, and to be honest, I went above and beyond my trip allowance from the IAS and spent a lot on my own just to make sure that I do a perfect job. And then, as I said, I just overwritten the file again. So this is Uru, this is Al-Na'ama, Barakia, Bermont Rad, Malua, and this is Malua second. Again, I think what resonated with me was this idea that when I was doing the survey and the time I spent in Syria, it was not very much an anthropological way of looking at it. But the anthropology of it, as Zulfikar Hirji puts it, is the idea that you don't study the subject. You actually study yourself. You go into a space between yourself and them, and through that you're actually seeing yourself through the lens of the subject matter that you're studying. So thank you so much. I apologize again for the presentation getting completely wrecked, but I appreciate the time that you've given to me for this presentation. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. That was an amazing presentation, Farhad, and I am really amazed at the amount of work that you've done and the field work as well, and looking at it from a different angle. So thank you, Zabia, thank you, Afsana, and thank you, Farhad, for 3 amazing papers. As I said, I am quite excited about this panel. Can you guys hear me? Sorry, I just want to double check if I'm not talking to a phone. Okay, great. So I do think we have plenty of time for questions. So I think we should just get right into the questions. I'm going to be a little selfish here and ask my question to Zabia about her paper, just because coins is something that I've always been interested in, specifically Fatimid coins in the Mediterranean. And I put this up in chat a little earlier. If I don't know if you saw it, to give you some time to think about it. But I wonder if you showed the amount of coins that were found, and it looked like Valencia and Cordoba had the highest level of what we would call hoards, maybe where these coins were found. Now, I guess my question is that could we take this a step further? As we know, Valencia and Cordoba were 2 major sort of extensions of Ganiza trade with the Jewish merchants going around the Mediterranean. Is there also a way to think further of the 11th century is when this sort of network in the Mediterranean is picking up, and so have you looked at it sort of side by side with the Ganiza routes of Jewish merchants in the 11th century? And then second, do you think it's because, like, let's take Valencia for an example, is it because of textile trade, or what's the trade that is sort of fueling this emergence of these coins in the Mediterranean at that time, coming all the way from Egypt to and I know that you said the fitna has a lot to do with it, but I wonder if the trade also might also have an ulterior component. Thanks.
Thank you, Ali. Thank you for the question. It's really important to mention that I already done like a special part for this question about the commercial movements in the Mediterranean, because we don't have. Actually, I didn't, to be honest, I didn't have a look on the manuscripts of Geniza. However, I read the book of Trade and Traders in Muslim Spain, which has a lot of precious information about this exchange. But I want to say that I went to a geographical, the geographical part of this question. So I went to study the movements, the currents in the Mediterranean, in order to emphasize the routes that they followed between the 2 states. In fact, it's like an ocean. You have to dedicate a lot of time in order to answer this question, because it's a very big question. For my article, I went to the political side, because it's more related to the analysis result, but I have it from my work. However, it's, as you mentioned, it's all, of course, it's related to commercial movements, because, for example, as I said, silver is the currency that were used for ordinary purchases in life. So that's why we could, and I also said that in Cordoba it was a big center for the high value trade, because it has the biggest amount of gold in the internal areas. I would appreciate if you have any references or any sources of information rather than the Geneza manuscripts, because I didn't have the chance to read them. I don't know if I answered your question. If I didn't, if I missed something, please let me know.
I think our chair lost connection. So while he comes back, I can sort of take over for a bit. Let's see here.
But
So
yeah, sorry. Can you?
there you are.
Sorry, am I audible now? Hello. Sorry.
Yeah, you are.
I don't know if I'm audible. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. So I'm so sorry. I did lose connection. I'm back again, but I'll have to go back and listen to your answer in YouTube later today, and we'll be in touch. I'm just fascinated with your research. So and let's continue this dialogue afterwards. But thank you for the question. I heard the last part about the Cordova part, and I guess I'll piggyback that question with another question by Aslasho Kurbanev, and they're kind of asking have you considered the following factors? Number one, the Fatimid dominance in the Mediterranean Sea from Al-Mu'ayz onwards, which was sort of what you spoke about right now. And then number two, the rise of Mediterranean trade in the Genizas, which was part of my question. And then the third point that they're making is the rise of the Muslim population in Al-Andalus and increasing connectivity with Egypt. They also have some data on this that they can share with you. As your map shows, they say most of the coins come from the coastal towns on the sea. If you want to add anything to that, please.
As I said, I dedicated in my MA thesis a big part about the movements, the commercial movements. But here I focused more on the political relationships in order to understand or in order to explain my results. So I like the questions because I personally thought about this, but I couldn't put them in this paper. I will change. Maybe I will change some things. A few things will be added from my MA thesis, but I already had a look on this before. Thank you so much for the questions.
No, thank you, bravo. I think the second question would kind of be for Afsana, and Afsana. There's a couple of questions here, and one is it is sort of the question about knowing if you've read or resourced any books by Moise Basanji, having born. This is from Nazir Qasim Ali. They were born and raised in East Africa, and they're wondering if you made any connections with sort of books read by Moise Basanji at all. Yeah.
Hello, yes, thank you for the question. And in response to the question, I think I've responded on the forum that for the first question that yes, so I think he posted two questions with regards to one about reading the book. So no, I haven't come across, and maybe if I might have, but it's not right now in the mind. However, with regards to the second question, I agree that the topic that I chose, the focus area that I chose is photography, and it's prominently based on photography. However, it would be interesting to see what kind of hand drawings we had before the photography came into existence in Swahili Coast. So I think it's a great idea, and maybe that would be a good exploration in the research. Yeah, thank you for the question, Dr. Ali.
Great. No, I think so as well. And did we even have travelers, from the Ottoman court? We have travelers often that, Italian merchants would trade, and the Safavid court as well, that come back and actually make drawings and go back. But did we have this even in East Africa at all with European travelers? And I guess it's also looking at the history of colonialism in the area to see if we even have any. But that would be a very interesting addition, I believe. Another question for you, Afsana, from Nazir Qasim Ali. the question is, technology also has an impact in your analysis. In the time period that you're looking at, the colonial time period, not many could afford to own a camera at the time. So, in other words, do you think that your research could be sort of defined as being a little restricted to the eye of the beholder? In other words, and this is part of the I guess what you were answering right now is that there are hand drawings as well. But just to answer this question, how do these images date according to your experience? In your research with sort of the dissemination of the camera. Like, is it much afterwards when photographs are becoming more common and these types of Orientalist type images are becoming more popular in the European market, or in terms of technology, where are we looking at chronologically?
Yeah. So before the 1800s, there were caste de viste, wherein there were postcards where they would travel and take it along with the traders as a memory. However, there was no camera. So I agree that it is quite restricted in a way that how do I interpret those pictures, or how do the authors, as different authors might have interpreted those pictures? Because having your own camera does not mean that you're forced towards looking at it, because you have your own choice. But at that time, when there was photography studio, is it in the photographer's hand what kind of poses and what kind of emotions are they displaying, or is it in the hands of the sitters? And that's where I think the research mainly focused on.
Oh, wonderful. And if I could add to that, perhaps. So you did talk about some of the free men versus the slaves, and it didn't seem to me, from what I understood, that clothing was much of a difference. You see some of the black robes, and the commissioners of the photographs are also similar black robes. So, is there any delineation of class through what people are wearing in some of the photographs that especially when it's all one gender? I mean, most of them were, as you said, were gender separated, but how much does clothing give us sort of a I know you said poses do, of course, and that was sort of the gestures and the posing were a primary lens for you to see these pictures. But what about clothing? How much can we say about that?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question, especially when we think of clothing one person wears. Usually, if we would think that if he's a slave or colonized or has a master, then he or she might not be wearing a very good clothing in the photos, and maybe somewhere in the background. But here it was opposite. Here, if you see the people who were enslaved or colonized, they were actually given the ornaments. They were given the good clothes to wear versus what the owner, the master himself was wearing. And that showed that how they were used as mannequins in today's time, or maybe how they were used as the people who are displaying themselves as objects, where those pictures, when they go to another market and they see this cloth on the slave, then it might be seen as an exotic good or objects. And if you see, those clothes were loose to them, and they were not wearing shoes or sandals. And that's where you can see that they are the slaves, and the way they are gazing. So they are not looking in the camera directly. They were looking here and there, and that showed that what power the master played on the people who was enslaved.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks so much. And I know, Farhad, you answered this in the question and answer, but I was wondering if I could read you for the rest of the audience. And thank you, Asfana, for that. You've a lot of thought about this.
Just to add one more here.
Sure.
Okay, should I go ahead? Yeah.
Go ahead.
So there's another question by Karim Jivra. Do you want me to cater it now or later?
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. sorry. So yes, I did come across not photographs as such, but I did come across Dr. Mukaddam's and Dr. Mawani's article in one of the papers, which stated that when Ismailis migrated to Africa, Aga Khan III encouraged the women to adopt the Western dresses and the style that were worn by European women in colonies East Africa, especially the frock. As an incentive, the women who followed this advice would receive a signed photograph featuring Aga Khan III and Her Highness the Begum Aga Khan, who also adopted the Western dresses at that time, so that would encourage the Ismaili women. And that change brought a lot of cultural adaptation amongst the Ismaili women during that time.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I thank you for answering that question as well. And I thoroughly enjoyed this research as well as part of. It's such an important thing to look at photography, and now photography of these places is now becoming the new sort of resource for us to look back, and even though it's from the gaze of somebody othering somebody else, they still give us so much more rich material to do research from. And I want to ask Farhad a few questions as well, but I know that you've answered some of these questions in the chat. But if I could re-ask you again for the benefit of the audience, this is from Zulfikar Hirji. Thank you for your presentation, and great that you are revisiting your original research. To what extent are the domestic arrangements and gendered circulations distinctively Syrian Ismaili? Or is this more broadly Syrian or Arab, et cetera, et
cetera? Sorry, can you repeat the question? Maybe I'm not
able. That's for me, Afsana.
Yeah, it's not for me.
Sorry, Afsana. It was for Farhad. Yeah, sorry. I apologize.
All right. So I'm hoping if you can also give access to Professor Hirji to speak, perhaps, because he's partly to be blamed for my presentation and my original research 17 years ago. But no, jokes aside, he's a great teacher, lots of respect. Absolutely correct. There is no way we can say that this is an Syrian Ismaili defining feature of the way the interactions happened. There were, as I said, some Muslim communities that kept you shallow. But again, this is not a generalization saying every single Sunni Muslim in Syria would do that. So as I alluded to it, the categories of being Shia, Sunni, Druze, Christian, these are very much, at least at that time, were very blurry categories. And so I can't defend saying that this was an Ismaili, but it was just a research looking at this and said, and I suspect that there are a lot of other similarities between the Ismailis. Again, these families, as I said, were already had agreed through my coordinators to be visited. I was married, I was wearing my wedding ring, I was accompanied by two female graduate architects from the same region that they could trust. I had letters from the Ismaili National Council and other local people that had put a good word for me. Had I been single at the time, it would have been a different interaction. Perhaps if I were accompanied with my wife, it would have been a way more open and warm kind of an interaction. So I can't say that there was anything specific to the community, but I think the important thing was that the very idea that they keep you deep into their space, you feel welcome, but there are those intangible chaperoning in place. So if that answers the question, Zabia, I think you being Syrian, you can actually explain this better.
Yeah, I'm going to explain this. In fact, as you said, it's like traditions. It's not related to religion because it's for the community. But I think now things are changing, and it's not related because you are a male and it's for guests in general, that we are welcoming them by giving them their space. It's not because we are afraid from them, because we are receiving them in our houses. So it's not related to gender also. So it can be for females the same way of treating them.
Oh, thank you for that addition. Farad, I actually had a question as well, and maybe both of you could answer it, but I don't know if you're able to pull up one of those maps of the houses that you sort of drew the ground plan for, and could you explain like your movement on the map, perhaps using the cursor or an arrow or something to sort of explain how your experience within the household went while you were there. You talked about the sleeping quarters, etc. What were the places where you couldn't transverse to per se?
Can you hear me? So again, this was sometimes challenging because it was the summertime, and the summertime, a good number of them were just had chairs and tables outside in the courtyard. So it was not unless it was an apartment building or on a second floor, we were not particularly indoors. But sorry, I have lost those illustrations that I was showing, but the idea that I had was, I was, so just as some kind of general rules, I was never left alone to browse the house on my own. I was always accompanied. That was the first thing that was happening. And second was, again, with the spaces now that we had interactions, the way I was perhaps located was, as you can see here, what I can see in the house. I can't see the door. I can't see what's happening outside. I have a very specific location that I'm sitting. I'm hoping in the written paper submission, I can have those illustrations to specifically mention that. But as you can see, what I can see here is very much limited versus sitting here, that I can see the door, the entry, and then what's happening outside the space. Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense. And I guess the female quarters, where are those on the map?
There were no female quarters, so there was not a specific kind of a boundary of saying this is the female and this is the male. So that you don't have that in these kind of houses that we did. So that was a whole conversation of saying for some Muslim, they would keep you, let's say if this was the entrance to this would be a room here that they would keep you here as a male visitor, non-family member, entertain you, and then you get out, right? You don't see anything. So then with that, you can then say this is the female sector, this is the male sector, this is whatever, right? In this case, there was not such a delineation. But what was interesting, as I said in my research, is that I could be led. They were very generous and welcoming to let me into their spaces. But the way they would offer me to sit, I can't see much. I would see, and then you get this feeling that you're very deep in the space. You're so welcome, but the perspective you can see are very much confined. If it makes sense.
Can I ask something?
No, perfect. Thanks. Please go ahead.
It's just like a misconcept about the like going with you in our house. It means that we're appreciating your visit, that we are like we can say under your service, like we don't want you to go alone and you don't know the house very well, so we want to be like your guide in this house. It's just like this. It's not like we are not trusting the people, no, because the moment that we are receiving our visitors, that means they are most welcome and they are part of us. So it's
Absolutely.
just like a kind of respect for you.
No, it's all as I said, very gracious. But my point is that we can't say that these types of Muslims or whoever kind of practices keep you shallow, and then the Ismailis say, you know what, this is a la carte, just roam around on your own. Here's the key. there are some levels of that interaction, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to say here. That, and I think this would be a good discovery, that's saying that they keep you deep in the space, but then there are some rules and things that are being followed. So that's, and I said this is very intangible. I had to look at these a lot to come back to this conclusion that, yeah, there was some level of chaperoning, which is fine. Even if someone comes here today, even my own nephews and nieces, there are some chaperones because I don't want them to get into my own room or do this or whatever.
Yeah.
So there are those kind of levels of interaction and guiding them through the space that they have. All right.
Thank you both. And I guess Professor Hirdi has a really great question to all the panelists, which will kind of sum us up because we have about 5 minutes to wrap up before our next panel, which is on modern, well, there will be a little bit of a break between the two panels, but we have about 5 more minutes till this one officially ends. But Professor Hirdi has asked, what seems to connect the three papers is the idea of circulation. It would be interesting to ask if how and what ways material objects and perhaps the technologies that produce them, quote unquote, carry culture in terms of value, gender, class, etc. So whoever wants to take it first, and then maybe we can generate a discussion. Zabia, Farhad, or Afsana, either any of you. And if you need me to ask it again, I can ask it again. So I think definitely, yeah. So it's such a great idea because all three papers, as Professor Hirji is pointing out, is kind of they're kind of connected to this idea of circulation. It's about different, whether it's the camera or coins or visitors. It's this idea of circulation, things moving from point A to point B. So I guess Professor Hirji is adding to that by saying how and what ways do you guys think in terms of your papers do material objects and perhaps the technologies that produce them carry culture in terms of value, gender, class, etc. How do these sort of and this could be just a point for all of us to think about at the end, but how whether we're talking about coins or visitors or people taking sort of curated pictures of other places to visualize or to visualize a place for another audience. How do these items sort of carry the culture if we're talking about value, gender, class, etc.? And please, anyone who wants to chime in.
I can speak briefly about architecture, and that's what I do. And in our discipline, we say a space has its own language that cannot be perhaps be articulated with the artificial language, the way we converse. So looking at a space and the way they've been utilized and the configuration of the spaces, at least to me, in a difficult to explain mode, carries a lot of information about people, how they live, how they interact. I've seen houses where they were connected to the neighbor through the interiors because they were so close to one another that they had an interior door between the two neighbors. Wow. And then extensive families that sometimes had their separation and then their integration. I did one house in a village where it was just one room with a post, and that was even what the French survey showed. To me, it was this kind of a curiosity of understanding, and not somehow determinism, but understanding that how we have influenced the space and how the space is now influencing our relations and our social interactions. So again, one of the questions was that I went there with a negative frame of mind. No, that's not the case. So I'm not complaining about being chaperoned. I'm saying that I felt so at home with these families. And my initial idea was that, hey, I was given all the freedom in the space. But then when I'm looking at those snapshots that are now I've created, I'm looking and saying, there was certain kind of ways that interaction happened.
Many thanks. Zabia or Afsana, would you like to add something to that as a final thought, perhaps?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting question, Dr. Hirji. I think although the material culture are static in nature, however, the ways the culture, the way the material is being interpreted, adapted in different forms and in different times, I think that makes it very fluid for the recipient. If we talk about coin or even photographs, although they are static, although they don't speak, but it speaks to different individual in different ways, and the meanings that we make out of the material culture makes it that how they are carrying it in different contexts, and that influences the future of that particular material culture, although it's static.
On that note, thank you, Farhad, thank you, Zabia, and thank you, Afsana. That's the order that you are on my screen. And thank you, Khalil, for backing me up with my horrible Nairobi connection here. But these were 3 wonderful papers on material culture. I was very, very excited to chair this panel, and I learned a lot from all 3 of you. You have very exciting projects, and I cannot wait to see what comes next. And I know that we're all in all parts of the world. So for some of you, a very early good morning, and for some of you, a early good evening. And with that, we're going to end this panel. The next panel, I think, begins in about, let me check the timetable again. 1 second. The next panel starts at 10:20 a.m., so in about 15 minutes. It's on modern Nizari Ismaili history and thought. So till then, thank you guys very much, and we hope to see many of you in the next panel. Take care, everyone.
Yeah, we're just going to take a 15-minute health and bathroom break. So we'll see you guys very soon. All right, we are going to begin the next panel, panel number 14. Let's just make sure everyone is present. I believe everyone is here. Let me just quickly co-host all of you. You're all here. The third speaker is on his way, so that's fine. All right, and I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Said Zaidi, to run this panel for us. Go ahead, Said.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry that I sound this way. I woke up with a cold, so we're just going to have to deal with me sounding this way. Thank you, Professor Andani. Thank you, Khalil, for introducing me. This panel is entitled, excuse me if I'm not correct, just give me one moment. This panel is entitled Modern Nizari Ismaili History and Thought. Our first speaker is Karim Javan from the IIS, Ismaili Inscriptions in Anjudan and Kahak, a new source in Ismaili history. You have the floor, Dr. Javan.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to all our audience today. And thank you to Dr. Khalil Andani and all the people involved in preparing and organizing this conference. Let me share my screen first. Is it now visible?
We can see it.
Okay, great. All right. The title of my presentation today is Inscriptions of Anjudan and Kahag, a new source in Ismaili history. I need to give a little background to this presentation because it is important. I have done two fieldwork in Mahalat and Anjudan Kahag, one in 2002 and the other in 2018. And this presentation is a result of two fieldworks that I've done. During my first fieldwork there, I came across to the news that there are inscriptions on rocks of Haftat Qoleh on the mountains by the Ismaili Imams, but I thought that it's just one or two. But in 2014, I came across an article by an archaeologist from Iraq with the name of Ismail Sharahi, who introduced hundreds of inscriptions by Ismaili Imams on the mountains of Haftat Qoleh. But the information that he had provided was not always the best according to my knowledge. So I decided to go in person and visit these places and record as much as I can. So that's why, as part of the project between ISCU, IS, and Ismaili Heritage Project, I went there and captured all these inscriptions. And it took me quite a few years actually to decipher the information on these inscriptions. And some of the findings have been quite extraordinary for myself. As we know, the Anjudan revival period in Ismaili history is not a very well documented period. We don't have any Ismaili source on this period, and whatever we have, as limited as they are, by non-Ismailis. We don't know exactly when the Ismaili Imams transferred the seat to Anjudan from Azerbaijan. but just know that the first Ismaili Imam buried there is Imam Musa Sarabillah II, who died in 1480. There is one source by Dai Anjudani poem, Qasida, that records Muslim Saballah II as the Imam of the time, as the Qa'im. But this can't be true. I mean, the attribution to Dai Anjudani is not probably well established, because Dai Anjudani lived a century later. We don't know anything about Imam Abu Zar Ali and Murad Mirza, because they're not buried there. Even the dates of their life are not clear to us. The relation with the Noktabis, the Ismailis and the Noktabis, we don't know, because we just read in historical sources of the age that Shah Tahmasp ordered the attack of Anjudan, because Noktabis were operating in this area. And we don't know really what's the relationship between the Noktabis and Ismailis in this age. And also the transfer of Imam's seat from Anjudan to Kahak. The first inscription that I want to show you is an inscription which hasn't been really recorded by any other scholar before. And I found it on the walls of a site in Anjudan, which is called Chel Dokhtaran or Chel Akhtaran. Nowadays, it's a shrine. And according to the locals, it belonged to the female members of the Ismaili Imams who are buried there. But now it's they have created a different identity for the site. But this inscription on this rock is on the wall, and it took some time for me to read it, which says, Has qabr Sheikh Sadat, Sayyid Najm al-Din, Ibn Shams al-Din, Abdullah, Shahid Pak-Din, Chabak و Chalak, از دارالفنا رحلت گزید شد سوی دارالبقا با هور گشته همقرین. And the date also is mentioned there, روز جمعه نیمه ماه رجب، زاغ و میم و هی گذشته از سنین. And this is according to the abjad calculation and the value system, which is 845, 1441. So this is just 4 decades before the death of the first Ismaili Imam buried there. And it belongs to a Sayyid and the Sheikh of Sayyids, Ibn Shamsuddin, with the name of Najm al-Din. We don't know anything about this person and how he's related to Ismaili Imams or not, but I think it's a mystery that needs to be investigated. Now, I'm going to talk about different sites that are located in around Haftat Qollah protected area. In the map, you can see that Mahalat is at the bottom near Nimbar, and then on the top, this is Isabad, which one side Qotlu is located near that, and we have Anjudan on the left, and also Kahag on the other side of the Haftat Qollah mountains. So it's located near Iraq in the center of the central province in Iran. And we see also Mahalat here in the corner as well. This is the area of activity of the Ismaili Imams during the Anjudan and Kahag and Mahalat that we have inscriptions around this area related to that time. So first one is Dareh Abshar, which is located just behind the village of Anjudan, and also the mausoleums of Imam Musa Saballah and Garib Mirza in the village of Anjudan. There's also another site, as I said, Qotlu near Isabad, and also the mausoleums of Imam Nizar and Sayyid Ali in Kahag, and also Dareh Chakab in Haftat Qula protected area that you see here in the center of the Haftat Qula protected area. The first site is Dareh Abshar of Burastun, which is just located behind the village of Anjudan in the middle of the mountain there. Around 55 inscriptions were identified there. The oldest inscription records the name of Shah Garib there, which is dated 945-1538. This is the first surprise for me because we know that Imam Garib Mirza passed away according to our record in 904 or 1498. Now, why somebody calls himself the servant of Shah Garib in 949 is a mystery. The opposite image is another inscription by Imam Khalilullah I, and it's a quatrain which seems to be by himself, because at the beginning it says lekatibihi, means by its scribe, by the author, by the writer. در روز و شب است ورد من ناد علی، غافل نشوم زمانی از یاد علی، یا رب نشود خلیل در هر دو جهان محتاج به جز علی و اولاد علی. Day and night remembrance of Ali is my call. I do not forget a moment the name of Ali. O God, may not Khalil rely on both worlds but on Ali and the progeny of Ali. And it is dated 995 or 1586. Now, the gravestone of Imam Khalilullah I used to be in the mausoleum of Shah Garib in Anjudan. Nowadays, it has been removed and is kept in the Museum of Iraq. This is a picture, a new picture that I've taken in the museum. But I have a different reading of the date of Imam Khalilullah I's death in Ivanov's records, and also Dr. Daftari following Ivanov. His death is recorded in 1043, 1634. But in the inscription, according to the chronogram that is recorded on his gravestone, it's actually 1069, 1658. امیر اعظم اکرم حسابا خلیل الله میر خوش خسایل به 68 سال در جهان زیست نشد از درگهش نومید سائل ز رضوان خواستم سال وفاتش به گفتا کو بهشت او را منازل. Now, I think what Ivanov did not include the two letters of ku here, and then calculated only behesht u ra manazil, which adds up to 1043. But I believe that it's not accurate, and it should be 1069, as these words also is part of the chronogram. Another evidence that I found is in a qasida by a contemporary poet called Mahmud Ali Maski, who lived in 1054, 1644, and has a qasida in praise of Imam Khalilullah I. This poet has another famous poem in which he records the name of all Ismaili leaders and muallims in different regions. And in this poem, he writes, Moses came from Tur Sinai, joy came to ears, rise as the Zuhur arrived, may it be a blessing. So he calls the Zuhur of Imam Khalilullah. He records the name of Ya Shah Khalilullah, Bardar Hijab az Rah, Binim Lagay To, Binim Lagay Shah, Ya Rab ki Mubarak Bad. So he refers to the time of Imam Khalilullah as a new era of Zuhur. And also he records the date here, در 50,004 گفتیم به عشق یار وحشی به نمادیدار یا رب که مبارک باد. So in 1054 or 1644, Imam Khalilullah was alive, and I don't know, for some reason, his time is referred to as a new Zuhur. Another Ismaili poet who lived also the same time with Khati Khorasani also refers to this the same period as an age of Zuhur. چون ظهور حضرت صاحب زمان پیدا شود گر بود دوزخ جهان گردد بهشت پر ظهور 1050 شد حساب یوم موعود ولی چون نبی خود داده وعد و هم وعیدش بی قصور. Okay, when the zuhur of the Lord of the time arrives, if the world is hell, it will turn into paradise full of virgins. The year 1050 is the promised counted day of Bali, as Prophet has promised it without any shortcoming. So we don't know anything about the zuhur issue, but definitely Imam Khalilullah I was living in 1050 after 1043. Another site is Qutlu, and the name of Qutlu originates from the word Qatlgah, or the place of execution. According to locals, in this place, a number of Ismailis were executed on the order of a mullah, local mullah. But the original name of the place is Mubarakabad, which is recorded on the inscriptions on the site. The oldest inscription found here is dated in 965, which is 15.
You have 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, thank you. And then it's also the latest one is in 1077 by Nuruddin, Imam Nuruddin. It seems that Imam Nuruddin was the commissioner of this spring that exists there and the plantation there, and also the other site that I couldn't go there in Dareh Chakab. In one of the inscriptions we read, "He's the eternal, the commissioner and the founder of this Mubarakabad spring, and the garden is the servant of the court, Dargah Nuruddin al-Husayni, on 23rd of Sha'ban, 1075, 11 March, 1665. And a line of poetry, I built a resting place at the way of people of wisdom, so that people may remember me by acknowledgement, written by Gida Ali Mashhadi. In another description in the Dareh Chakab site, the same thing is repeated. In this site, there are more than 100 inscriptions in total. Most of them belong to Ismaili Imam, but some of them belong to other monarchs, for example, Nasruddin Shah Qajar as well. The dates are between 1016 and 1243 or 1608 and 1828. On the right inscription, we read that the founder and the initiator of the renovation of the Chakab spring and the planting of trees is the humblest of God's creations, Nuruddin ibn Khalilullah al-Husayni. On Saturday, 11th of Ramadan, it was completed. May he who vandalizes this be, there is an unreadable word there, but God's punishment. The date also is not clear here, but the one next to it, it reads, He's Allah the Eternal, on the date of Rabiul Awal, 1087, May 1676, we arrived at this place with a group of friends for hunting. And then one name, Khalilullah, and in a smaller box underneath that we can see here, is written Nizar al-Husayni. As I said, I couldn't go and visit myself this site because it's in the protected area, which is closed now to the public because of the wildlife there. But I could find a number of photographic reports in the Iranian media, and this is one of them in Hamshahri newspaper. Now, the extraordinary finding is in one of the inscriptions in Androdan. According to our information in the standard history, Imam Nizar is followed by Imam Sayyid Ali and Sayyid Hassan. But in this inscription, we see a different order. In this inscription, it says, he is the God, the servant of the king of the faith, Nizar ibn Mihrab al-Husayni at the year 1127, 1750. And then another one with a different handwriting says Ibn Khalilullah al-Husayni Sayyid Ali. And another one, again in a different handwriting, Ibn Muhammad Saleh al-Husayni Muhammad Saleh. And another is Ibn Muhammad, I don't know, but the first three are buried in Kahak. And the date.
You have 1 minute.
Yeah. Okay. Now, in the mausoleums of in Kahak, we have the gravestones of Imam Nizar and Imam Sayyid Ali, which are dated. According to our knowledge, say Imam Sayyid Ali followed Imam Nizar, but according to the inscriptions here, Imam Sayyid Ali actually passed away before Imam Nizar. So if you look down here on the gravestone of Imam Sayyid Ali, the date is recorded 1129, 1717, and also here the date is quite clear, Saleh Sadusi Uchar. And also, strangely, the name father of Imam Nizar is recorded as Mihrab, which is strange. And then in a manuscript dated from the same time, in the list of the Imams, I found that Imam Nizar is recorded as the Imam al-Mustawda by somebody who was a contemporary of Imam Nizar and Imam Hassan. So here, as you see, Imam is described as Imam Nizar as the Qa'im al-Asr and Imam al-Mustawda. And this manuscript is dated 1142, 1730, which is just 8 years after the death of Imam Nizar.
Javad, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time is up.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, I have.
Why don't you just finish up?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Andani. And one of the strange finding is that in Chekhov Valley, there are 4 inscriptions dated the same on 12th of Shawwal, 1139, 2nd June, 1727. All these 4 contain the name or record the name of Imam Hassan, Sayyid Hassan al-Husayni. So it seems that right after, in 5 years after death of Imam Nizar, Imam Sayyid Hassan Bey was the Imam there already, because the title that is given to Imam Sayyid Hassan is Aghai, and as we can see here in the inscription, Agha Hassan, may his fortune last. These few words were written in 12 Shawwal 1139, 2nd June 1727, in the service of the servants of my Aghai, which is a very common term in reference to the Imam in this time. Memorandum of the servant Muhammad Arif al-Husayni. And then in another inscription, he's described as Hatami Khandan al-Khalil, Khalafa Adam Ismaili. This is another inscription that he's described in the same terminology, Agha Buzurg ibn Khalilullah. And the same dates you see, and the name of other people. Among other inscriptions found there are Indic texts in Anjudan and Kahai. And the first image belongs to Imam Musa Sarbillah II. On the walls, there is a list of names, probably. I haven't been able to decipher the names, but they're in Sindhi. And the second one is a gravestone in Kahag, which records both in Persian and Sindhi, and it belonged to a certain Muhammad the Cambria of Sindh, who died in 1804. Okay, conclusion. According to these findings, the dates of Imam's lifetime during the Andrew revival needs revisiting. The order of Imams in our list should be compared with the information of the inscriptions, and also there could have been more examples of Imam al-Mustoda in history, and accordingly, this notion needs to be redefined according to historical narratives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Javad. That was an enlightening talk. Our next speaker is Dr. Ahmad Mir Ali, and he will be speaking on excuse me. I am sorry, my thing is my thing just went off. The Ismailis and Armenians in wartime Salamia. The floor is now yours. Thank you.
Thank you. So hello all. Special thanks to the conveners and organizing committee and hosts. And I'll begin in just a moment. Let me share my screen. Here we go. All right. So the map you see here was compiled by the Ottoman military in 1915, and it shows the ethnicity and confession of Greater Syria's population. I've circled in a yellow where Ottoman cartographers included some of the Ismaili population, mainly in the settlements of Masyaf, Al-Khawabi, Al-Kaf, and maybe Kadmus as well. The map's interesting, not least for what it says about the needs of war planners to classify and categorize the population, or for its potential use in any post-war land claims. It's also noteworthy for its omission of the largest concentration of Ismailis, around 10,000 or so, who lived in the district of Salamia, about midway between Hama and Homs, right here in the area with purple vertical lines. To be sure, in the fog of war, the military might have left out the district of Salamia for a number of reasons, but it is also a curious omission. Nevertheless, for that area here with the vertical purple lines became a relocation area for thousands of Armenians and a site of genocide. So taking cues from this and based on published and unpublished Armenian, Ismaili, and Ottoman sources, my paper explores the social and political effects of demographic change in the district and town of Salamia at the height of the Great War. The demographic change resulted from a refugee resettlement policy to mitigate the drain on men and resources from wartime exactions, including the genocide of Armenians in Eastern Anatolia, and conscription, desertion, and exile in Syria. More specifically, I'll sketch the changing dynamics among Salamia's Ismaili residents, the Armenian refugees, and the Ottoman administration. And I argue that given the Ismailis' worsening relations with the Ottoman state, Salamia's townsmen chose to accept the government's resettlement policy rather than opposing the scheme and facing more state-sanctioned violence. So before I proceed, a few words on the Ismailis in the Ottoman Empire are necessary as a little background. So the Syrian Ismailis had lived in Greater Syria well before the 16th century Ottoman conquest of the region, mainly in the settlements you see on the map in the Levantine coastal mountains here. And until the 19th century, the small farming community had minimal contact with Ottoman authorities, save through their elite's hereditary appointment as local tax collectors. Over time, this changed and encouraged by Ottoman land reform policies, the Syrian Ismailis settled the ruins of the ancient village of Salamia around 1850, right here. I should say resettled, perhaps, because Salamia served as headquarters for the pre-Fatimid imams and as well first Fatimid Caliph Ubaydullah al-Mahdi. But still, the community had abandoned the settlement from the 10th century until resettling it in the mid-19th century. So by the 1880s, the Ismaili settlers had turned Salamiyya, which became the center of an eponymous district, into a productive agricultural enterprise. The settlement and district soon attracted communities of Alawis and Circassians, among others. This also brought in Ottoman officials who busied themselves with land registry, censuses, and eventually conscription. These more frequent interactions between officials and the Ismailis changed their earlier transactional relationship. Now officials attempted to rein in the Ismaili elite's independence, and in the process discovered their newfound connection to a British Empire loyalist and Imam in Bombay, Sultan Muhammad Shah Aga Khan III. A little background, the majority of the Syrian Ismailis had recognized the Aga Khan as their Imam only around the turn of the 20th century. Prior to this, they followed the Mumini line of the Nizari Imams based in the Deccan in India. And when the last of these Imams had died in the 1790s, the Syrian Ismailis began a decades-long search for an heir, whom they eventually found in the Qasim Shahi line of Nizari Imams, at the time headed by the Aga Khan III. It should also be noted that the Syrian Ismailis didn't seem to know about the 14th century schism, which had resulted in the Mumini and Qasim Shahi Nizari Imamates, until they met with Aga Khan III in Bombay in the late 19th century. So in any case, the Ottoman government was suspicious of the Ismailis' ties to a foreign, semi-official statesman and religious figure, as was the Aga Khan. After all, the Ottoman Christian subjects had for decades used their connections with foreign agents to circumvent Ottoman laws and trade regulations with the backing of European consuls and church groups. So the Aga Khan only added to the suspicions of the Ottoman government towards the Ismailis after his meeting with Sultan Abdul Hamid II in Istanbul at the turn of the 20th century, where he seemed to have requested better access to his followers in Syria. This only heightened Ottoman concerns that the Ismailis, through their newfound loyalty to the Aga Khan, could be used as a fifth column for British imperialism. And at the same time, a minority of Syrian Ismailis refused to recognize the Aga Khan's imamate. The most vociferous of the dissenters had lost their communal authority to the Aga Khan's newly appointed Syrian leadership, who now assumed control over the collection of zakat. The dissenters informed the Ottoman authorities about the collection of zakat and of the religious leadership's secret trips to visit the Imam in Bombay. Officials then implicated hundreds of Ismailis in a subversive plot, charged scores with treason, and convicted many of crimes against the state. Soon after their convictions, in 1908, the Young Turk Revolution forced Ottoman Sultan Abdul Hamid to restore the constitution, which he had suspended 30 years before. The revolutionaries also pushed for a general amnesty for all political prisoners, and the imprisoned Ismailis were set free. Despite the political change, Ottoman officials continued to view the Ismailis and their connection to the Aga Khan with suspicion. And as before, a minority of the Ismailis, who either remained skeptical of the Aga Khan's imamate or whose economic interests had been threatened by the new religious leadership, informed provincial authorities about the collection of zakat once again, yes. And as before, the authorities arrested several Ismailis and seized the zakat. The district governor of Hama then took possession of the seized zakat and tricked the Ismailis into donating it, along with around 100 acres of their land, for the construction of 2 state schools in Salamiyya. For some time, the Ismailis petitioned for the return of their zakat and land, but by 1911, Istanbul closed the matter for good. So fast forward 2 or 3 years later, and Britain and France declare war on the Ottoman Empire in November 1914, and immediately afterwards, the Ottomans, urged by their Central Powers allies, proclaimed jihad. Britain reacted by enlisting influential Muslims and others to shore up Allied support, and the Aga Khan heeded the call, first by telegraphing most of the Ismailis not to side with the Central Powers, second, by offering his wealth for the Allied cause, and third, by serving as an unofficial channel for which Britain and the Ottomans might negotiate the latter's neutrality. The Aga Khan also served as wartime propagandist and took out a statement in the Times of London in which he accused Istanbul of being a tool of Germany and challenged Ottoman claims to the caliphate. Britain distributed the Aga Khan statement throughout the Balkans, which Ottoman consular officials noted with anger. The Ottoman consul and embassy in Bulgaria even blamed an Armenian-owned press for the translation and printing of the Aga Khan statement. The Aga Khan's statement caught the Ottomans by surprise because of his public about-turn. During the Aga Khan's recent presidency of the All India Muslim League, for example, he had financially supported the Ottoman cause in Libya against Italian aggression. He also partnered with the Ottoman embassy to fund a mosque in London. And additionally, the Aga Khan tried to mediate between the Ottoman ambassador to London and the British government as late as October 1914. And then at the end of that year, in December 1914, Britain sent the Aga Khan on a mission to Cairo to gauge Egyptian loyalties and their sentiments on the war. There, the Aga Khan met with Egypt's royalty, politicians, and ulama, whose feelings he recorded. He also inspected Indian troops stationed across Egypt, lecturing them that, despite Ottoman jihad, their loyalty ought to be placed with the Entente. And later, the Aga Khan engaged in intelligence gathering in Switzerland, where he met with a number of Ottoman and Qajari émigrés, whom he endeavored to enlist for the Allied cause. His wartime activities disconcerted the Germans and Ottomans such that, in 1917, 2 failed attempts on his wife's, and his son Ali Khan's lives were made in Lucerne. Thereafter, he stayed out of public view and spent the remainder of the war writing a political treatise. So as soon as the Ottomans declared war on the Entente, Minister of Navy Jamal Pasha, who you see in this photo, was made Governor General of Syria and commander of the Fourth Army, which was based not too far from Salamia. Jamal Pasha's time in Syria is generally referred to as a reign of terror on account of his punishment of Arabs suspected of wavering in their loyalties to the Ottoman cause. But in addition to political violence, the bullets and the bombs, there was famine, constant requisition of grain and beasts of burden, an Allied naval blockade that prevented aid efforts, cholera and malaria, and plagues of locusts combined to kill nearly half of all Syrians throughout the war. Adding to the starvation, disease, and death were tens of thousands of Armenian refugees who had been deported from Anatolia to various parts of Syria. Their deportation can be traced to changing social and political visions of the Ottoman Empire. So on the eve of the war, and after years of foreign encroachment and related ethno-national separatist movements, Ottoman politicians and intellectuals began to see a Turkish-speaking Sunni Muslim polity as the only viable option to maintain sovereignty. This vision was implemented in 1915 with a series of laws to deport entire Christian communities from areas considered militarily sensitive. The laws ultimately sanctioned the genocide of perhaps a million Armenian and Greek Catholics and Orthodox and Protestants, among other confessions. Governor General of Syria, Jamal Pasha, initiated a resettlement policy for 60,000 of these Armenian refugees, thousands of whom were settled in Salamia. The policy served to counter the loss of working-age Syrians who were either undertaking or avoiding military service. Armenian refugees gained employment as laborers, craftsmen, and wool spinners. If they were literate in Ottoman Turkish, they took up jobs as postal and telegraph workers, bank clerks, and low-level bureaucrats. Most of the military-age Ismailis were placed in their local gendarmerie, from which they frequently deserted. Some Ismailis avoided military service by maiming themselves or escaping abroad. But really early on, a majority of the Syrian Ismailis understood they had to present themselves as Ottoman patriots, lest they face state violence. The Ismailis, as all other Syrians, suffered from the empire-wide exactions of the draft, property requisitions, food shortages, inflation, and disease. The threat of additional punishment hung over the community because of the Aga Khan's appeal to Allied loyalty. However, and this is important, the Syrian Ismailis never knew of the Aga Khan's appeals, and there is no evidence of any communication between them and the Imam during the entire war. Salamia's local administration facilitated Jamal Pasha's resettlement scheme for Armenian refugees, but the policy only succeeded because the town's Ismailis had supported it, which begs the question, why? The Armenian refugees certainly brought new problems to Salamia. Prostitution became rampant, and both malaria and cholera were endemic. Yet, the Ismailis were in no position to oppose the government. Salamia's elite might have also seen the Armenians' arrival as an economic opportunity, for the refugees needed to buy food and rent shelter. And there were other motivations still. In the Ismaili family, the Tamirs, thank you. In the Ismaili family, the Tamirs had for some time expanded their influence in Salamia. They acquired land at the expense of sharecroppers and supported local government initiatives against the wishes of many of their fellow townsmen. The family, moreover, had until recently monopolized the town's mayoralty. They had also had business partners who were close to Jamal Pasha. The Tamirs thus aided government resettlement policies in hopes that officials would reward their loyalty in any post-war settlement. Governor General of Syria began in 1916 to hang Arabs alleged to be enemy collaborators, which obviously weakened enthusiasm for the war. He therefore decided instead to exile tens of thousands of Arabs to Anatolia, including some Ismaili families from Salamia. The exiled Ismailis were not punished for their being disloyal. Rather, the Tamirs had used their political connections to have the families exiled and then steal their land. Salamia's residents took heed of this intrigue and promptly established local clubs to support the military. They also festooned the town with Ottoman flags and votive candles. Syrians were suffering from famine, but in Salamia, there was enough food in the market. This attracted the army and police, who illegally requisitioned entire grain stores and livestock. Bedouin also took advantage of the chaos and began to raid settlements in the district. The local administration made matters worse by hanging deserters. Indeed, there were few men left in Salamia. The local administration understood that many of the Armenians in exile were educated and some had experience in the bureaucracy. Thus, Armenians were employed as Salamia's treasurer, local representative to the government, and clerks in various departments. By the middle of the war, Armenian refugees made up 1/3 of the population of Salamia. The following quote, which Armenian refugee Krikor Bulgarian noted in his diary, illustrates this. Salamia has turned into an Armenian town. Unsurprisingly, some residents were resentful of the Armenians taking what appeared to be all the jobs and requested officials relocate them elsewhere. To address the tension, officials pressured the Armenians to convert to Islam. The process of conversion was bureaucratic and standardized. Officials and ulama coerced and co-opted the Armenians to convert, enticing them with state relief, including cash and housing. But if those incentives failed, threats were made. After the conversions, tensions between Salamia's Sunni Muslims and Armenians quieted, and the two communities sometimes intermarried. But the townsmen's feelings towards the war were cooler, however. The Ismailis seem to have wished for an Allied victory to end the trying state of war. Others countenanced rebellion, especially after Amir Faisal's Arab revolt had begun. Some of Salamia's townsmen started to rethink their politics with a different post-war Syria in mind. Even the Ismaili mayor now encouraged Arab nationalism. In the end, the Ottomans retreated from Syria in October 1918, and many Armenian refugees in Salamia made their way back to Anatolia. Yet in spring 1920, Mustafa Kemal Ataturk's Turkish nationalist forces defeated the French Armenian Legion in southern Anatolia, and the Armenians again emigrated. The Ismailis, for their part, allied with France after an Alawi insurgency had begun to threaten their property and lives. Their decision to work within the new order was pragmatic. Recent decades of Ottoman persecution taught them that, although they might be in a weak position to challenge the state, they could use the appearance of loyalty in a strategic way. Thus, the Ismailis supported the Ottoman war effort for as long as needed. After the Ottoman retreat, however, they dropped the pretense and allied with France to protect their interests from the encroachment of other local potentates. Armenian and Syrian Ismaili sources claim that, on account of the Ismailis' recent persecution at the hands On account of the Ismaili's recent persecution at the hands of officials, a bond of solidarity existed between the townsmen and the refugees. Salamia's townsmen accepted the massive influx of Armenians fleeing genocide for pragmatic and not emotional reasons. A few of the Ismaili elites even saw in their welcoming the Armenians political and economic possibilities. To conclude, the Ismailis certainly empathized with the Armenians' plight, yet it really was their own political marginality that determined their support of the resettlement policy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mirali. That was a very, very interesting talk and very important one historically and for the present day. Next, we have Dr. Javad T. Hashmi from Harvard, who will be addressing the modernist Imam, the social and religious views of Aga Khan III in his own words. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm not able to share the video. Okay, it allowed me to now. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Okay. All right, thank you very much. Just 1 second, I'm so sorry, still setting up. All right, so I wanted to start out with what I call a historical oddity, which was briefly kind of hinted at in the previous presentation. But this historical oddity was in the early 1920s during the Khilafat movement. The Khilafat movement was when a group of Indian Muslims under the British Raj petitioned the British government not to topple the Ottoman Caliphate. The reason why I call this a historical oddity is that two of the prominent leaders of this movement were Sir Sultan Muhammad Shah and Sayyid Amir Ali, who wrote this letter to the British Crown in which they said, quote, "The elimination of the caliphate would mean the disintegration of Islam." The reason why this is a historical oddity is that both of these figures were prominent Shias. Sayyid Amir Ali was a 12er Shia, and Sir Sultan Muhammad Shah, of course, was Aga Khan III. So we're going to try to answer this question of kind of contextualize why did this historical oddity take place? And I hope this presentation will help in that. So to briefly introduce Aga Khan III, he was Muhammad Shah, Sir Sultan Muhammad Shah. He was the 48th Imam of the Nizari Ismaili community. My interest as someone outside of Ismaili studies and a non-Ismaili was my work on Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan. Sir Sayyid, as he is commonly known, was a prominent 19th century Indian Islamic reformer. I call him the grandfather of Islamic modernism. And so Sir Sayyid and Aga Khan III were colleagues, and they shared many ideas, and that's where my interest comes in. So I'm looking at Aga Khan III through the lens of Islamic modernism. And part of this is my view that we shouldn't just pigeonhole Aga Khan III in the box of Ismailism, nor should we think that Ismaili studies is only relevant to Ismailis or people who do Ismaili studies. Rather, I'm trying to look at the kind of the influence of Ismaili thinkers in the wider context of the Islamic intellectual landscape. So in the middle of this picture is seated Sir Sayyid, just so you can see what he looks like. Before we begin, so we're going to look at Islamic modernism through the lens of Aga Khan, or reversely, Aga Khan III through the lens of Islamic modernism. A functional definition of Islamic modernism is useful, so Professor Qasim Zaman provides this. It's basically the idea of rethinking, reinterpreting, and reforming Islamic thought to bring it up to what is seen to be, on the one hand, the spirit of Islam as opposed to the letter of the law, and what are seen to be modern needs and sensibilities. It's easier to understand Islamic modernism, I think, if we think of its reverse, which is what it kind of opposes or stands in opposition to, which is Islamic traditionalism. Here is a good functional definition of Islamic traditionalism. Basically, Islamic traditionalism places the accent on the historical continuity of ideas. I think the key point here is that Islamic traditionalism does not view modernity as being a point of needing major rupture from the past and the accumulated Islamic legal tradition, whereas Islamic modernism sees modernity as something unprecedented and therefore requires, you can think of rupture or a new beginning, or as the Islamic modernist, Islamic poet and philosopher Muhammad Iqbal put it, a reconstruction of Islamic thought. Islamic modernism is analogous to what's called liberal theology. So Gary Dorian wrote a book on American liberal theology. So this was a group of 19th century Christian liberals who were trying to strike a third way or a middle way between what they saw on the one hand as dogmatic orthodoxy on the one hand and secular irreligion on the other. So this is Islamic modernism, or sorry, modernists in general, whether they're Christian or Islamic, try to strike this middle ground third way approach. So it's analogous to liberal theology, basically viewing traditional ideas through the lens or the light of modern knowledge and modern ethical values. You may have heard some of other terms such as liberal, progressive, and feminist Islam. In my view, there is no real conceptual difference between Islamic modernism and these categories, and really these are just different strands of contemporary Islamic modernism. It's also important to keep in mind that most Islamic modernists don't use that term. This is a term used by academics. It's also interesting to note that the heyday of Islamic modernism has well passed. Since especially it's died down since the 70s and the 80s, when we see this kind of rightward shift towards Islamism. The gentleman on the right of this picture, the reason I included him is that's Muhammad Ali Jinnah, the founder of Pakistan. So we see, and I consider Aga Khan III to be a sort of co-founder of Pakistan. But the point that I'm trying to make here is that the early kind of thinkers of the Pakistan movement, or what became known as the Pakistan movement, were actually Islamic modernists, which can be kind of counterintuitive initially. Okay, so coming to Aga Khan III's ideas, which again line up very well with Islamic modernism, he was calling for a reformation of Islamic thought. He opposed this kind of legalistic formalism that he viewed that Islamic orthodoxy had. So this is a quote from him: "Muslim law must be freed of the rigid character given to it by its ancient codifications." He called to ijtihad and ijma, but this is, he used these terms in the same way that most Islamic modernists did. So they imbue these words with a new meaning. So ijtihad is really used in its most expansive sort of sense. And ijma has historically been a conservative force. But the way many modernists are using this is not in the sense of consensus towards the past, but more in the sense of consensus building. So Allama Iqbal, for example, considered this to be a parliamentary-like institution, and this is the way that Aga Khan III is using the term. So he's seeking, and these are the words from Aga Khan III, to go back to the Quran directly. So you see this kind of, it's this kind of Reformation Protestant kind of ethic where we're cutting through the accumulated legal tradition and going straight back to the sources. And this initial early moment of Islam is seen to be the simple faith and open mind, whereas the later accumulated tradition is seen as this kind of heavy-handed scholasticism and what he calls legal servitudes. Islamic modernists were also, they tended to be anti-clerical. This was especially prominent in that time. So the Aga Khan condemned the ulama as the cause of Muslim backwardness and the divisions that are within the Islamic fold. So they blamed them for sectarianism. He looked to the history of Europe, where during the Enlightenment, the West broke free from the authority of the clerical class, and he was calling to something similar for Muslims. What's interesting to note here, for me at least, is how much the discourse has changed. Where, as I said before, the heyday of Islamic modernism has passed, but these are pretty bold, these are fighting words that I think many Islamic reformers today would be more careful in their verbiage. Perhaps even it could be said that Aga Khan IV, who is the successor to Aga Khan III, might be more careful with his verbiage, and that's because the discourse has shifted so much, especially since the 70s. Now, Aga Khan III, as well as Sir Sayyid, called for the construction of what they called, kind of what they considered to be this kind of new class, this new ulama, which are really Islamic intellectuals to be schooled in a new university system. And they wanted to create their own university, which later came to be called Aligarh. We're going to talk about that shortly. But basically, the point is to replace the ulama with a new class of Islamic intellectuals. They were against the, again, this what they viewed to be excessive legalism, and they wanted to move away from laws and this focus on laws and formalism towards what they viewed as ethics and virtues. They also viewed religion, this is kind of informed by the Islamic rationalists of the past, the Mu'tazilis. They viewed it as this concept of natural religion. That is what Islam calls to all decent, reasonable human beings would also believe in. So Islam wasn't calling to something peculiar or particular, rather these general ideas of morality, truthfulness, justice, and charity. And anything that a reasonable person would believe. And this was the true essence of Islam. And this is the Islam that we need to go back to. And this awakened Islam would liberate us from this kind of fixed, static, juridical, theological emphasis that's been placed by the clerical class. And this is, of course, in line with human reason and has a liberal and democratic spirit to it. So this is staple modernist thinking. Now, the Islamic modernists were ecumenical, that is, they were anti-sectarian. So again, they blamed the ulama for creating divisions of Sunni and Shia. The Aga Khan, as the leader of a major Shia group, deplored what he called these terrible sectarian differences. He even acted to ban, for example, the Muharram rituals, which were processions, which in the Indian subcontinent, even to this day, can cause Sunni Shia tensions. And so this is how dedicated he was to kind of allaying these kind of tensions. And this is kind of amazing that he's saying this. So he's saying even forget who Yazid was, and he's speaking to his own followers here. Yazid is kind of the prototypical enemy of Shiism. And now he's saying, forget about the past, let's move forward. And he's really trying to move past this Sunni Shia enmity and this fixation on the past. Again, this is modernist thinking. We're forgetting about these past differences and we're looking forward. We're forward facing. He called toward Sunni and Shia rapprochement, and he even issued what's called this quote unquote final reconciliation between Shias and Sunnis. And what's interesting is that Sunni and Shia thinkers, they move kind of closer towards each other. So there's this idea on the Sunni side, which I found very fascinating, which is called Tafdili Sunni thought, in which Ali is seen as kind of the preferred, successor of the Prophet, even though the first three caliphs were seen as legitimate. And on the Shia side, there's this idea that we can take the position of Ali in the early period where he accepted the first three caliphates as being legitimate, even if they thought that the spiritual imamate should actually be with Ali and his successors. Now, even though there was this rapprochement, the Aga Khan still believed that unity should be through appreciating diversity. So we don't just fuse into one union of all religions, but instead we need to live and let live. Again, there's this liberal ethic going on. As far as pan-Islamism, he basically does say that you can be pan-Islamist in the sense of having spiritual brotherhood, but that doesn't mean that we all fuse into one religion, nor does it mean that we need to form some mega state. And again, he thinks diversity of belief is a part of the wealth of the Islamic intellectual tradition. So this brings us back to the historical oddity that I spoke about. It's through this that we can understand why the Aga Khan, like Gandhi, by the way, backed the Khilafat movement. This was due to his anti-sectarian nature. Okay, so again, with Islamic modernists, he's viewing Islam as dynamic, not as static. He wants his followers to be children of the time. And each generation has to have a new and different interpretation. And these are quotes from the Aga Khan from his different books. In my article, of course, I cite them. These are from his memoirs. His speeches have been collected. And he even wrote a book, Transition in India. So he had a progressive view of time, even that basically we're moving forward. And this is a kind of what we can consider this Whig view of history, where humanity is ever moving forward and improving, which is very different than the traditional Islamic view, which here he called the Alama theory of knowledge, which basically views it as that after the Prophet Muhammad, things have pretty much been going downhill. So this is reversing it. Islamic modernists actually view it the other way around, that we're ever progressing forward. And this dawn of enlightenment basically started with the Prophet Muhammad, but we continue that work in a progressive way. Now, he did differentiate between modernization and westernization. So he did understand that we still, when we want modernize, need to retain our Islamic identity. But this is a tension within Islamic modernism. And they are, of course, accused by their opponents of just simply aping the West and quote unquote, just westernizing. Now, it should be noted that many of the Islamic modernists, including Sir Sayyid, for example, and Khan III, did have a positive view of Western culture. And so they did want to accept certain ways, Western ways of life, but while maintaining what they call the spiritual side of Islam. And so you see in this picture, of course, he is dressed in Western clothing. You see the dress of his wife is also very Westernized, and this will cause some scandal amongst traditional Muslims, which we'll talk about.
Doctor, you have 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right. So then I should go quickly. So I'll skip through a few slides then. So the focus was on, even though he like Sir Said was what can be considered a British loyalist, they did call for raising the status of Indian Muslims so that they could eventually, reach a level of self-rule. And in order to raise their status, the motto had to be educate, educate, educate. And this, I think, is why in Nizari Ismailism, there's this emphasis on education. He, along with Sir Sayyid, founded the Muhammad Anglo-Oriental College, which was later renamed to be Aligarh. He was a principal funder of this institution, which they wanted to be, like the Indian Muslim version of Oxford. And they not only wanted this to be a place to teach secular sciences, but also a kind of reformed Islamic theology. And he said, even if this is offensive to religious conservatives, this task of reinterpreting Islam using the modern science and education must be done. Unfortunately, however, or unfortunately for their vision at least, this was not to happen. The religious conservatives blocked this kind of reformed Islamic theology from being taught at Aligarh, which eventually became basically just a secular university. So this view of creating a faculty of divinity, which is what Sir Sayyid Khan III wanted to do, remains unfulfilled to this day. Now, where Khan III is actually even more progressive than most Islamic modernists of his time was when it came to women's rights. He called for full political and social equality of women. He wanted them to take their full place as full citizens in the strongest sense of the word. So Professor Ali Hassani puts it this way, at a time when the ulama, and this is not just radical ulama, by the way, this was just the ulama in general, they wanted to keep women at home under the Parda system. Khan III was calling for full political enfranchisement, even the vote. So he deplored the parda, which is not the hijab, by the way, the headscarf. Rather, parda means extreme segregation. The burqa is the complete face veil, or the full covering that goes head to toe. And zinana is the harem, or a small part of the house where women were to be confined. And so this was the kind of thinking of the ulama at the time. And so Khan III wants to abolish this. He uses the word strict veil, so that's why I don't think it necessarily means just the headscarf. He was, of course, attacked for this. He was accused of pushing Hollywood vices. And so you see here that he is responding, well, at least Hollywood is better than the parda, burqa, and zanana. Now, this is an attack that has continued to this day. So you see these are Photoshop images used against the current Aga Khan. So we see that those attacks began with Aga Khan III. As he was raising the status of women, he was open to these attacks. So he stressed women's education, and he even commanded that his followers, that if you can only afford to educate one of your children, then it should be your girl over your boy. And so that's how he emphasized this, because he felt that women were dependent on others, and this kept them in loveless and abusive marriages. If they could become economically independent, educated and economically independent, then they would only get into marriages by their own free choice and due to love, not due to necessity. And he wanted Ismaili women to be dependent on nobody except for God, that is. And he says, your imam has brought you total freedom. Okay, so finally, just 2 more minutes, I'll close up. So there is a paradox that I wanted to conclude with, which is that on the one hand, you would think that Sunni Islam without a divine infallible imam would be more conducive towards kind of enlightenment thought, which is kind of going away from delegating your thought to someone else. Whereas Aga Khan III is kind of the divine infallible imam, and he even strengthens his role, saying that he is the one who is going to give the true interpretation of the Quran. And his firmans were to be observed to the letter, not just the spirit. So this is kind of a paradox. But Professor Muhammad Mir Ali points out that this is actually, even though it's counterintuitive, it does make sense. Just like the papacy, authority itself, religious authority, strong religious authority itself can be this force of modernization. So we see that, in fact, in the contemporary period, it's groups with this democratic structures like Protestantism and Sunnism, which have suffered from kind of this turn towards fundamentalism and anti-modernism, whereas groups with a strong arm of religious leadership are able to modernize if their religious leader has modernizing and liberalizing tendencies, which is the case with Aga Khan III and the Nizari Ismailis. So I say that this is, I'm just going to skip ahead. Basically, the reason why I focused on this is that I think the Nizari Ismailis are a good case example for others, or Sunni Muslims included, like myself, to see what happens if this modernist rhetoric is actually accepted and successful in a community. So we see today that Nizari Ismailis constitute, in my mind, at least one of the most prosperous, peaceful, and progressive branches of Islam. And this is how the progressive ideas of the Aligarh movement by Sir Sayyid and thinkers like Aga Khan III were actually successfully implemented. So I think in this sense, the Nizari Ismaili community could serve as a powerful example and living testament to the potential benefits, or on the opposing side, as a cautionary tale of this modernist approach. And that's my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hashimi. That was very, very enlightening, and we really appreciate that. We are now opening the floor to questions. I will start taking questions from the panelists before I move to the general audience. Does any of our panelists or hosts have any questions for this panel?
I'm going to exercise my privilege to ask a question. So this for Dr. Karim Javan. Very fascinated by what you shared. I was wondering if because you sort of had to go, you were rushed a little bit at the end. I was wondering if you could just revisit for us, and if you need to share your screen, that's fine. If you want to just revisit for us this this sort of timeline about Imam Nizar Sayyid Ali, Hassan Ali, and you now, based on what I've seen, it looks like Sayyid Ali is before Nizar, and then Hassan Ali is after Sayyid Ali. At least if I was reading the inscriptions correctly. So if you don't mind just revisiting that for us, I'm sure a lot of people, it went by fast for us.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Khalil, for the question. Yeah, let me share the slide again for you. So this was the inscription that I showed. It seems that the space of the inscription has been done, at the same time, but I can see different handwriting, and the only inscription with the name of an imam, which is Imam Nizar, is dated. The rest are not dated, but I assume they shouldn't be, very far. I mean, historically, they should be close to each other. So Nizar is Nizar ibn Mihrab al-Husayni. But by the way, this Mihrab is buried in Imam Gharib Mirza's mausoleum next to Imam Khalilullah I, and he's described in the poem as one of the sons of Imam Khalilullah. So that's one point. And the inscriptions on the gravestones of these two imams is Imam Sayyid Ali, clearly is dated 1129, 1717, which is around 5 years before Imam Nizar's death. So Sayyid Ali passed away before Imam Nizar, basically. And the next inscription, this is the manuscript that shows Imam Nizar as a Mustawda Imam. This inscription in Chekhov Valley is dated 1139, 1727, which is only again 5 years after Imam Nizar. And Sayyid Hassan is described as the Agha, which is a reference to his status as the Imam here in 4 different inscriptions, which shows he 5 years after the death of Imam Nizar, Sayyid Hassan was already referred to as the Imam or the Agha in this period. So there is a in a way shift in the order of the Imams according to this information between Imam Nizar, Imam Sayyid Ali, and Imam Sayyid Hassan Bey or Hassan Ali Shah in the list of the Imams. I hope I answered the question.
Just so Sayyid Ali, if you go back a couple things, and I want to make sure I understand it, even though I can view the recording. So Sayyid Ali, son of Imam Khalilullah.
Yes, that's another issue. Yeah, that's another.
Okay. So it's like it seems like the order is just sort of shifted a couple.
Exactly. So Nizar was not the son of actually Khalilullah the second.
Right.
It was Sayyid Ali who was the son of.
So is that what we hear? See, Ibn Khalilullah al-Husseini Sayyid Ali. That would be this Sayyid Ali. If you go back just one slide before this, you had something else. Who is this? The one it said Nizar al-Husseini. I think it's forward one.
Yeah, we don't know. Probably it's the same Nizar, and this date, I think, belongs to the inscription at the top and the small box at the bottom that is recorded has recorded the name of Nizar al-Husseini. I assume they're not related. So because there is another name at the bottom of the inscription on the top that could not be read, and Khalilullah is at the end. So he was probably a son of Khalilullah, but we can't read the name. So this is the only inscription that I could find Nizar al-Husseini without any reference to his father.
Also, I just want to clarify, because people don't know that the name we call Zulfikar Ali in our dua, his actual name is also Khalilullah, right?
That's another mystery to me. And I am suspicious that probably Khalilullah Ali and Zulfikar Ali were 2 different imams. Because
here we have Nur, this is Nur ad-Dahar, which is Nuruddin Ali, right? Who comes after
Nuruddin is Nuruddin Ali, yes, exactly.
Right,
so
and then you have Khalil Ali before him and one after him.
Exactly.
Okay.
In the text that I found, the poems written on praise of Imam Khalilullah the first, they do not mention anything, about Zulfikar Ali. They do not refer to him in both names. I've seen another poem on praise of Imam Zulfikar Ali, which doesn't refer to him as Khalilullah. And considering the fact that in the poems that I mentioned here, Imam Khalilullah's time is referred to as a new era of Zuhur, it's possible that there was a short period of Satr as well before him. So his time was considered to be a new era of Zuhur. And that's another thing that I think I missed in the presentation.
I think there's a question from Farhad.
Yeah,
Go ahead, say it if you want to do it. Or Farhad, if you want to just raise your hand and ask it.
Yes, thank you so much. Karim, thank you for the presentation. Just curious to understand if we have a sense of what encouraged the contemporaries of the Amjadan period, the imams or the dignitaries, to inscribe on a stone. Did they have a sense that they're going to be very obscure because they had a sense perhaps that they don't have other books and publications and other ways of communication? Because at least to my very limited knowledge, we don't have the same kind of a stone inscriptions from the Alamut period, perhaps, or post-Alamut period. Do you have a sense of what triggered this? Because that seems a very interesting kind of a turn of events.
Yeah, I think there could be many reasons for this, Farhad. Thank you for the question, by the way. One of them is, I think, the sense of security and freedom that the Ismaili Imams in this period felt, probably after the recognition of the Imams by the Safavid monarch Shah Abbas after 1139. I think, I don't remember the Christian calendar. The date that is in the inscription, the decree of Shah Abbas to Imam Khalilullah. And so they are acknowledged as a family of Sayyids, basically, and they could have their activity freely, but just as Sayyids, not Imams. So that's understandable in the Shia context of Safavid, claiming to be an Imam had political and religious implications. But the other thing is, I have noticed that this inscribing on stones in the area, there are lots of marble mines in the area. One of them is just in Kahak, that was probably owned by Imam Nazar, and still nowadays, I think the family who claim their lineage to the Ismaili Imams, they own this, the marble mine. Became a business maybe, who attracted different artifact, people in the business or trade of marbles and also inscribing. So they had the opportunity, or this wealth of having access to best marbles in the area, and also the tradesmen who could inscribe very beautifully Dastali or Solos on the stones. I think it is seen in different gravestones, not only Ismailis but also non-Ismailis buried in this area. So we can say these two as main reasons maybe for these inscriptions.
Great, thank you very much. I have a question from Mohammed Magoot, and I'll just read it over here to the Q&A in the chat. I'm sorry. He says, "Thank you very much for presenting on this under-researched topic." This is for Dr. Mir Ali. What resources from the Ismailis in Syria have you used in your research that you have presented today? You made a few statements about the motivations of Ismailis in Salamia and their behavior towards Armenians, Ottomans, and the French colonial administration. Are these claims based on external accounts or accounts made by the Ismailis themselves? Thanks.
Oh, thanks, Mohammed. I knew you would ask a question like this. Yeah, I mean, the sources by the Ismailis are personal letters that they sent to Ottoman officials or business partners in Hama. These are the unpublished sources, the archival ones preserved in Istanbul by the Ismailis themselves. There are also court testimonies, police reports, and other government correspondence between the Ismailis and the Ottoman officials, and contracts and whatnot. But besides this type of source, You know, the general ideas can or the situation can be gleaned from published ones, that Mahmoud Amin's work, and then some others by Hussam Khadur and Salim Hishi, Ahmed al-Jundi. His memoirs serve somewhat to illustrate the dynamics, but the Armenian sources, Krikor Bogharian's memoir, the unpublished version of it, has a lot of detail for this period, but mainly they're Ottoman archival sources. So I hope this answers your question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for answering that. Um, uh, Hazim Kassam, actually, I noticed there's two hands up from our panel, from our host, one from Dr. Shiraz Hajiani. I'll let him ask first, and then we'll move to Ali John and Ali John Dawani and Hazim Kassam. The floor is yours, Shiraz.
Did you want me to go first?
I wanted Dr. Shiraz Hajiani to go first, but actually you can go first, Hazim. That's fine, Hazim Kassam, please.
Oh, I don't mind. I guess my question is a little involved. I'll just read it. How widely was the Aga Khan's writings and speeches accessible and known to non-Ismaili ulama, be it Shia or Sunnis, especially when his main mode of delivery was English? And what was the reaction of non-Ismaili Shia to his acceptance of the first three caliphs? Mainly, I'm interested in the clerical and societal reach of his message. Were his speeches translated into languages that the ulama understood, and were his ideas attacked by non-Ismaili intellectuals, assuming they comprised a different group or class from the ulama? Thank you.
So I'm assuming that question is for me. Yes?
Yes, it is for you, Dr. Hashmi.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. So I must confess that I'm not a specialist of Ismaili studies, nor of Aga Khan III. My interest is primarily in Sir Syed Ahmad Khan and other Islamic modernists. He did write and speak in English. From my standpoint, what's interesting is the non-sectarian way in which all of these modernists wrote. It's very hard if you pick up their work to even know whether they're Sunni or Shia. And that includes a lot of the work of Aga Khan III. In fact, many of the arguments, what's interesting to me is that many of the arguments that he raises, they're not relevant to Ismaili Islam directly, at least, because, for example, he's debating with the ulama, which as a class don't exist in Ismailism in the same sense. So my interest really was to show that Aga Khan III should be read outside of Ismaili circles, because he's making these arguments and he sees himself as an Indian Muslim leader, not just an Ismaili imam. And he was a world leader even. He was the president of the League of Nations even. So I'm on board with you as far as the spirit of your question. I don't know the exact answer as far as what their response was. Their response was vitriolic when it came to Islamic modernists in general. They generally targeted Sir Syed Ahmad Khan most directly because he was kind of seen as the head of this. And perhaps because he claimed to be Sunni, that made him more a target, whereas Aga Khan III would be seen as sort of an outsider in their view. But I don't know the exact answer. I can't imagine that it was warm and welcoming. But I'm sorry, I didn't really answer your question.
Yeah, no, the main thing that I was interested is in the transmission of his ideas to the clerics, especially because of what I assume is the language barrier. And, the different Shia and Sunni communities must have had some exposure to the Ismailis who were adopting some of his ideas and therefore observed, them in concrete ways. So, but thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. I will now pass the question, Ali John Damani's question. Are you there, Ali John Damani?
Hello, yes. So my question is for Dr. Karim Jawan. So he included in his slide a inscription in the Sindhi language he calls Sindhi, which is actually the Khochki script, right? So I'm interested in the content of that inscription, plus the language as well. Is it really the Sindhi language, or is it Gujarati or something like that? And has he got some information on the on who wrote it and the reason? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Alijan. Unfortunately, I'm not an expert in Indic languages, so I can't really read it. I've given the text to a number of my colleagues at the IIS who read the language and are experts, but they haven't been able actually to read it properly. They just can read few words, some numbers, but they cannot identify whether this is Kochki, Sindhi, but it is within the same tradition of Indic scripts, but it's very hard to read it, probably because first they're not written very carefully, and also they have been written, some parts are have been crossed over, or on the particular on the gravestone, the marble stone, is not really easy to read it. So no, I don't have much information really on the content of these inscriptions.
Okay. Yeah, I understand that. So I just wanted to make a proposal here. Can you just send me a clear picture of that? Because of the fact that the scholars at IAS to which you are referring, they spend much of their time in London, right? So they are not here on the field where there are more Khochki inscriptions. And I have found a lot of Khochki graves in what you now call the Seraiki belt, right? So those inscriptions are also hitherto unknown to the scholars, right? So I would request you if you could just send me a clear image of that. So would it be possible for you?
Yeah, I need to consult the manager as well. So because at the moment we're not sharing the images outside the institution, but I think we need to decipher anyway the content. Personally, I'm happy to share, but just send me an email, please. I don't know if you can find my email on the IS website, or I can give it to you here. So I can share some information with you.
Okay, thank you. And just sort of a small addition. That the Akhunds of the Jirk were sort of an intermediaries for the Indian Ismailis, and they used to take them to Iran, right? And I'm talking about the period of Sayyid Fateh Ali Shah, that is the 18th century, right? So the Akhunds of Jirk knew Farsi, the Persian language very well, and this is one of the reasons that, for example, take the the manuscript of Ghulam Akhund, right? That was in the possession of Bachel, and I guess Professor Asani has also used that in his PhD dissertation. So yeah, they were quite well equipped when it comes to the Persian language. So I mean, yeah, you can just I will just share my email with you, and we can talk much more on this. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ali John. I appreciate that. We're going to take our last question from Dr. Shiraz Hajiani. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Syed. Thank you, all three of you, for very good presentations. If I may, Syed, I would like to ask each one of them a question. So let me start with Aman. Aman, thank you for adding two Ottoman studies.
I was going to say that's all right with me as long as Khalil is okay with it.
Okay.
You go ahead, ask whatever, and we're not strict on time. Don't worry about the time.
Thank you. So, Aman, thank you for adding to Ottoman studies from your vantage and the research that you're doing. It's, these types of things are very essential to add to this vast area of Ottoman studies. The question that I have for you is, there are indications that in the 1920s, Sultan Mahmud Shah sent directives, if you will, to the Ismailis in Badakhshan through the agency of Shabun Shah, I believe, that they should not participate in anti-Soviet activity. And at that time, Enver Pasha was heading up a major insurrection, which the Soviets called Basmachi. Is there a similar type of, do you get any kind of similar communications between the imamate and the communities in Salamia in terms of acting with or against the Ottoman enterprise? And let me throw the other questions as well. So Aman, maybe you can have a couple of seconds to think about this. The question to Karim, again, fantastic stuff that you're presenting. And this is kind of a follow-up addition to perhaps what Farhad was asking you as well. Inscriptions usually are on monumental buildings, right, where there's the projection of power and so forth. But there are also inscriptions that take place in places of ritual importance, right? So, for instance, that inscription that you showed from Dare Chikab, if I'm getting it correctly, that looked like there might be some sort of practices taking place. Do you have you been able to dig up any kind of knowledge of what was taking place in these spaces where the, other than the gravestones, right, where the inscriptions are? Are there some kind of rituals taking place? Is it that sort of inscription that's to bring baraka into the space? What is the function of this? Okay, and let me jump to Javad's presentation as well. Javad, I want to, Sultan Mahmud Shah was an imam for a very long time. He was a public figure for decades, right? 6-7 decades almost. And you're putting together, in your slides, you're putting together a bunch of quotes, of course. I'm sure in your writing, there is contextual framing there. Right, so when you go, and I want to give one example, right? So you talk about the non-sectarian aspect, right? That he, along with various of the modernizers, was a very strong non-sectarian type. But if you look at the history of Sultan Mahmud Shah, there's the Aga Khan cases, the Haji Bibi cases that are taking place that are significant and important. There is a huge amount of sectarian control and interjection by the imam, right? That there is a fissuring that's taking place amongst the Khoja communities, and he is very adamant in countering the Sunni and particularly the Ithnashri fissure that was taking place. So, are you doing this good Muslim, bad Muslim categorization of people like, and what are the consequences of that? Okay, and I know this is a large question, so I hope that all three of you will share with us your thoughts on these.
Okay. Thanks, Shiraz. Thank you for your question, and good to see you again, although it's virtual. Well, yeah, the bus, there's no equivalent of any attempts on the part of the Aga Khan sending directives to the Syrian Ismailis during the Ottoman period to participate in any political endeavors. Most of his communication was thwarted, and his ability to send anyone directly from the Darkhana or India to the Ottoman Empire never materialized until 1924, after which the Ottoman Empire had already been dismantled. and the new Turkish Republic proclaimed. So there's no direct evidence of that, although several groups of Syrian Ismailis did travel beginning from the mid 19th century until the early 20th century to India. They mainly concern themselves with ritual and rites, and that respect. I mean, the Aga Khan's sway in the Ottoman Empire was very little, and he did try on occasions to increase his influence there, but was never able to. The Syrian Ismaili community remained very much loyal in a sense to the Ottoman state, and didn't concern itself with larger political, especially geopolitical concerns. It was mainly a lot of internal Syrian matters, or even more minutely internal, like Salamia communal affairs that the Syrian Ismaili community occupy themselves with. So I don't see any sort of large scale issues like that. However, he did try it with his agents and relations in Iraq, Ottoman Iraq. There were throughout the war communications between the Aga Khan secretly and the Ismaili. They weren't connected to the Syrian Ismailis, but they were Ismailis or related to the Imam's family in Najaf, Karbala, etc. And there was some intrigue, and the Ottomans continually intercepted through postal service and the telegraph service communications between the Imam and certain agents there, especially with regards to setting up British loyal expeditionary forces. But yeah, the Syrian Ismailis seem to have stayed out of it, probably because of their isolation, and as well just the Ottoman control of Syria at the time was quite thorough. So sorry to go on, but yeah, thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shiraz, for the question. In terms of, in regard to the inscriptions and the rituals in the area, I can't really speak of rituals today, related to the inscriptions. But I remember that in the image collection of Saif Azad, who visited the place a few decades before and pictured the wooden box on the mausoleum of Imam Mustafa Billah II, and also Garib Mirza. There is an image of people who are gathering around this box with lit candles and praying. Probably there had been some rituals around the mausoleums. Still, this in 2018 when I went there, the locals were saying that still today during the Muharram ceremonies, Ashura, the ceremonies end close to the mausoleum of Garib Mirza. So it's now outside the village actually. So the people march towards the mausoleum next to the gate, and they have a prayer there for the buried people there, and then that's when the whole I think ceremonies of Ashura ends. And that was very interesting that still in this day, maybe they're not aware of the, why they're going that place and conduct a prayer. But yeah, still these rituals somehow related to the Ismaili sites in Anjudan, but in direct connection with the inscriptions, I have no information, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Hajiani, for that excellent question. So I would answer, I think, in two ways. One is, I should stress this, that he stressed unity through diversity, and did never thought that we should all kind of merge our religion into this union of all religions, as he put it. Even we should say that when he banned the Muharram ritual, for example, that was simultaneously as well achieving a secondary objective, or could be the primary objective, was to differentiate Ismailis from Twelver Shias. So I agree with you that it would be too simplistic to say that it's all on one side here. And then that the second point I would point out on that is that, and which would be hard to do in this 20-minute presentation, which is contextualize in time the statements of the Aga Khan. So I think he would stress the elements of Sunni Shia unity at certain times, and then stress the distinctive elements of Ismailism at other points in time, based on the historical context and the need that was felt at that time. And we see that even with his, as we saw with the presentation that came before mine, his relation to the Ottoman Caliph, the position that he took was also relevant to contextual factors. And based on that, I wanted to just answer a related question by Nazir, which is his viewpoint on Hindu-Muslim unity, which answers this question as well of Professor Hajiani. So my view is that many of the principal founders of Pakistan that are considered the founders, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Allama Iqbal, and Aga Khan III, were not actually, so they were definitely not sectarians. They were definitely not people who were communalists who wanted to stoke Muslim-Hindu tensions. And in fact, I consider them to have been what can be termed democratic confederalists. They wanted a confederalist state unified under one India, but having regional autonomy so that Muslim majority regions would not be drowned out by Hindu majority regions. So this shows that the Aga Khan was trying to balance diversity and unity. And so the way it was to recognize our differences. Those are important to keep, but at the same time, figuring out how to have a unified front at the same time. And so it's in that context that I consider Khan III to have been foundational for Pakistan, which, contrary to later narratives, portrays kind of Jinnah as this, from the very beginning, he wanted a separate Pakistan, which was not the case. So thank you.
Thank you. That's an important framing there, because context does matter. And when we look at historians do this all the time, right? They're going to take an individual who has a long span, long career, and they're going to distill into a couple of words or a paragraph what that person's character was and what their essential life was about. And there are problems with that. So thank you for coming back and problematizing that in a very nice way. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Hajiani, for your questions, and all the panelists. I do see a couple of raised hands. I'm now trying to find out who.
I think those are audience, those are attendee hands.
I see.
You don't need
All
to.
right. So I think we don't have any other questions that are waiting for you all. So I will close this panel and hand power back to Khalil Andani. Thank you all for your very, very informative panel, and best of luck, and wish you all best health.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just checking whether there are other relevant questions. I see there are some questions in the Q&A box. Of course, panelists can also answer that by typing if that's what you so choose. So there is a question about, let's see here. I guess there's a general question about, the lineage of Nizari Imams. So this is to you, Dr. Javan, the lineage of Nizari Imams. Would it have to be changed if depending on if you had certain inscription data that called for a changing of the order? So that's a question to you. I'll just say that the lineage of Nizari Imams in the list that have survived, right, in the last few hundred years, it has been revised. right? There are certain names that were there, like Momin Shah. There were two Qasim Shahs. It gets revised later on because even these the lineage lists that we have are themselves a product of received tradition among communities. They're not absolutely uniform, and often a particular lineage somewhat reflects the oral tradition of a particular locale. So that's just some background. And it wouldn't be a surprise if 100 years from now, the lineage gets a little corrected again, because it has been in the past. But that is a question to you, Dr. Javan, about the impact of inscription findings on lineage lists.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Andani. I think your comment was very important, that this is not the only, time that the list, is challenged, because the list that we have today is the result of somebody else, like us, who have, looked at different documents available to him and arranged it. I understand the first person who revisited the list of the imams was Shahabuddin Shah. And before that, I don't know any list in the Ismaili manuscripts, for example, that is similar to another one. I noticed that in the list of the imams in Badakhshan, for example, they're completely different. Imam Nizar is missing actually in some lists in Badakhshan. And instead, there are names of Muhammad Shahi imams in the list. So it reflects the history of the region, because it's in some periods, Muhammad Shahi imams were operating in that period. So afterwards, they did not omit the names of the Muhammad Shahi imams. So, and then they mixed it with the Qasim Shahi imams. So because our information sometimes are from the oral history, or sometimes even a written history. For example, the text that I showed from the manuscript close to the time of Imam Nizar, the information about his own time is trustable because he was a contemporary. But when you go back, what he has recorded from about the Ismaili Imams during the Alamut period or the Fatimids, the list is quite, distorted, and the Imams are not in the right order. So somebody should have a historical mind or historical record to put these lists in order. Otherwise, the result will be always, could be always challenged when new documents, new evidence is found.
Let me just see if there's other relevant Q&A here. Yes, there is a question for, let me see here. It seems maybe it was answered. Let's see here. Yeah, anyway, there was a question for Dr. Hashmi about, this sort of, I guess, Islamic feminism. And maybe you answered it because it's not in the list. Here it is. Oh no, someone else answered. Dr. Qasim answered it, but I'll ask it for you, Dr. Hashmi. Women on women's right, it seems clear that Aga Khan III anticipated arguments that would be developed decades later by Muslim feminists. When I hear, for instance, the discourse of Malala Yousafzai, it echoes to me that of Aga Khan III and makes me wonder why Ismailis and the present Imam have not emphasized this lineage and these resonances. But that's for you, Dr. Hashmi.
Thanks, Professor Andani. I may only be able to answer this in a roundabout way, but I do agree with you, the questioner, that he anticipated many of the arguments that would later come in. So he was very progressive when it came to even the Islamic modernists. He made his arguments on the women's own benefit, whereas other Islamic modernists were talking about how a more educated woman would serve as a better spouse for the husband. So yes, I agree with you that he is progressive and anticipated many of these later arguments. As to why he would not be, his views would not be drawn upon more, I can't speak for the Ismaili community on this. My, I guess, agenda, so to speak, was for myself, I was discovering this kind of discourse. And I think Muslims in general should draw on this intellectual tradition. And I suspect that one of the reasons why many Muslims don't is, number one, is because they're putting Aga Khan III in this kind of Ismailism box, and therefore might not even be familiar with his work. And number two is I have seen, as somebody who specialized in Islamic modernism, the rhetoric of Islamic reformers in the contemporary period is actually much more moderate in some sense, much of their rhetoric, compared to the 19th century thinkers who were more radical and kind of using fighting words, as you can see. So I think that's, and that is something that has happened, I think, due to the last few decades. We've seen this, what I call this rightward shift due to the rise of Islamism, the various wars that are going on in the Muslim world.
Right. Thank you so much. I think we're sort of out of our time now. We have a lunch break schedule. So let me thank all our presenters this morning. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you to all the attendees for your questions. So we will now go on a break. The next panel, I'll actually put this up, but we'll convene for sort of lunchtime now. The next panel, let me just bring it up here. The next panel will begin at 12 p.m. So that's in about 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Eastern. It's 12 p.m. for me. 1 p.m. Eastern, which will be, so that will continue with talking about authority in Taibi, Nizari Ismailism, and related historical issues. So we will see all of you in 50 minutes. So thank you all again. All right, we are going to resume soon, just in a minute. Just trying to make sure everyone is here. I think we're still waiting for one person. Give me 1 second here to get on WhatsApp. Let's see here. All right, we I think we are everybody. Oh, we're just waiting for one of our presenters. Oh, Miklos is here. I don't know why I'm not getting a proper list, but okay. Let me just co-host a bunch of you and we will get going. Okay, I'm happy to introduce the second, sorry, my internet may have cut out, second last panel of the conference. The last panel, academic panel, is tomorrow morning. Second last panel of the conference, which is basically authority in history in Tayyibi and Nizari Ismailism. So we're going to change the order around a little bit here. Our first speaker will actually be Professor Ismail Poonawala, and I'm very glad that you are able to join us. Dr. Poonawala, let me just introduce you. So he doesn't really need an introduction, but I want to do it anyway. Professor Ismail Poonawala is a Professor Emeritus of Arabic and Islamic Studies at the University of California, UCLA, basically. His latest publication, which I think just came out or is coming out very soon, is called The Sound Tradition, Studies in Ismaili Text and Thought, which is a collection of his articles to be released by Brill in October, edited by Dr. Kumail Rajani, who also spoke at this conference. At present, Professor Poonawala is working on a new edition of Majdu's Fihrist, based on 3 new manuscripts, and revising and expanding his bibliography of Ismaili literature for the second edition. Both of those will also be published by Brill. I'm looking very forward to these publications, Professor Poonawala. And if I may say so, I have benefited a lot from your textual work in my own work. So thank you for your services to our field. Professor Poonawala, and you may begin your paper, which, let me just introduce the title. Professor Poonawala is speaking on, quote, an unprecedented crisis in the Dawoodi Bohra leadership and its aftermath. So you may go ahead. Professor Poonawala, you might still be on mute.
Can you hear me now?
We can, it's very, very low.
I don't know what is the reason.
Okay, that's better.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for your kind words. And another thing is, I thank you. Probably you are the main organizer. It's not an easy task to organize such a big conference. The second thing is that my presentation will be old style, more or less oral presentation without any slides or any power presentation, because I'm not good in computer or modern technology still. The third thing is that succession disputes among the Shi'i communities are not uncommon. They are quite often happening every now and then, not only with the question of the imamate, but also with the institution of the what you call the Da'i al-Mutlaq. And the most recent example of this disputation is still being argued in the High Court of Bombay. And this is, I think, the court case is still running on or pending since 2014. Unfortunately, I would like to note that some Western scholars have jumped and taken sides in this issue. And I might add that these scholars don't have even the foggiest idea what is happening in the in the Ismaili community, but for unknown reason, definitely for their personal benefits, they have testified. One scholar has already gone and testified. So I will not elaborate further. It's a sad thing. And also it reflects the Boras community, I think colonial community, that still the Western scholars is the final word. I think this is really moving in a quite wrong direction. The reason for my selection for this topic, I think, are numerous. First is it is well documented, and another main reason that we have the benefit of hindsight, that this incident occurred, I think, almost close to 200 years. So we can have, I think, some distance from whatever it happened, so we can really concentrate or criticize or whatever we can do it. And then another reason is that this issue, even after this long period, it is still alive. It haunts the thoughts of the ulama all these years. And the most recent incident happened in 1970s, where on the same very issue, 4 scholars who were teaching in the seminary school in Surat were beaten up. One was, I think, also died because of these reasons. And I have contact with these people because the person who died, the most senior, was also a colleague of my father. So I've heard a lot of things from my father. And then I interviewed in the early 70s or mid 70s, I think one of the 4 who was beaten up and he was still alive, I think had not escaped Surat. So I have number of even contacts, even with the grandfather of Sumaya Hamdani, who had testified in the I think the what I would say the civil case of 1917, and I also talked to him, I think, in the late 60s at length, so to say, quite at length. So let me now state that I'm not going to read the paper, but my paper is quite long, and so it is divided into mainly 4 parts.
Professor Puno, sorry to interrupt. Did you want to turn on your video or did you want to keep it off?
Oh, I think it is on, no?
No, it's off. You'll have to turn it on. It says start video.
Where should I find the button?
Probably somewhere at the bottom.
Oh, start my video.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see me now?
Yes, much better. Nice to see you.
Okay, thank you. So the paper is divided into 4 sections. First is, I think, identifying the case, which I will state in few seconds. Then the second, I think, because of the lack of time, I will let go, is the survey of the sources. They are voluminous and quite, I think, large in various languages, in English, in Arabic, in Urdu, in Gujarati, and number of also other, what is called Lisan-e-Dawa and other things. And most of them were accepted in the 2 civil cases by both the sides. So I don't have to go into further details. Then I will briefly outline the chronological events, some important events, because the first Nazim, Abdul Qadir Najmuddin, he, I think, was in that position for 48 tumultuous years, and very many things happened. Then fourth, I think the conclusion, which is important, and that is based on the Nisapuri's, so to say, the book about the etiquette of the Duat. So let me state the case briefly, that I won't go into the details about the institution of the Da'i al-Mutlaq, which started in Yemen following the assassination of the Fatimid Caliph Amir in about 526 or something like that. So then this institution continued for almost 4 centuries in Yemen, and another, after that it moved or transferred to India, where it continued, I think, until the death of the 46th Da'i. He died, I think, and poison was mainly suspected. And I think the very strange thing is, for the first time occurring in the history of the Ismaili Dawa, that he died without designating his successor. So this was really crisis. And I think what I think happened, I cannot, because unfortunately I'm conscious of the time, and that's why it is really, I have to rush. So leaving aside the 4 ulama, because the 46 had passed away in the wee hours of the night, and so the matter was rushed, I think, who would lead the morning prayers, because that was an important, I think, significant indication. So the most senior scholar, Shah Jahan Puri, Abdi later on became known as Imaduddin, he suggested to his 3 other colleagues that the first urgent task to decide who would lead the funeral prayers or funeral rites, and then we will discuss what step we do. So anyhow, this senior scholar suggested that his protege Najmuddin should, because he held at that time the 3rd position, Mukasir, okay, not the 2nd highest, the Mazun, because he was absent in Jamnagar, so he could not be called. He was totally kept in the dark. So anyhow, the 3 other junior scholars agreed. So he led the prayer, the funeral rites, and then I think the Abdi Ali Maduddin, he suggested to his other 3 scholars that let's then not to inform, but the Mazun, because it will take some time, and this is a grave issue, and community should not be informed. Otherwise, they might, so to say, lose the cohesion, and they might become mad, I think, or the community might be, so to say, in trouble of being disintegrated. So they rushed the whole thing, and oral, so to say, agreement was agreed that Najmuddin should be appointed as a Nazim, meaning an adjuster, as an administrator. He should not claim the spiritual rank or title of Da'i al-Mutlaq. The other condition was that he should immediately undertake the pilgrimage to Makkah, reside there in search of the hidden Imam, and should not return until he finds the answer. And until that time, the community affairs would be managed in consultation with the ulama. So let's now briefly, I give you some, I think, sequence of what happened. So on the first day of his installation, on 1st of Rajab 1256, the first thing Najmuddin did was to honor his mentor, Abdi Ali, and gave him the title Imaduddin, and fixed the monthly stipend of 500 rupees a month, and conferred the title Husamuddin to his younger brother, who was barely 16 years old, and he was promoted according to the Ismaili tradition, Rasul Hudud, meaning the head of the dignitaries, meaning following that of the Mukasir. So you could see that later on, the hierarchy will be monopolized by the family, not by the ulama. So Najmuddin did not prepare for the pilgrimage as stipulated by the agreement. The three ulama were very angry, but they could not do much because the Imaduddin, who was now raised, I think, to the rank of Mukasir, I think was really favoring the Najmuddin. So that was another hindrance, I think. And then what happened, I think, immediately that the Imaduddin was bribed with the tune of almost 100,000 rupees. I don't want to go into the details. So the three ulama realized that they made a serious error by bypassing the Mazun, who held a superior rank. And so they said that he should be informed and he should be called back to Surat, and Najmuddin should hand over all the affairs to him. Anyhow, this did not happen because of the Imaduddin. Imaduddin was protecting the Najmuddin. In 1264, Imami letters, altogether 5, appeared, meaning in the name of the Imam, rebuking the Najmuddin that you have not kept your promise. And the Imam is really very angry with you. So then in 1269, Najmuddin further cemented his ties with the Mukasir, meaning with the Abd al-Imaduddin, by exchanging, so to say, he took the daughter of Najmuddin for his eldest son, Ibrahim, and gave his daughter to one of his sons, meaning the son of the Najmuddin. Then in 1271, Imaduddin died. And this is another disaster, that Najmuddin promoted his younger brother, Husamuddin, who held the rank of Rasul Hudud, now as a Mukasir, and he promoted his another brother, Ismail Badruddin, to the rank of Rasul Hudud. And so now I think the three remaining ulama became very angry, and in 1272 they summoned the Mazun to the Surat. I don't have time to go into all other things. And then I think a number of other things happened, but because of lack of time, you will give me at least 5 more minutes to summarize the other thing.
You have still 8 minutes left.
Okay. So in 1295, another younger generation of ulama, they could not keep quiet, and especially the 4 sons of the 4 ulama who had participated, what they call it, shura. Okay, this is a strange term used by the Sunnis, but now also used by the Ismaili scholars too, that they were the son-in-laws of the Najmuddin, but they led, who was the president of the Hilful Fuzul, who opposed the Najmuddin, and they decided each and every case that Najmuddin was really spent most of his time out of Surat because he was out of question. He was not consulted at all. So the president was Ibrahim Safiuddin, who was the son of the Abd al-Imaduddin and the first son-in-law of Najmuddin. So you could see how the family is reacting. Then in 1300, I think most of the ulama had died. So Najmuddin divided, like his, what I would say, private enterprise, the Dawa, into 4 divisions, 7 to his 7 sons and 1 to his brother Husamuddin, and that left, I think, the Dawa, so to say, the treasury more or less bankrupt. So I won't go into the sources, but let me now try to sum up, because number of things might come up with the question and answer. The institution of Dai al-Mutlaq, I don't have to go, I think, much into details, but according to the Ahmad Ibrahim Nisaburi, who was a main da'i, I think, during the reign of Al-Aziz, he had written this Risala al-Kafiya fi Adab al-Duat. I think it should be translated as a code of conduct, a treatise on the etiquette of the missionaries, not on the mission as the editors and the translators have done. That is a grave error. So on the basis of this, there are three criterions of a successful or a da'i who is really acting really on the cause of, for the cause of the dawah. One is knowledge. He should be the superior, I think, of all the community as far as knowledge of Zahir, Batin, Tawil, and rest of all other things are concerned. Another important criterion is he should be the God-fearing, or he should have the God-fearing piety. What is in Arabic, I think, expressed is the word taqwa. If there is no taqwa, if he is greedy, if he is, I think, drowsy or lousy, then he doesn't deserve to be da'i. Not only then the da'i al-mutlaq at all. Then the third, I think, the quality is the governance, what is called siyasa, and there he has divided into three good categories. One is that he should have the power to govern his own himself. He should try to curb his, so to say, negative instincts. If he cannot, then he is not fit to be a da'i. The second, how he manages his own household or his family. If he cannot control his son or his wife or his brother, then he is not fit. And then the third, how he governs the larger community. And if he's successful, then he qualifies. So according all to these three qualifications, I think that unfortunately I have to say that the institution of Da'i al-Mutlaq has totally failed, and that I myself and my late colleague and friend Abbas Hamdani, we had pointed out when the new dispute arose in 2014 that either of the two candidates, they do not deserve to be Da'i al-Mutlaq. The community has to look for another alternative. And I would say that the blind faith, the what I would say, religiosity prevails in the community. And so in that way, I'm not very hopeful that anything would come out. And for that, I think I will cite just the two good examples of the Nathwani Commission, which was, I think, came out in 79, and it has, I think, what I would say, elaborated all the human rights violation of the reformist community, of the Bora community. The second report called the Tewatia Commission came out in 93. That is again reiterated, and these commissions were appointed by the, I think, the Citizens for the Democracy and the alleged infringement of the human rights of reformist Boras of Dawoodi community. So this is all there, but I don't expect, as you could see it, I think the new dispute litigation before the Bombay High Court, which I don't think will be able to decide. So I'm a little bit, I think, dismal or disappointed if anything could come out, because these are well-established religious institutions. They need, I think one needs really to break their power. Many of these institutions are outdated. I cannot go further and say, so the same thing, I think institution of the Imamate also has to be reevaluated in the 21st century. And I think I will stop there. Thank you very much for listening to my views or my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Poonawalla. I just wanted to ask you, will you be, we do Q and questions usually after all three
Sure,
presenters have
sure.
gone. Will you stay till the end, or do you want to take your questions now?
I would appreciate so that I can leave the conference.
Okay, okay. So we can take questions for you now.
Sure.
So one question from Professor Hamdani, if do you want to just ask your question live?
Go ahead.
There we go. Sorry, was unmuting. Actually, I had two questions, the one that's in the chat, and I wanted to ask Professor Poonawalla one more question. Just to confirm, you quoted some dates in your presentation right now, and I just want to make sure that they are Hijri dates, correct?
Right, Hijri. Okay. Because I don't have much time to again give both the dates.
Yeah. So the other thing that I was going to ask you about was how do you think this crisis in the 19th century, because these Hijri dates correspond to mid-19th century, late 19th century.
Right, 1840, exactly.
Yeah. So how do you think they correspond to what was happening in India at the time, generally speaking, namely the colonial, right, the transition to colonial, direct colonial rule, and the need for colonial administration to, to encourage a kind of centralization of leadership in all the religious communities in India at the time?
I think it's a very good point, but again, in this presentation, because of the limitation of time, there is nothing much I could have added. Of course, Surat was the seat of the British, I think, the power at that time. And again, I think that is another thing. And that litigation case of Chandabai Galla case went all the way to the what you call the Privy Council in London too. And again, I think because of the British rule, meaning they could not easily interfere in this, whatever happened, but they try to control the Da'i, I think, in the 1917 litigation case, because the Mullaji at that time, Tahir Saifuddin, almost claimed that he is a shadow or more or less like a god on the earth, and the Boras are their servants. They have to obey their so to say, the orders. And he claimed to be like a god. And so the Attorney General, I think, on the advice of the British government, reacted and said that, look, this will be harming the what I would say, harmony of the Muslim community. And he asked that Mullaji should withdraw that thing. And so I think probably, I don't remember now, might be the following day, he withdrew that statement that he was, so to say, not saying that he was almost like a god on the earth. So I think briefly, I won't go into further details, but of course, yes, later on, all these things and the same thing inherited, that the Congress government, when independence came, also for the voting bank, I think Mullaji was supported, and they did not take, so to say, into consideration what was happening. And that is good thing is that Morarji Desai, who later became the prime minister, who was at that time the chief minister of Gujarat, he said that this Mullaji's government is a government within the government. We cannot control it. So what can you do it?
Yeah.
I hope I have answered your question.
So Professor Poonawalla, I wanted to ask a question. So as you well know, there's another narrative, on what you've described, right? There's the narrative, the Bora narrative, the Dawoodi Bora narrative, yes, that the Dai Badruddin did appoint Najmuddin as as a successor. So I noticed that there's a court case from 1934 in Madhya Pradesh High Court, October 25th, 1934, 34.
Yeah.
And the judge, which I'm sure you're familiar with, so the judge in that case, this whole issue was brought up in that case, and in that, the judge, who I presume is not a Bora, he said that in his view, and I quote, on a review of the evidence, I find that Badruddin clearly indicated his successor when he was approached by the leading men of the community on the day before his death. The judge goes on to say that Najmuddin's authority as Dai was not questioned for 40 years, and that he took the oath of allegiance and it looked like a regular succession. Do you have any comments on that?
I
narrative?
don't trust this report, meaning what? I have a whole pile of sources, and I can say, meaning that this question has persisted for almost 200 years. So who is that judge to claim and that said that this was not that it was he appointed his successor? No, I think it is a total fabrication. And another thing, let me also state how they try to defend it. Well, it's a circular reasoning that the hidden imam could not exist without the existence of the institution of the da'wah or da'i al-mutlaq. So they try to justify in this way that if you don't agree that da'i did not appoint and he, so to say, passed away without thing, then you are putting a pressure. It means that you don't believe in the hidden imam or whatever it is. So it is a circular argument. Listen, this type of religious argument, you can't argue. They are not rational arguments. So this is not something new. This is already argued that this is our belief, like the imam. Imam cannot die without appointing his successor. Now, to me, as a rational 21st, living in 21st century with a rational mind, can I accept that argument that imam cannot die? Okay, your belief is belief. Be happy with your belief. I don't want to, so to say, offend or argue with you. That's all right. If you are happy, be happy. But these are, I think, unless we question this thing, I don't think the community can move, or you can move the community. And you have much bigger issue with the Aga Khani community because you are dealing with the imam. When I'm having problems with the institutions of Da'i al-Mutlaq, which I said that has no place, has to be totally reviewed or revised. So what about the imamat? Well, the whole thing needs to be really re-evaluated. So I just leave that issue there because there is no any satisfactory answer to that.
All right. I don't see. Let me just see. I don't really see any more. I guess we have time for. Well, yeah. I don't really see any more questions for you, Dr. Poonawalla. So.
Well, people are afraid to ask for.
Sorry.
I have my hand raised. Actually, I'm sorry.
Me too.
Did you have another question? Oh, Kareem. Sorry.
Kareem. Actually, he goes first.
Sure. Go ahead, Dr. Kareem.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Poonawalla, for your very wonderful presentation. Good to see you again. My question is about an account in Asar Muhammadi by a non-Ismaili author from the same time, who was a servant of the Agha the and also the second until the Agha. He lived through the time of Agha III. In his work, with the title of Asar Muhammadi, he recounts that when Agha I went to Surat, there was a Dai, the Bohra Dai, called Najmuddin, who hosted him and his entourage and paid all the costs. And also he claims that this Najmuddin offered to become a follower and all his community together if he's happy to accept that. And according to this author, Khan declined. He said, no, I don't want such a claim. I do not have such a claim to imama. So he declined basically his offer. I don't know how historical is this, but what I want to ask is, can you see this in line with the challenge of the authority that was going on in the Bohra community at the same time?
Yes, thank you, Karim, for raising this issue. I think, yes, there are references, I think, in the Mosam-e-Bahar. In Mosam-e-Bahar, what I would say, presentation is quite dubious, because to tell you the truth, he was the member of the Hilful Fazail too. So he was having his one foot on one side and another foot on another side too. So he ambiguously reports that yes, that the Najmuddin was ready to accept Aga Khan as the Imam, given this whole situation, and he was restrained by the ulama that don't be that foolish, don't, so to say, what I would say, the expression they have given is that try to jump from the frying pan into the fire. So I think probably he was restrained by some of the ulama behind the scene. But he did, I think, invited him and gave him a very nice, I think, sumptuous banquet. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I think that's it for the questions. I also find that very interesting that there are several photographs of the Aga Khans with Bora dyes throughout the 20th century, and they always seem to be smiling and having fun. So I'm not sure. There seems to be a cordial relationship, but I didn't know that it could have gone back to Aga Khan the First. So
could I just, I mean, sorry, Khalil, could I just interject?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I think what's fascinating in what Professor Poonawala has outlined, especially with reference to the medieval, texts that talk about tartib al-dawa or adab al-dawa, like Naisaburi, or even that of Hamid bin Ibrahim al-Hamidi, right? So later Da'at who talk about the dawa and how it should be composed and what should the criteria be. I think what's interesting is that in the sort of tradition among the Boras was to handle these matters internally, right? And it's not until the 19th century that all of a sudden these internal sort of succession disputes become sort of taken outside the community and presented to colonial authorities. The fact that you have court cases, right, is extraordinary when you think about the long history of the Dawa, a court case that goes before the state in which the state is asked to or arrogates to itself the right to kind of decide what are the internal sort of hierarchies and leadership of the community. This is something that is, a radical departure, a rupture, if you will, in Bohra tradition in general. And that's something that I think needs to be kept in mind when we look at how the leadership of the community kind of evolves from the mid-19th century on.
Yeah, but Sumaya, don't you think that I think the whole colonial period had influenced this whole period, that they consider that if they go to this thing, this meaning whatever the white race or the colonial power might be more neutral, and they would be, again, probably as they were also favorable to the Mullaji, because they were supporting all this, so to say, the mini Rajas or mini Mullahs and other, the fiefdoms too. So probably that is another reason that they totally threw away from the window or from the main door that it should be settled within the community, probably because of this colonial period or colonial rule. And this is, I think, the same reason, I think, in 2014, leaving aside also the earlier case. So 2004 litigation case, I think, had their, so to say, precedence in 1917 and even earlier. And then you have even earlier cases, again, also against the Aga Khan. that goes much even further, much before then the Bora's cases. So this is the whole history. It needs to be probably, I think, rewritten or investigated again.
All right.
That is my answer.
Yeah, well, thank you all. Thank you so much, Professor Poonawalla. I know, given your circumstances, it was hard to even join us, but you still made the time to join the conference and present your paper. We really appreciate that. You are free to hang around here, but if you need to go, that's fine.
Okay. Well,
that's
sure.
totally up to you.
Okay, we'll hang around for a while.
Okay, great. Okay, so since we're on we're changing the order a little bit, but since we're talking about Bora dyes, we're going to now hear another perspective on this topic, a different perspective, and this is coming from Dr. Ali Asghar Alibai, who's one of the members of the conference committee, worked really hard to put this event together. So Dr. Ali Asghar Alibai is actually my colleague from Harvard. We were PhD students together. He was, of course, much smarter than me and probably got higher grades than I did. So he holds a PhD from Harvard University's Department of Near Eastern Languages and Civilizations. Dr. Alibai is a scholar of the histories and cultures of Muslim societies and focuses his research on medieval Maghreb and Mediterranean worlds, also specializing in histories of art and architecture. He's currently a visiting assistant professor in art history at the University of Texas at Dallas and at the Edith O'Donnell Institute of Art History. And his talk is called Al-Dai al-Fatimi Towards Understanding a Historical Religious Rank Through Modern Dawoodi Bohra Devotional Practice and Thought. All right, so if I understand you, Dr. Alibai, are you just, I'm gonna show your slides? Yeah? Yeah, I think because you're on by phone. I'm just gonna ask to unmute. So pardon us while we just try to figure out the connection tech here. Dr. Alibai, can you
hear me now?
Yes. So I'm going to show your slides. You're just going to have to prompt me and say next to move through.
Definitely. Thank you so much. As those of you who've been following the conference know that I'm kind of on a limited bandwidth, so I'm trying to preserve as much as I can. So I won't even show my face, which for many of you might be a good thing because it's late at night where I am right now. But thank you, Dr. Amdani, for that generous introduction. And I don't want to take up too much time, so why don't I just go ahead and begin. This paper is more it's more of an introduction to a methodology that I've been trying to pursue with my studies in Islamic civilization and culture. And it's more to understand material culture and to understand the built environment, the art and architecture of Muslim societies through other resources and other sources for instance, Arabic literature and textual sources that can sort of correspond with the visual environments of various societies. This one actually is quite modern. What I wanted to do here was to understand this concept, a Dawoodi Bohra concept of this notion of the da'i being the Fatimi da'i, or the da'i having the description of a Fatimid. As we all know here in this conference, that the Fatimids were the imams who reigned from Cairo in the between the 9th and 12th century, and then and they were known as the Fatimiyin, right? Or the Banu Fatima. And so the Fatimids, basically the Latin derivative of Banu Fatima or Fatimiyun, that gets attributed to the Duat Mutlaqin or the Da'i Mutlaq. However, in the research that I have been looking at, it's not really until the 20th century that we see a more solid and a more robust usage of this term to represent the Da'il Mutlaq. And so we can go to the next slide, Khalil. Thank you. So I wanted to start basically with a key iconic structure in the midst of Mumbai. What you can see here is an aerial view of Bindi Bazaar. It's a cluster, and a cluster is a great word here, of several colonial era buildings, and densely populated. This was a view from about probably 5 years ago, more than 5 years ago, about 7 years ago. Now, in the midst of it, if you kind of look towards the middle of the slide, you can see a white structure coming up from the center of this bustling metropolis and busy area of Mumbai. That is the Roza Tahira. This was completed. This is a marble structure with a dome structure made out of white marble that rises about 52 feet in the air. It was built by the 52nd Da'i, Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin, who is also buried there, but it was built as a mausoleum for his father. Rodat really means mausoleum, but in Arabic it means garden. So in a pure translation, Ar-Rawda At-Tahira would mean the pure garden. And so this is basically an iconic structure for Dawoodi Bohra identity in Mumbai. This is where the main mosque is, a little bit beyond the mausoleum. And this would be where the main gatherings of the Bohra community occur in Mumbai. It was completed in 1975. The architect was Yahya Merchant. He is also known for being the architect of the Qaid Ali Jinnah Mazar in Karachi, Pakistan. We can go to the next slide. Just a quick overview of what's happening currently is that you can see the aerial view. You can see the white area, which is the Rodat. This entire area now is being reconstructed with high rises. If you go to the next slide, you can kind of see. Thank you. And so the future plan, I think one of these buildings is complete now, or two, but the future plan by the current office of the Da'i Mutlaq and the Dawa is to reconstruct this entire area and replace these debilitating houses with these structures in which the people that were living in these small square footages and densely, multi-family, multi-generational people living together in these small apartments could actually get larger apartments and not lose the identity and the sanctity of this area due to its being the central location of the Dawoodi Bohras. Next slide. Thanks, Khalil. Now, what I actually want to talk about is the year 1975, when this building is completed. It's an interesting moment in Dawoodi Bohra architectural history and Dawoodi Bohra visual culture. And the reason why is that it echoes what I like to define as a Fatimid revivalist movement. And the reason I say revivalist is because throughout the 20th century and 19th century, we had revivalist architecture coming up across the world, neoclassicist movements, eclecticism, historicism. And then here in Dawoodi Bohra society, we see something a little similar to those movements, but it carries a lot of meaning. And this is where I kind of want to bridge this idea that we can look at visual culture and literary culture in one time period to really understand what's happening on the ground, to understand what is the social environment created around these structures, and the literary sources that are written around the same time. And so this building is unique because it is one of the first buildings in India that really brings a lot of architecture that originated from the Fatimid period in Egypt. And so medieval Fatimid architecture, it was transmitted to Mumbai around this time in the mid-70s. An example of this, if we look at the next slide. So on the right, you can see the 11th century mosque Al-Juyushi, which was built by, and this is a renovation that was done by Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin, the 52nd Da'i in 1996. It overlooks the hills of Cairo. It was built by Maulana Badrul Jamali, the vizier of Al-Imam al-Mustansir. And you can see, and by the time this presentation is over, I hope you guys will be able to recognize this anytime you see a Dawdi Bohra monument, but a quintessential and quite iconic representation of modern Bohra architecture is the minaret shape. And so here on the corners of Rosa Tahira on the left, you can actually see the recreation of the same sort of shape of the Juyushi minaret from Cairo. And if we go to the next slide, even in the interior this is the interior of the dome of Rosa Tahira. We can see a Kufic script being used in a roundel with ornamentation in the borders. And this ornamentation and the script itself, with Muhammad and Ali quite purposefully written in the center, all finds its origins in Fatimid Cairo as well. If we look at the next slide, this is also looking at Rosa Tahira. Again, we can see Mukarna-shaped designs in the architecture just below the dome. And so in 1975, something was happening in Dawdi Bohra society. There was this nostalgia for the Fatimid period, this nostalgia to bring back the visual culture of the Fatimid period. And this was evident with Rosa Tahira because when we look at, if we look at the next slide, in the inaugural ceremony, Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin gave a speech, and in that speech he said, "Mr. President and honorable guests, Rosa Tahira, which includes a mosque and the mausoleum, is a unique piece of architecture in the annals of our ancient country. It is a deliberate composite combination of the eminent architectural styles of bygone centuries woven into the present in a meaningful way. Just as Rosa Tahira combines the essence of the Fatimid teachings, traditions, and architecture, so did the versatile personality of His Holiness, of His late Holiness, so did the versatile personality of His late Holiness reflect the embodiment of the tenets of our religious faith and the essence of its continuity. Every brick, stone, word, and tone of this mausoleum bears testimony to the love and labor of more than 500,000 people." And so what we see in this speech is that there is a connection. There's a connection between this arrival of Fatimid architecture into the Indian subcontinent and its connection to meaning and to to an interpretation of medieval Fatimid architecture by the Dawdi Bohra community. And it's linked directly with the personhood of the Da'i Mutlaq. Next slide, please. Thank you, Khalil. Now, what's also interesting and something that I've noted from this time period, and anyone in the audience can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is this moment, 1975, and the years surrounding it. So we can say after the mid 20th century. What we see in the language of the Da'i Mutlaq and the office of the Da'i Mutlaq is the usage of the term Adai al-Fatimi or Da'i al-Fatimi. So this on your right is actually an invitation. I got a blurry image of it, but this was an invitation to the inaugural ceremony from Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin. And you can see that it says, His Holiness 52nd Da'i al-Mutlaq, Dr. Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin requests the pleasure of your company at the ceremony of the opening of Rawdat Tahira. This is one example. If we go to the next slide, we can see it being used again around the same time in an invitation to an international colloquium on Islamic and Arabic studies held by Jamiat al-Sayfiya, which is the institution that was institutionalized in Surat following a long line of institutions, of the main sort of Bohra madrasa or dars or center of learning. It became institutionalized by in the mid 20th century, and so this was again. You can see here, and again, it's blurry. I do apologize. I put this together in with my limited bandwidth, but this is. It says you can see again that it says His Holiness Dr. Sayyidina Imam Burhanuddin, the 52nd Dai al-Fatimi. And the next slide, please. Thank you. Now, where did this nostalgia sort of begin in the modern Dawoodi Bohra community? What sort of was the impetus? Where did this grow from? And so here we have the three latest da'is of the community. And on the left, you have an image of Sayyidina Tahir Saifuddin. On the right, his son and successor, Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin. And at the bottom, you have the current successor, Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin. And it's almost this Sayyidina Tahir Saifuddin was, I believe, born in 1888. So it's this 140 years of the lifetime of and until now of these three da'is that have really brought a resurgence and really and their commitment to sort of reviving Fatimid architecture, both in Cairo itself and then also bringing representations of that revival movement to India has really been attributed to these three figures in modern Dawoodi Bohra society. If we look at the next slide, a key sort of moment following the inauguration of Rawdat Tahira is something that the community really takes pride upon and sees it as a pivotal moment in the modern history of Dawoodi Bohra society, and that is the reconstruction of the mosque of Al-Jami al-Anwar, or the Al-Hakim Mosque in Cairo. This mosque was built, construction began at the end of the 10th century and was finished, I believe, at the beginning of the 11th century, in the time of Al-Imam al-Hakim, to whom the mosque is attributed. For and foremost, it's all three of those figures that I just spoke about, because Sayyidina Tahir Saifuddin actually visits Cairo in the 1930s, with Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin, and he sees this mosque. And if you look at the next slide, the mosque was in complete ruins, and what we have in the next slide is a line drawing from the early 20th century, which really shows how European travelers, when they came to Cairo, the mosque was in ruins, but it was always a wonder for Orientalist artists to sort of depict this mosque and its ruins. And so this is one example of that. The next image will really show us what the mosque looked like in the 80s, or before the 80s, before the reconstruction project. Sorry. Not this slide. Sorry, this one. Thank you, Khalid. So this is what the mosque, and so you can sort of see a white modern building that was actually inside the mosque. That was a school. You can see the remnants of the minarets that were left, the towers built by Al-Hakim, but the mosque was more or less in complete desolation. It was left in ruins for years. There were several events that happened there, and so when Sayyidina Tahir Saifuddin visited Egypt, he took it upon himself and said that, we have to restore this mosque. This is something that we have to do. And Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin, with the association and the help of his now successor, Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin, Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin, really began to rebuild this mosque. And, it was filled with filth and all this, years and years of destruction. And they really tried to rebuild it into what we see today, which we can see in the next slide. And so this is there's a lot of critique of how this was built, but the Dawdi Bohra community does see this as a pivotal moment in which afterwards what we see then is in the next slides, in the next couple of slides, what we'll see is the part of this revivalist movement of Fatimid architecture all around India and globally, because of the leadership of Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin and Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin. So this is the mosque before, the picture before was Al-Jami'at Saifiyya in Surat. You can see, I said that you would learn to notice the Jewish minaret by the time we were done with this presentation. You can clearly see it here. On the right, you can see sort of the radiant, on the right bottom corner of the image, you can see sort of a Fatimid radial motif leading into the mosque, taken from Fatimid Mosque of Cairo. The interior of the mosque as well also has motifs from Fatimid Cairo throughout the entire campus. And so this was done in 1963. So this was one of the first sort of revivalist things done at this time. And this sort of continues on with Rosa Tahira, as I just mentioned. And then, as I said, Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin and Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin also revived a lot of buildings in Cairo. So on the left, in 1996, as I mentioned, they renewed and restored the Al-Juyushi Mosque that was built in the 11th century. And on the right, they restored another mosque built by Sayyidina Imam al-Hakim in the 11th century, the Lu'lu'a Mosque. And you can sort of see the Juyushi Mosque above it on top of the mountain. It was an observatory for the army as well. Next slide, please. Now, as I said, it became a global form of architecture. This is the Husseini Masjid or the Husseini Mosque in London. You can see the clear minaret. You can see the use of Allah in the main portal. You can see the sort of the archway, very much a Fatimid arch, a teal arch, and then the window shapes as well, the ornament at the top of the cornice, all basically derivative interpreted from Fatimid Cairo. And this is what we'll see in the next couple of slides. I won't really go into much detail because I want to talk about the second part of this paper. But if we go to the next slide, thank you, Khalil. This is Al-Jami'at Saifiyya, another branch. So the community has what was once a small intimate madrasa in Surat became now a vibrant campus with international students, and it's the eminent campus of sort of the Dawdi Bohra community, where Fatimid history, Ismaili theology, Fatimid theology, and also the sciences are taught to students between sort of the eighth grade to about the early college level. So on the left, these are the main gates of Cairo from the 11th century, built by Maulana Badrul Jamali, the vizier of Al-Imam al-Mustansir, who I mentioned earlier, who built the Jewish mosque. He also came to Cairo from Armenia and rebuilt the walls. And so this is, you can see that they have taken the Bab al-Futuh from Cairo, and it is now the entrance portal to Al-Jami'at Saifiyya in Karachi, Pakistan, which was inaugurated in 1998. The next slide. Thank you, Khalil. This is another main surat near the original Jamia and the original Dars. There is a mosque called Masjid al-Azam, which just means the Great Mosque. It's a large mosque in Surat, was the center of the society for so many years. You can see again here the continuation of Fatimid motifs, Fatimid epigraphy, all throughout the exterior ornament of the mosque. Again, the next one. and even in secular architecture. So this is Saifi Hospital. This was built in 2005 by Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin on Marine Drive, I believe. While it's a mix of local architectural forms, you can see some of the Gothic here and some of the local Indic elements. There's also Fatimid elements in many of the shapes of the windows and coming into this colossal structure, which really gives this idea that the Dawoodi Bohras are trying to speak this Fatimid visual vocabulary to in modern forms of architecture. Next slide, please. And what is more surprising is that even in Iraq, obviously the Kufa Mosque is a very important location for Shias all around the world, and obviously for Ismailis, Maulana Ali is such a important figure. So this mosque as well was sort of rebuilt by Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin. And I think in the next slide, we can actually see that in the renovations were done in the interior and exterior of the mosque in 2008, but you can see the Jewish minaret on the right of the external structure of this mosque. And I think, there we go. So here you can kind of see the two minarets, very much iconic of modern Dawoodi Bohra architecture. Next slide, please. Thank you, Khalil. This is Houston. Again, I don't need to spell it out anymore. I think it's recognizable what I'm talking about, inaugurated in 2016. Next slide. And this is more recent. So this is the Jamiat al-Saifiya, the most recent branch that was built in Nairobi, Kenya. It was actually envisioned by Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin on his 100th birthday, his Milad Mubarak, but it was finished by Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin in his father's memory. In 2018, it was inaugurated, and it's interesting because it's one of the first Dawoodi Bohra structures that also brings the nostalgia of Fatimid architecture from Tunisia. So on the sort of beigeish yellow part of the sahat, or the courtyard, you can see horseshoe arches being used, and then you can see a well in the middle. This is actually the same replica of the well that is in the Cairo Al-Jami Al-Anwar Mosque, and then you can see the main portal of the Al-Zahra Mosque here at Al-Jami Al-Saifiya, Nairobi, and you can see a sort of a modern minaret themed on the Jewish minaret with different structures that are on the front ornamentation that are taken from several different mosques from Fatimid Cairo. Next slide. Thank you, Khalil. And this is Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin at the opening of the mosque, of the Al-Jami Al-Saifiya Nairobi campus in 2018 with President Uhuru Kenyatta of Kenya. And so it was an event that was sort of celebrated by the community and seen as a continuation in Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin's time of this revivalist movement of Fatimid architecture. Next slide. Now, again, this is same types of this continuation of architecture in today's time as well. Next slide. Sorry,
you have 5 minutes, just so you know.
Okay, perfect. I'm summing up. Now, this also continues in ritual as well. This idea that the Fatimids have a continuation in the Duat Mutlaqin. And so here we see, this is the 100th Milad of Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin, his 100th birthday. And above him, you can kind of see a parasol or an umbrella, which is symbolic of Fatimid era Cairo and Fatimid Tunisia as well, because the Imam in most of the texts that we read, whenever was seen in public, was often seen with a mazalla on his head, a parasol over his head. And so this is one example of this ritual ceremony from Fatimid Cairo also being interpreted and used in the Fatimids, the Duat Mutlaqin of India. Next slide, please. And so to sum up that idea, this is the first idea I wanted to talk about, and I'll rush through the second idea, is that Sayyidina Imam Burhanuddin in 1984 at the inauguration of Al-Jami'at Safia said, Fatimi monuments stand distinguished by their unique beauty. We have tried to express our beliefs and values through these buildings till they speak out through the language of brick, stone, and mortar and find expression in the campus, arches, prayer niches, and minarets. As long as belief is steadfast in the heart, it is impossible for it to be precluded from expression. So these buildings are really seen as a link between religious devotion and expression. And to argue next is that they're also seen to emphasize the authority of the Da'i al-Fatimi, and this is why this we see this description being used here on out around this time period, around this inaugural period of 1975, a little bit before. And if we to look at that, the location that I wanted to look was actually in the literature. So the next couple of slides, I'm going to actually go through some of the literature of the verses of Sayyidina Tahir Saifuddin and Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin to understand how they use the word Fatimi. Now, the word Fatimi or Fatimeen in the plural is used somewhat by previous duato. It's usually used to talk about the imams, but in the period of Sayyidina Tahir Saifuddin, that's when we kind of start seeing it emerging into these qasidas or these. So in the duat of both Yemen and India of the Dawdi Bohra community continued a practice from Fatimid Cairo of the panegyric. And so in the courts of the imams, there would always be a panegyric, which was something common to medieval Islamic courts. In these, there would be madh or lauding or praise of the imam. And so this sort of continues. And they're also a basis for sort of theological underpinnings of Dawdi Bohra theology and understanding. And so we can sort of understand from them the position of the Da'i al-Mutlaq and this understanding of the Fatimids. So in this verse, Sayyidina Tahir is kind of talking about himself as a servant of the Fatimids, not a god. But he says, may the Lord of the universe lengthen my life so that I may reinvigorate the purpose of the Fatimids in the world. And if we go into the next slide, we can sort of see that continuation of the name of the word Fatimid being used in these things. But again, they're used for the imam mostly. So this is another example. In the next example, you can also see Sayyidina Tahir Saifuddin using it. However, I'm waiting for the next slide. Thanks, Khalil. Here, in this one, written in 1953, it's one of the first instances that we see it being used for both the imams in the top verse that you can see here, and the mother Fatima of all the Fatimid imams and their qaim, who is like the spirit of the sevens, and then a few verses below, Sayyidina Tahir Saifuddin says, and indeed the Fatimid duat who accomplished amazing feats when the imams went into seclusion. So we see the ad-duat al-Fatimiyin being used in that second verse. Now, the next slide quickly. This is done on his Golden Jubilee 10 years later, and in a verse that he writes to his son, Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin, he basically says, stand in the protection and struggle for the dawah of the present Fatimid Imam. So again, while it was used once for the duat, here we see it used more for the imam. Now, I'm going to quickly go to the next slide. But it's in Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin's time that we see, especially in his munajat, which is a prayer written in the form of a qasida of Arabic poetry that's written in Ramadan every year as a prayer to God. Here's where we see that the consolidation of the Da'i Fatimi being used again and again. So here in this verse, you can read the translation below. You can see that it's becoming more established. And so remember, 1975 is the inauguration of Rosa Tahira. The next slide, you can also see that again, where again, when he's describing in the second verse below of Sayyidina Tahir Saifuddin, he actually calls Sayyidina Tahir Saifuddin Huwa Tahirul Fatimiyu Shahiru. He is the renowned Fatimid Tahir. And then in the next verse, then we see that it gets used for the duato again. And here it's sort of by the grace of the duat of the imams who are the sons of guidance as well as the moons. That was part of the previous one. The next slide, please. Sorry, Khalil. Right. So this one was written in 2008, and it says it's talking about Fatima in this munajat, this prayer done in Ramadan, and it says the mother of the Imam Fatima, who is a form of pride for the glorious Dai to whom Fatimid or Fatimi is attributed. And so we could go through a lot of these slides, but what I wanted to sort of point out here is that the bulk of the idea of the Dai Fatimi being used in Dawoodi Bohra devotional literature, of these qasidas and these munajats of liturgical literature, really increases in the era of Sayyidina Imam Burhanuddin, especially post 1975, and it coincides with this revivalist movement. And so the point that I'm trying to make in this paper here is that when we look at these societies, there is the literature within the society along with the visual culture, that we can sort of combine both and really understand how this architecture, when you have Sayyidina Imam Burhanuddin saying that this brick, this mortar, this stone all echoes a meaning, it all echoes a sort of heritage of the Fatimids. How do we interpret that? We can interpret that from the literature that's sort of written. I mean, that's what we would do with historians in the medieval period as well. And so applying that tool to the modern period has become very useful, because while the word Fatimi is understood to kind of be, to now in modern Dawoodi Bohra thought, to be attributed to all the duat, of all the duat Mutlaqin, it's not really until we look at the literature under a lens that we see that it's actually coinciding with this architectural revivalist movement.
You'll have to
I do have a
wrap
couple
up
of more
in
slides,
a
but I
minute.
think that's I think this is a great place to stop here. And
all right. Thank you so much. So we can hold your questions until the end, and you can even revisit certain things. But we're going to go to our third presenter. Let me just shut down my screen share here. We're going to go to our third presenter, Dr. Miklos Sarkozy. Let me just make sure you're spotlighted here. Spotlight. Okay. All right, and let me introduce him. So Dr. Miklos Sarkozy is a familiar face. He's been at several of these Ismaili Studies conferences. He has his PhD from the Department of Iranian Studies at Eötvös Loránd University of Budapest. I probably didn't say that right. Dr. Sarkozy was also part of the Institute of Ismaili Studies as a research fellow from 2013 to 2015. And he has been teaching Middle Eastern studies and Shi'i history at various Hungarian universities since 2002, and is currently associate professor of the Károly Gáspár University of Budapest. And his presentation is about Nizaris and Baduspanids in the Alamut period. You might still be on mute. We cannot hear you. No, your sound is not coming through. I wonder whether your microphone, your audio is connected.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that was better. Yeah. Your connection seems a bit laggy. So you may want to
let me try again.
Sure, yeah. So we can see you. But I think yeah, we can hear you. It's a little bit it's a little bit shaky. You may, if you turn off your video, your audio might come through better.
I see. Just a minute. Is it okay now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible to share my presentation or some
Yes, yes, you
part
can
of my
screen.
presentation?
Yeah, you can screen share. Yes.
So actually, today I would like to introduce a very interesting and really touched subject of the Nizari Ismaili history, focusing on the contacts, the connections had by the Nizaris with a local family of northern Iran called the Baduspanids, which I think is not a well-known or not a popular dynasty or actually the first question is who the Baduspanids were. The Baduspanids actually had their claims that they had originated from the 7th century CE, but these are something like fabricated stories. And according to Madalung, the family itself, the Baduspanid family, appeared only in the late 11th century CE in our local sources. However, this now I'm showing you an abbreviated family tree of the 12th century CE, and these are the main protagonists of the family. This family ruled a province in northern Iran, in the borderlands of Mazandaran and Gilan, called Ruyan or Rostamdar. It is in the direct vicinity of Nizari ruled areas. Later, I will show you two maps as well, where you can see the location of Ruyan. Baduspanids ruled this tiny area, tiny but important area, from the late 11th century until the early 17th century. So they were replaced by local governors by Shah Abbas Safavi, but somehow they were able to rule parts of a little part of northern Iran for more than 500 years, or maybe 600 years. Although the origin, as I told you, the origins of the family is not entirely clear, and the origin of their domination is also not entirely clear. However, by the mid-12th century, at least at local standards, they became a relatively significant a clan or dynasty or something like a petty kingdom, where and the first important figure was Hazaras the First, and who has two sons, Shahnush or Shahnivash, according to different pronunciations, and Kaikous. And this is a very important point that the two here we can see two branches of the family, the descendants of Shahnush and the descendants of Kaikous. And these branches continue to struggle each other for the power until the early 13th century CE. And besides this, there was a third, however, very obscure line of the family, as represented by a certain called Nom Ovar, who was called a Baduspanid prince in our sources. However, his relationship and direct relationship with this main branch or main two branches of the family is not well understood. This is something like it was my first, let's say, handout. The other is another family tree. Still, I'm a family tree maker. I'm a family tree crazy. Maybe it's a bit complicated. It makes things complicated. However, it helps you to understand their political background. This is my, how to say, map, political and dynastical map, which I made when I was in London a few years ago, in order to demonstrate the dynastical as well as political connections between local families of northern Iran, Mazandaran, Gilan, and Dailamon, areas ruled or habitated by Nizari groups as well. In this sense, the Baduspanids are among these families. These are the green. The colors have no special meaning. I just chose these colors without any deliberate message, actually. So the Baduspanids are the Greens, the Bovandids, perhaps the most significant local family here, are represented with red. The Seljuks are with yellow, and the Dailamani Zaydite family is with blue. And the Nizaris, you can see also the Nizari imams in later in a later version of this political map. But what is important here that the Baduspanids are clearly linked to different families, especially they are linked to these Dailamite, Zaydite families who are the neighbors, but they are also linked somehow, albeit more distantly, to the Bovandids. So they are dynastical intermarriages. This is important somehow to understand their political connections. So they have strong intermarriage and political dealings with local other families, especially with those with the Bovandids and the Dailamite Zaydites. Now, and this was the second handout. And now let me share the PPT where I try to demonstrate my main arguments. And this is the Baduspanids and the Nizaris and their connections. First of all, let us see them a map in order to understand their position and location. So it is a mid-12th or mid-6th century or mid-12th century CE map, which you can see here. And the left, to the left you can see Gilan. To the right you can see Tabaristan, or as it is now called, Mazandaran. And between them, this is the tiny kingdom of Baduspanids. They were called officially Ustandars, I mean governors, perhaps inherited from early Islamic period, but it somehow it was something like a royal title. And also here you can see the Nizari Ismaili castles, fortresses around, in the northern Iranian areas. Of course, it's not a complete map of all the Nizari Ismaili fortresses of the Alamut period, but the main fortresses are all here. So as you see, the Baduspanids are the northern, or let's say northeastern neighbors of significant Ismaili groups, but we can see Ismaili castles even east of them. So the Baduspan is somehow in the heartland of Nizari activity. What do we know about the Baduspanids is that they were definitely linked to Bavandids in many ways. So they were and also they were vassals of the Seljuks. As for their religious background, they seem to be Zaydites, mainly. I mean, the main branches seem to be pro-Zaydites. The main branch, all parts of the local historiography of where the Bavandis, especially the Bavandis, but also the Badustanis, these works, of course, have many.
Did we?
Something went wrong now. Do you hear me?
Yeah, you were cutting out a little bit. That's why. But if you turn the video off, it'll come through more
something went
clear.
wrong.
Yeah.
Just a minute. Sorry, technical problems. So I tried to rejoin and.
No, we can hear you now that your video is off, so we can hear better. Yeah.
I tried to back with my presentation. So our main primary sources are those of the Bavandids and parts of the Tabaristani historiography. But also we have some Nizari-related sources, such as the Qissa Maliki Sistan, manuscript of which is in the private collection of the Institute of Ismaili Studies in London. It's an unpublished and relatively newly discovered text, where also there are references for Baduspanids and their neighbors. Actually, Baduspanids, what is important that from the mid-12th century CE, there is a heightened Nizari activity, Nizari Ismaili activity in Ruyan, the province ruled by the Baduspanids. At that time, the head of this family was called Kaikaus, who for the first look was a faithful follower of the Babandids. The Babandids were the mightiest local family of northern Iran at that time, and their most important ruler, or most influential ruler, called Shah Ghazi Rustam, who was an arch enemy of the Nizaris. The Babandids were 12 Rashis, and the Baduspanids were Zaydites and vassals of the Babandids. Kaikaus ruled from the was a contemporary of Shah Ghazi Rustam, and he was absolutely an anti-Nizari character. However, let's skip my presentation. So there are several references in our texts that Kaikaus fought the Nizaris, and he was dispatched by Shah Ghazi. According to Marashi, for example, Shah Ghazi had wars with the Mulhids. The Mulhids means the Nizaris. Once he made a night raid against them in Charlottesville and Sitra and attacked them. And later he writes that Shah Ghazi sent Kaikaus in his place as a governor. When Kaikaus became the governor and inspector of Dailamistan, he always fought the Mulhids. And through the blow of his glancing sword, the Mulhids everywhere in Ruyan, in Mazandaran, and in Dailamistan could not go outside their halls and could not sow one Ming seed. So it was something reference in the 1160s, 1150s and 1160s and early 1170s, then the Baduspanids were anti-Nizari. There were some Nizaris, but so these references started somehow emerging, and their emergence coincided with the weakening Seljuk power in northern Iran. Later, after the death of Shah Ghazi, the mighty Babanid ruler, in 1164, it was the period when the Baduspanids started to gain more power. The son of Shah Ghazi Rustam, Sharaful Muluk Hassan, was a relatively weak character, and he had many struggles, many intrigues against his neighbors, and this means that during his 8-year period, Babandid power started declining, and the Baduspanids showed less signs of, faithfulness, less sign of alliance with the Babandids, and also we can have some information about the inner struggles of the Baduspani family itself, and it is very important. What does it mean? This means that when so Kaikaus proved himself to be a fierce anti-Nizari ruler, who nevertheless tried to distance himself from strict Babandid control once in power. While his stance towards the Babandis remained ambiguous, and he successfully exploited the vacillating events in Tabaristan, he remained a committed opponent of the Nizaris. However, things changed after his death. Upon the death of the Baduspanid Ustandar Kaikaus in 1184 CE, major changes occurred in Ruyan, the place where noteworthy Nizari activity had already been recorded by our sources. The dynastic situation was relatively troubling among the Baduspanid princes in Ruyan during this period, and we can distinguish 3 main branches of the Baduspanids in the second half of the 12th century CE. Besides the family of Kaikaus, Hazaras, and his brother Khalid, who were the sons of his brother Shahnus, represented another Badustani line. And there was this obscure Namawar ibn Qaykawus, who was an acknowledged and legitimate Badustani prince. When Qaykawus died in 1184, all three lines of the Badustanis vied for local power in Ruyan. As has been shown, Shahnus and Namawar were hostile towards the Babangids. And in the period of Shah Ghazi Rustem, they built up contacts with the Nizaris, who supported these local figures against the more dangerous Babangids. With Namawar, we find strong arguments in some sources that he can relate it to an Ashun Baduspanid Namawar, who seriously challenged the power of other Baduspanids in Ruyan, donated the fortress of Siakhru to the Nizaris as early as 1139, and perhaps his family was involved in the Indo-Nizari clashes of around 1164-66, the years of the Qiyamah proclamation. After the death of Qaykawus, however, whose only son predeceased him, his grandson Zarin Kamar was not able to inherit his grandfather's kingdom. Instead, Zarin Kamar spent his childhood at the Bavandipur, where the new Ustandar was Hazaras, one of the sons of Shah. As mentioned, Hazaras and his brother Khalid were excluded from inheriting Ruyan after their father's death. Their whereabouts remained obscure during the long rule of their uncle Qaykawus. It is not unreasonable, however, to assume that the two Badustanis fled to Nizari-controlled areas, since upon his accession to power, Hazaras immediately changed local policy in Ruyan. He radically terminated the anti-Nizari policy of his uncle and instituted an openly pro-Nizari policy in Ruyan. The physically robust Astandar Hazaras made it clear that he wanted to cut all ties with the Babangids and immediately put to death some local noblemen who sympathized with them. Hazaras was no doubt the man for the Nizaris, for according to Ibn Isfandiyar, he made important territorial concessions to the Nizaris, ceding the area between Sakhsar and Malad to them. These facts suggest that he might have maintained excellent contacts with the Nizaris well before 1184 CE, though details of such cooperation remain unknown. The pro-Nizari attitude of Hazaras is confirmed by Marashi in an apparently anti-Nizari quotation. He says, Hazaras became the governor of Ruyan. The noblemen and ordinary people became obedient to him. Before this, Qaykawus had enmities with the Mulhids every day. Qaykawus did not get off his horse at any time, and in all his territories, the Mulhids did not dare rule. Hazaras neglected this matter, and he sent his envoys to the Mulhids, making peace with them and asking them for their support. The majority of his fortresses he gave them back and spent most of his time drinking wine. So this is a clear statement that Hazaras completely changed the local policy and sided with the Nizaris.
5 minutes.
Okay. Needless to say, the pro-Nizari policy of Hazaras caused outrage among the pro-Bavandid circles of Ruyan, who did not hesitate to complain about his policy at the Bavandid court of Husam ad-Dawla Ardashir, who was the Bavandid ruler of the time. Since Zarin Kamar, the grandson of Qaykawus, was still very young, Hazaras dispatched Mubariz ad-Din Arjas, a Bavandid by birth and distant cousin of Husam ad-Dawla Ardashir, to take over Ruyan and expel the rebellious pro-Nizari forces of Hazaras. Yes, and this meant that Hazaras soon had to flee from his estates in Ruyan. The deposed Baduspanids Hazaras fled to the Nizaris, though it is not exactly known where. And within months, in 1186, he reappeared in Dailamon with Nizari military forces and succeeded in killing Al-Dayal al-Haqqa Rida, the local Zaydite ruler, who was the vassal of the Babandids. At that point, Husam ad-Dawla Ardashir himself felt the need to intervene personally, leading a punitive expedition to Ruyan to avenge the death of the Zaydite prince, who was his relative. So the Baduspanids once again suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Babandids and their local allies. The two brothers, Hazaraf and his brother Khalil, who were supported by the Nizaris, remained in Ruyan despite their military failure this time. They fled to Kujur, the capital of the Baduspanid estates. However, their hiding places were soon discovered, and both Hazaraf and his brother Khalil were captured by the pro-Babandid forces, and they were immediately put to death. However, later, the Nizari, but this didn't mean the end of Nizari activities in Ruyan, that their main support, the main proteges were killed, but because a third prince called Namovar reappeared, and he was also a protege of the Nizaris, and he was also linked to the family of the Nizari of the Baduspanis. And this Nizari activity continued well into the early 12th century, 13th century CE, and this means that by 1205 CE, the Nizaris successfully participated in the elimination of the Babandid kingdom when the Khwarezmians, another major Sunni power, emerged from the east, and the Nizaris apparently were happy to have the Khwarezmians to crush the Babandids. And finally, here some concluding remarks. Nizari's influence was further strengthened by the fall of the Babandids, the main enemies of the Nizari state. Though the Babandids remained independent, Baduspans remained independent, Zarin Kamars, the pro-Babandid branch of the Baduspanids, had to accept the suzerainty of the Nizaris. The fall of the Babandids was a momentous event in the history of the Nizari state in northern Iran. Even though it was not entirely due to the Nizaris, the long rule of Nur ad-Din Muhammad II had ended with the complete elimination of their most feared enemy, the Babandids, which represented the high point of the influence of the Nizaris in northern Iran. The years after the fall of the Babandids in 1210 CE and before the arrival of the Mongols gave unprecedented space and influence to the Nizaris in northern Iran for a few decades. And what led to their being violently suppressed by the Mongols was the fact that they had managed to eliminate all other local kingdoms and had gradually emerged to a higher level of statehood. Here, let me show you a second map, which shows Nizari military activities at the end of the 12th and early 13th century CE. Here you can see that Nizaris were able to conquer parts of Ruyan, even parts of Tabaristan, where they shared their newly acquired territories with the Khwarezmians. Of course, Babandids, their main enemies, remained here, but they were decimated, and they had several sub-branches, cadet branches, which were unable to rule major territories. Here you can see Nizari Ismaili military expeditions just before the arrival of the Mongols. And this means that they were, in my eyes, the single significant local power in the decades preceding the Mongols. One cannot, my final concluding remarks are the following ones. One cannot judge the amount of real Nizari support given to Hazaras, the pro-Nizari Baduspan rulers, and other Baduspanis. However, it seems evident that the Nizaris were allies of Hazaras and other Baduspanis, and the Baduspanis themselves became partly, pro-Nizari Ismail, not only in their political attitude, but perhaps in their faith, since it is important to know that pro-Nizari tendencies can be detected among the last generation of the Baduspanis as late as the 16th century CE, when we hear about Baduspanis who followed Nizari Ismaili faith. That is very important, that the earliest evidences of the Nizari Ismaili connections came from the 1st century CE, and perhaps this trend continued well into the 14th and 15th century periods when we have very scarce information about the local Baduspanis. But when the final Baduspanis appear in our sources in the mid-Safavid period, in the late 16th, early 17th century, we hear about their Nizari faith, the Nizari Ismaili connections, and this is very interesting to detect perhaps an underestimated family with a significant Nizari Ismaili background. Thank you for your patience and sincere apologies for the technical problems I had today. And let me express my gratitude for Khalil Andoni and his colleagues for organizing this magnificent conference.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You could turn off your screen share now if you'd like.
Yes, just a minute.
All right. So we now have time for questions. Well, Dr. Poonawala is gone. He couldn't stay, but we have questions for Dr. Ali Bai and Dr. Sarkozy. So let me just move. Okay, well, we have a raised hand, so that makes my job easier. Go ahead, Dr. Karim.
Yeah, thank you very much. If I may, I would like to ask a question from Dr. Sarkozy. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm very glad to hear your voice again. I have a question about the Hazara species relation with the Ismailis, and also a reference to the Khosrow or Gilan in the Divan-e Qaimiyat. I've been trying to find out who is this Khosrow Gilan that, according to Divan-e Qaimiyat, he was killed by the Ismailis during the time of Alauddin Muhammad. I haven't been able to identify this figure. If you please give me some information if you have about this. My second question is about the later relationship between the Hazara species and the Ismailis during the post-Alamut, because in the sources that you quoted, like Tarikh Mazandaran and Ruyan, we hear that when the Nizari Imams were not successful in recapturing Alamut, they were sent to Sultaniya, and they were advised to be separated from the Hazara species because the Hazara species forefathers were Muslims and they were not mulhids according to them. So they shouldn't have lived together. And so the Hazara species were sent to Saleh, and the Ismaili Imams were living in Sultaniye. Now, do you have any information about their connection and the Hazara species, especially after the immigration to Saleh? Thank you.
Very important question. Thank you for Dr. Javan, who is an authority of also local sources of northern Iran, both in the Alamut and the post-Alamut period. So it's a great honor for me that you attended my lecture, Dr. Javan, my former colleague in the IAS. Actually, as far as I remember, we both studied the Divan-e Qaimiyat, especially those statements relating to political figures and events, attacks, and Mongol references. The Khosrow of Gilan, meaning the king of Gilan, is an obscure figure, but definitely, in my eyes, it's a negative and an enemy or rival of the Nizaris. Oh, I think you agree with me. But it's really clear that that Kasi there doesn't identify him clearly, doesn't mention his dynastic background, doesn't make it clear who he was exactly. Actually, the Khosrow of Gilan can be maybe a reference to the Bavandids, although the Bavandids' seat was in Mazandaran, or more precisely in Tabaristan. However, major parts of Gilan were ruled by until the early 13th century by the Bavandids through their governors, who were mainly Zaydite governors, or Badustani princes, or maybe others. So the text that reference in the Divan-e Qaimiyat doesn't mention the name, but the only solution can be to a local ruler, maybe Hosamud Dole Ardashir, maybe. the last significant Bavandid ruler of the second branch of the Bavandids, who were perished 1210, who were crushed by the Khwarizmians mainly, and together crushed by the Khwarizmians and the Nizaris. So this is my version, though the text is something like it's a literary reference. It's not it doesn't identify the person exactly. The other issue is about the post-Alamut period. Well, I didn't work so thoroughly on this issue, though in my book or future book about the Alamut local historical, the Nizaris and the neighbors, I made references to the post-Alamut period. We know that the Nizaris and the Bavandids and Baduspanids were all present in the sources. Sometimes they made an alliance against the Mongols. Sometimes they sided with different parties. So in this reference you mentioned, I cannot tell you exactly the things because I think it's needed. There is more. So we need more time, and I have to see that the references or the text. So we can change emails, or we can make a good correspondence on this source. But I wrote also on other histories on the post-Alamut period. But this is not my current research subject, so I have to look. I have to have a closer look on the source.
Thank you very much. Sure.
All right. We have some questions. Two questions for Dr. Aliwai. So there was an earlier question from, well, Dr. Hamdani, do you want to just ask your question directly?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear you. Yeah. Hi. How are you?
Hi. So I loved your presentation. The visuals were very captivating. And, there was some comments that I put in the chat, but really my question is the same as Aslishu and also Mr. Sadiq Habib asked of you, just to kind of comment a little bit on the way in which the Fatimid past the way in which the Fatimid past has been used by the Bohras versus the Nizaris.
That's a wonderful question. What I see here and what I see emerging, at least in the 20th century, is that here it's a creation. What I mean by here is sort of in the paper that I presented in the Daudi Bora context. It's a recreation of a golden age period, right? It's sort of understanding what is considered. These last two dais, the 51st dai and the 52nd dai, their collective sort of holding the office of the Dar Mutlaq is nearly a century long, right? And so that gives a moment to create a narrative, to create a sort of a grounded history because of just the longevity of the time period between these two dais, and so in that sense, looking back at a golden age and creating that golden age to or using that golden age as a sort of a marker of legitimacy or a marker of authority makes a lot of sense, right, from a political standpoint. Now, I do think that the architecture here reinforces that. Now, in my understanding of Nizari architecture, which is not as pervasive as my understanding of Daudi Bora architecture, having it not been a lived tradition by me, is that you see components of this type of meaning in Nizari architecture, sort of going back to the same sort of spirituality that was in the Fatimid period. For instance, I visited the Ismaili Center in London, which is near the Victoria and Albert Museum, I believe. And I remember on one of the floors, maybe it was an open terrace, there was sort of a very much like a chaharbagh with 4 rivers. And what was told to me is that, this interpretation is basically the 4 rivers of heaven. And so you can see sort of these direct, they're not literal because obviously it wasn't like there was a creation of 4 rivers there. It was very symbolic with a beautiful canal in the middle of this terrace. But these recreations of meanings, looking back at what could be considered a golden period, or is pretty common, right? But what I see the difference, the departure of the Daudi Boras is that in very many ways it is a revivalist type element going on, where there is sort of meaning seen in the actual copying and transferring of the motifs. And that is sort of seen mainly in the office of the Duat and the Dai, right? Because here we have an Imam on the Nizari side, and here we have a Dai. And part of the Dais of India's legitimacy is the fact that the Dawat, according to Daudi Bora interpretations, moved from Egypt to Yemen to India. And so to sort of see that transplantation in a visual culture is what I believe was the goal of this transplantation of these visual motifs. And so the reason I brought the literature is because it coincides with that. It's sort of moving side by side in that respect. And so, I mean, it's a loaded question, which we could talk about for a long time, but that's sort of my interpretation on answering this collective question from the audience.
There was also a question raised, and I know you were supposed to talk about it at the end, but you didn't get to it. So I'm going to share your screen again because it's directly relevant to the question. Can you explain the relationship theologically between the Dai Mutlaq and the Imam? Sometimes it looks to observers that practically speaking, the Bora Dai Mutlaq really functions as the Imam. But I know there's a certain theology that underpins it, and I have your slide up if you want to direct me.
Right. So I think this has to do with Dr. Hamdani's one of her questions that I really appreciate is that, and I think it was somewhere where if the idea of the Fatimi Da'i sort of makes the Da'i equate himself with the Imam, and is that a doctrinal departure? And so this is an interesting question. I know we've talked somewhat about this at previous Ismaili Studies conferences, and so that's why I'm glad that we have these to sort of understand what varying viewpoints there are, and that really helps in sort of fueling and finding research and understanding things. And so in terms of the qasida, if you could pull up my last slide, Khalil, that would actually help me understand this question. I think it's, yeah. This is the second part, phase 2 of my argument, which I didn't get to, obviously, because I never can keep track of time. But it was the question, is this idea of a Fatimi Da'i sort of taking the place of the Imam while he's in seclusion, sitting in his office, something that was created in the 20th century or post from the 19th to 20th century and continued into the modern era? Or is it something that was perpetual or something that was already understood in early Daudi Bora thinking? And so I started looking at the qasidas rather than theological texts or the historical texts to get an idea of this. And so, as I said, the panegyric was continued from the classical Fatimid period into the Yemeni Da'i period, and then continued in the Hindustani Da'i period. And all of these qasidas were written in Arabic and sort of copied the same sort of style that they would have been written in the classical Islamic world. These last verses that I have here on the screen are actually they're from the 12th century by Sayyidina Ali bin Muhammad al-Walid, who became the 5th Da'i of Da'i Mutlaq. But he wrote these in honor of the 3rd Da'i, Sayyidina Hatim. It's a really commanding and solid piece of literary evidence that we have in which the position of the Da al-Mutlaq is kind of being understood in this early Yemeni, right after the period of seclusion, I just kind of want to point to the last two verses that I have here, because they kind of touch upon what you're saying, is that doctrinally what he says here is that if we were not afraid of those people who do not possess intellect, I would say that you are the one who has given us life, and you are a creator. So muhyina wa munshina, I think those are the two words that are used there. And then the last one, this is not the last of the entire qasida, but this is another verse in there, and it says that we won't say that the Imam of the time, Imam al-Zaman, has gone into seclusion, because you are the mercy of God, who is present in his place, and you are our da'i. And so, these really stuck at me when I was kind of looking at this, argument that, okay, we can say that the Fatimi Imam is that kind of a new creation. Maybe the descriptor Fatimid wasn't used or Fatimi wasn't used, but the idea that there's this shared position between the Da'i and Imam seems to be present in the doctrinal language of these qasidas throughout the Duat Yaman period and the Duat Hind period. And then you can also see echoes of them and parallels between what Sayyidina al-Mu'ayyid, for instance, in the Fatimid period, in those panegyrics that I've been talking about, wrote in the Fatimid period. So, and so this is kind of the point that I was making, is that the architecture sort of, it's a modern period in which this revivalist movement is happening, but they're using it as a tool to reinforce these perpetual ideas, at least in the interpretation, the inner interpretation of the Dawoodi Bohra community, to legitimize and to, exponentialize the authority of the Da'i.
Can I
Sure.
Yeah. So I think it's fascinating, actually, because I think for Bohra community and any kind of Bohra leadership, there is a different kind of obligation or relationship with the Fatima. I would think is the case for Nazaris. At the end of the day, the Bohras are obligated to kind of uphold and connect themselves to the Fatima. They, after all, the ones that pride themselves on having preserved the Fatimid textual and intellectual heritage, doctrinal heritage, so on and so forth. So there's a need for continuity there, which I think is clearly manifest in the kind of material culture that Bohras continue to produce today. And I think, maybe it's a different thing for Nizari, the Nizari community and for the Nizari, because of the doctrine.
They have an imam, right? Yeah. The obligation that you're talking about, like, they have the imam, and so the imam can be in, and he encompasses so much, like so many cultures make up the Nizari community, right? Yeah, right.
Whereas the Bohra Dai has to replicate and
right.
We have a question from Dr. Hajiani. Go ahead.
Both for your presentations, and just if Dr. Ali Bhai, you want to respond to this or not, but there's a connection with Nizari thought, and I think this is a continuation of Fatimid ideas of the relationship between the Imam and the Hujjah. The language of the sun and the moon is quite often used, where the Hujjah is always present, and that's the moon. But as was mentioned, I think yesterday or the day before, the moon does not by itself generate light. But when the sun is present, the moon is eclipsed by the sun. And I don't mean in the sense of the eclipse, but I mean that the light of the moon is overshadowed, if you will. And these are very, these are very inappropriate constructions, but it's that time of the day. So there is that continuity. And I also want to comment that since the schism in the Bohra community, that the dawa that is related to Khuzaima Qutbuddin, Sayyidina Khuzaima Qutbuddin, also uses, if you go to their website, it is the Fatimi dawa. So would you be able to comment, I mean, do we have enough, any kind of understanding of the usage between the two communities of Fatima? And I'll understand if there isn't enough material or you don't want to comment on that. The other, while I'm on, forgive me, Dr. Alidai, but I also want to ask a question of my friend, Miklos Sarkozy. Thank you for your presentation. It's nice to see you again. The relationship between the Nizaris and their neighbors, both the Bawandids and the Baduspanids, do you see a change taking place during the reign of the Imam Dai, if you will, the ruler of Alamut, Jalal-Din Hassan? Right, that Jalal-Din Hassan is, when he comes to power, basically shifts from the Qiyamah doctrine that had been articulated by his predecessor and effectively adopts a Sunni orientation, is allied with an anti-Khwarizmi Shah, Atabeg, and goes to war. And at this time, the Abbasid caliphs are recognizing the Nizari Ismaili Imam as a vassal, and they're issuing orders to the local rulers to allow for marriages, which means also union, unity, and alliance between the Nizaris and their neighbors. So do you see that reign to be the change from warring and conquering to alliance forming, as it were? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. I think first, who will start with the answers?
I guess Dr. Sarkozy, you could go first since that was the last question we heard.
And thank you, Shiraz, for your nice comments, and I'm very happy to see you or to meet you, albeit virtually here. And I'm worried. I have very good memories about our discussions in London and other places. And yes, you mentioned the policy of Jalaluddin Hassan and his intermarriages with Sunni princesses, and of course there is a story, I think, that his mother went to Baghdad or Sunni habitated areas. So it seems to be that he started with a different policy. However, my impression is that even his father, the changes have started during his father, since I mean the pro-Sunni things, because it's not without political considerations. In 1194, when the last Iraqi Seljuk ruler, Toghrul III, was eliminated by the Khwarizmians, the Nizaris sided with the last Seljuks and with the Abbasids. So signs of this pro-Sunni, or let's say anti-Khwarizmian policy, has already appeared somewhere at the end of the 12th century CE. I definitely this can be somehow a personal choice, a personal decision, but perhaps the growing pressure, it is the growing pressure of the Khwarizmians, which perhaps led the Nizaris to side with Western rulers. I mean, the Iraqi Seljuks and the Abbasids. So I see something like a realpolitik in these decisions, and perhaps and in terms of ideology or religious attitude, they also made some gestures, and this can be a good explanation why, for example, Jalaluddin Hassan's decisions were rather political steps and not religious steps, because it is widely disputed in secondary literature. So my impression is that in general the Nizaris were hardly an isolated, state in northern Iran, and they clearly followed their own political interests and show much more flexibility than we would have thought. And in this sense, their pro-Sunni policy can be seen as early as the last decades of Nur ad-Din Muhammad, which continued well into that. Which continued well into the period of Jalaluddin Hassan and Alauddin Muhammad as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Shall I continue, Dr. Ndani? Oh.
Yeah,
Hello?
go ahead. Yeah, so the question was about the other Bora group and the use of Fatima.
Thank you, Dr. Hadjani, for that question. I think what I've tried to point out here is that this sort of Fatimi taking the front and center in the 20th century was pretty much Sayyidina Tahir Saifuddin and Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin's both trip to Egypt, the renovation of the Anwar Mosque, and the resurgence, or sorry, the transplantation of Fatimid art and architecture to India. And so anybody who is going to be in the position after Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin would see themselves as a because what I've said is that it's a legitimizing element, and so anybody that is going to hold a claim to hold the office of the 53rd Dai would benefit from using the description Fatimid for anything. And so I I can't speak for specifically for the choosing of the sort of Fatimi Dawat banner for Khuzaima Qutbuddin's community. But what I can say is that the idea that many people might call them Qutbi Boras, we don't know if they self-identify that way. And I know, Shiraz, we had this conversation at the first Ismaili studies thing, is like, you asked me profoundly, so what would you think with this term Ismaili? And then I always said that, I wonder if these terms, Ismaili and, Dawoodi Bohra as well, is always the name sort of given when there is a schism of some sort in the line of the imamate, right? And so Ismaili is the perfect example for that. And then we have Tayyibi Nizari, right, as the two, Tayyibi Mustali and then Nizari. And then we have, Alawi Bohras, Sulaimani Bohras. And so this is the name probably not self-adopted by these communities, but it's actually given to them by either in a form of othering them or a form of identifying the schism externally. The people that are internal are going to have different terminologies for themselves. For instance, Dawoodi Bohras self-identify as Mu'minun or Mu'minin is usually the word that they use in sort of the language, the internal community language. Dawoodi Bohra is always the external facing language. And so I think, for the community of Khuzaima Qutbuddin, it makes sense that they would use the term Fatimi Da'wat, to sort of make a claim that they are the inheritors of Sayyidina Muhammad Burhanuddin and Sayyidina Tahir Saifuddin. So does that mean that the Dawoodi Bohras, who have sort of had this name since the Mughal, since the time of Akbar, in the Mughal court, because I believe that's when the identification of Dawoodi was made, to differentiate between the Dawoodis and the Sulaimanis. They're not going to change their name overnight, but do they lay stake to the same claim, or are they sort of saying that did the word Fatimi just stop because the other sort of community is using it? Of course not. No, they've used it in their own way to create legitimacy, and mainly with the reconstruction of Jamil Anwar. In the majority Dawoodi Bohra community that follows Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin, the one of the underlying sort of I would say one of the underlying praises or sort of the merits, we would call them fada'il, right, of Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin is that he was the one that Sayyidina Burhanuddin instructed to stay behind, I believe it was 1978, in Cairo after the inauguration of the mausoleum, the Dari Mubarak of Sayyidatina Zainab in Cairo, to stay there and to really start with the efforts to rebuild the Al-Anwar Mosque. And so because and both communities will agree completely that the Anwar Mosque is a pivotal moment in modern Dawoodi Bohra history. And, you know, it changed the visual culture, it changed the you know, and it's always brought up again and again and again in sort of sermons and languages and and language used in liturgy. And so they have that idea that Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin was the one that was in charge of renovating this Fatimid mosque that really changed the trajectory. And they, you know, he's traditionally been in charge of most of the historical places that formed this golden period. And so even looking at monuments in the Yemen, and so that in itself forms as a legitimacy for the other side to sort of claim that mantle of Fatimi as well. Whether or not they're using it as a descriptor or not, I mean, the continuation of the Da'i al-Fatimi, which I presented, is much alive in the popular majority Dawoodi Bohra community as well. I hope that I can't speak completely for the community of Khuzaima Qutbuddin, just because I only know the superficial understandings of how they want to use these terms, but I do think that they would use it like strategically and for legitimacy, just as the other side would as well. I hope that sort of covers it.
Thank you for a very sensitive response. It's very interesting. Can I just ask you, Dr. Sumaya Hamdani put in a comment, and maybe that would be a very interesting thing for you to respond to as well. She stated that part of this attachment to the Fatimid legacy emanates out of some of the studies that were done by these towering giants at the turn of the century. And unfortunately, or apparently, many of them coming from the Bohra tradition, but ostracized as a result of their academic work. And yet that academic work in itself propelled the community to adopt this era as a my favorite horse to jump onto, but to adopt this era as a golden age, and then do this sort of reconfiguration, reconstruction. Could you touch on that? Because that would be a very interesting perspective from you, responding to that question from Dr. Hamdani.
No, definitely. Sorry, so did you want to chime in? So Dr. Hamdani, sorry.
I don't know. Were you asking me to chime in as well, Shiraz, or just Dr.
I think, Dr. Alibai, you asked the question to Dr. Alibai, and I would love to hear your perspective as well. So let's have Dr. Alibai respond, and maybe you can come back with your observations too. That would be very interesting to hear too.
Okay. Wonderful. Yes. I'm not as versed, I will say, with the 19th century and early 20th century sort of shifts between community structure. And I talked to Dr. Hamdani about this and her perspectives on this. And, I always interested to learn more, because that's just a time period that I'm not as versed in of the details of what went on with eyewitnesses during that time period. I've only read the
I'm sorry. Do you
Sorry.
mind if I just jump in and just to clarify?
Yes, please.
I mean, I think, for me, what's interesting is how context shapes the way in which developments occur. And as far as I understand, the Bohra community and the Duat of the Bohra community until the 19th century tended to reference their Yemeni past, because after all, it's in Yemen that you have the origin of the Tayyibi Ismaili branch of Ismaili Shiism in particular. So the traffic of scholars back and forth between India and Yemen, the communication and the cultural capital, if you will, that the Duat had until the 19th century was with Yemen, right? So it's kind of a shift that you have in the early 20th century, or certainly by the mid 20th century, a shift that the Duat or the leadership of the community is no longer referencing Yemen so much as establishing this kind of direct, unmediated connection to the Fatimid past. And to a large extent, I think that probably has to do with the way in which Fatimid studies becomes, circulated and sort of academically validated and sort of becomes of interest, if you will. And perhaps that's why I think there might be this kind of effort to assert a kind of direct link to the Fatimid past as opposed to the Yemeni past in the late 20th century. So I meant that comment just not so much only about the irony of it all, right? That the scholars who popularized Fatimid stuff were in fact on the outs with the leadership, but also by way of sort of, suggesting that there is a kind of context for why certain shifts occur and why pasts become usable in different ways. That's all.
Right. No, I think that's super interesting. I mean, and I obviously come from a visual culture, material culture standpoint on this, right? So I see things like in the way that the visual culture is being represented by these communities, right? Yeah. So and when you mentioned sort of this sort of gap with the Yemeni past, I mean, in the same architectural vocabulary that I mentioned in India, when you it's not like the last two dais have not been active in Yemen as well, right? And so, but while there is also this revivalist movement happening in community structures in the Yemen, there's also this, and I'll have to say that it's quite interesting because I've seen sort of the modern Dawoodi Bohra architecture in Yemen.
We lost your voice a little bit there, Dr. Ali Bai.
Oh, sorry. Can you still hear me? Can you hear me now?
Now we can. Yeah.
Apologies. Okay. So I was saying is that when we look at I look at things from a material culture point of view, visual culture point of view, and I'm going to answer in that way or respond in that way, is that when I look at modern Dawoodi Bohra architecture in the Yemen, there is this revivalist, Fatimid revivalist architecture going on there as well, but there's also a distinct pride in the Sulayhid architecture as well as the early Duat architecture, which doesn't exist obviously in as much abundance as it does in Cairo, but local Yemeni architecture that is used a lot in the building of mosques, in the ornamentation, to not just create these buildings that don't resemble the heritage of Yemen as well. And so the Yemeni heritage, at least in the experience that I've had, doctrinally, theologically, or even historically, has been emphasized as if not more, or if not as equal as the Hindustani period as well as the Fatimid period, as a place. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that we our field has a lot to do with Orientalism, but also looking back at the past, and it's not true Occidentalism, but it's also looking back at and looking at these places that are far away as wonder or as a central sort of what we would call to make a home. And I know we discussed this a lot as other languages, in Islamic studies, other languages should be given as general emphasis or as much emphasis as Arabic, because, Persian is also a language of expression, even religious expression, Urdu as well, and also cultural expression, of course. And often we look at a central location as pure and everything as periphery. Now, does Bora society do this with the Fatimid sort of Egyptian golden period? That's always seen, and that's, it would be obvious that yes, because that's where the majority of the doctrine was formed. That's where the majority of the roots were formed. That's where Ismailism sort of makes its manifestation on the world scene. But at the same time, you can also see this comparative nostalgia for Yemen as well in modern Dawri Bora understandings of their own history and heritage. There's in the Nairobi campus that I just mentioned, outside of their library, they have a sort of an art thing done on the window of the library. It's a very modern looking library with a big glass wall on the main reading room to have natural light in there. But on the outside, they've created like a stone pavement stage, which is just an open air classroom that looks like a cave. And in the back, they have an image of Kafun Naim, which was the cave in Haraz, or where Sayyidina Hatim lived, the third Da'i who I mentioned earlier. And it's sort of a reconstruction where I know that they have open air classes there to sort of create as a sort of a nostalgia to the Yemeni period as well. So it's not like it's not present in their current vocabulary as well. In fact, they have expanded the term Fatimi to mean anything that is made by the Duat Fatimin or the Imam, the Aimmat or the Imams, the Fatimid Imams. And so you see in this Nairobi campus, especially, what's interesting is that you see transplantations of historical Gujarati and Mughalesque religious architecture that's taken from the periods of the Duats from their buildings, as well as Yemeni Duat period sort of visual culture also inserted into the thing. So they're using the same sort of tool to recreate their own heritage. Now, whether or not the majority skews towards the Fatimids of Egypt, I think it does because of the history of the previous period. And that was what I was trying to show with the paper, is that there was just more activity going on there. Recently, there's a lot of activity going on in Yemen as well with and so I think as we go on in the future, we'll be seeing more Yemeni architecture mixed in with our architecture, because they're looking at it as a heritage. I'm sorry, that's a very long answer to a wonderful question.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to the questions in the question box. I think almost all of these are for you, Dr. Ali Bai. So let's see what we can do here. So we have a question from Amin Beg saying, I saw a documentary where the Bora community has invested in architectural work in different tombs in Karbala and many other sacred places for Alids. Is that individual philanthropy or institutional work?
That's a great question. So, the Bora community, whether it's institutional work or it's individual philanthropy, sometimes it's one or the other. But usually, the patron, and this is what Boras always like to do, is like, whether it's individual philanthropy from an individual member of the community. I'm pretty sure this might be the same in the Ismaili community, but they don't want to attribute it to themselves. They want to attribute it to their ruler, their leader, their religious and spiritual leader, and that attribution itself, which is often called a khidma or a service, it's treated as a privilege for the person who did the philanthropic work or the institution that did the work, but it's always done mostly in my sort of experience. It's manifested as the work of the Dai, but it's the Daudi Boras consider themselves lucky at times that they're able to sort of be part of these these monumental architectural feats around the world. For instance, like building the Kufa Mosque where Ali was martyred. That has a devotional and a religious and spiritual component where everybody would like to be included in that. So it's often community work and often institutional work of the Dawa itself.
Another question for you from Dr. Nargis Rani in the Q&A box. Would you be able to speak to the architectural significance, if any, of the brown fountain in the midst of the courtyard in Al-Hakim's mosque, which also appeared in the picture in one of the Jamia Tusayfiya buildings?
Yes. So when they were doing the excavation work of the Al-Hakim Mosque, they found a natural well in the mosque, in under the courtyard of what would have been the historical courtyard, and so that fountain was actually, and this is part of what I was talking to Dr. Hajiani about, is that in sort of the narrative of the reconstruction of Anwar, the 53rd Da'i, Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin, actually went down himself into the fountain, and the mosque had been abandoned for years, and they found, they cleaned it out and then found that it was a well, a natural well, which would be common, in places for people to do ablution in these sort of medieval mosques. So it was a water source of some sort. And so the well on the top was actually, so water was brought in, and the well on the top was sort of made there symbolically, but it's not only symbolic, it was refilled with water again. And, these sites are also pilgrimage sites for Daudi Bohras, looking back at their Fatimid past, and the Al-Hakim Mosque obviously has a position of importance, not only for the modern history, but also the past history of their heritage. And so the water from that fountain for modern day pilgrims is considered barakah. People take it with them whenever they visit Cairo, and take it back with them, and just believe in the potent spiritual powers of that water. So again, it's still part of this using the Anwar Mosque as this pivotal symbolic moment in modern Daudi Bohra history.
Okay, let me just see. Oh, Dr. Hamdani, did you have another question?
Yep. I just wanted to a follow-up comment. I think the renovations of Al-Hakim and the other mosques in Cairo, just so we're all clear, was not something, that renovation project that involved all these mosques was not something that there was a consensus about as a good thing, right? Huge debates emerged and controversy ensued when the Bohra community undertook renovations of these monuments. And I think, Dr. Alibai, it's good to acknowledge that, right? That for people who study the Fatimid period, art historians, conservationists, preservationists, what the Bohra community did in making these monuments usable again was, from a historical point of view, a travesty. So the big question is historical preservation,
right?
Is historical preservation about making sort of historical monuments usable, or museums of the past? That was the ultimate kind of debate that occurred. And I know that in the Nizari community, the same debate occurs whenever the Aga Khan Foundation undertakes renovation and preservation work as well. I just think we need
definitely. No, yeah, no, I was going to touch upon this, and then it wasn't really relevant to my paper. But yes, I mean, absolutely, there's a two-sided debate, right? And, I found myself looking at this from a bird's eye view, and, we saw the old pictures of what it looked like, right? And we're talking about 1980, right? And so a lot of the modern debates that are coming up from art historians that work on the Fatimid period, many of them were still doing their dissertations at the time of this renovation. And a lot of it is actually not inclusive of local Egyptian authorities in sort of dialogue with the Borak community. This literature is kind of left out of the critiques. And I think that's also something that we need to acknowledge, right? There was obviously Hassan Fatih was a huge architect involved in doing in some of these renovation efforts of old Cairo, and worked with the Bohra community. And there was also, like him, several other key figures of Egyptian, local Egyptian authorities, right? That would have worked together with the Bohra community. It's not like just that they came in and the
local Egyptian community, because of having lived in Egypt, especially during this time, right, when these renovations were occurring, and having friends in the art historical community, as well as in the sort of world of historic preservation, Khan Khalili, and so on and so forth. I can tell
right, but those are much later, right? Than 1980. That's
the local Egyptians were not happy. Those renovations were not done with an eye, whether it's Sayyidina Hussein Mosque or Al Hakim or Al Akmar, etc., were not done with an eye to making those monuments usable to the local Egyptian community. And at the end of the day, their neglect had to do with a question of resources, not a disinterest on the part of the local Egyptian community in those monuments and in their utility for the Egyptians themselves. The Egyptians themselves in those quarters of Cairo view the Bohra community as having invaded their space and taken over their monuments and turned them into things that they don't recognize, and that they resent, right, being sort of excluded from, especially visitation or ziyarah to Imam Hussein's or Sayyidina Hussein's mausoleum in that part of Cairo. So I just wanted to just so we're clear.
Right. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm in complete agreement there. I mean, there's going to be obviously, I mean, again, when we do say these things that the local community is not pleased with it, or they see that they've invaded their space, I mean, that's sort of discounting the community that has been there and made relations for the last 50 years. And so we do have to kind of really get on the ground and talk to people to actually understand. I mean, no one's really done a study on this. A lot of what happens with modern Dawri Bohra history and sort of modern Dawri Bohra practice and modern Dawri Bohra even with constructions is that a lot of it gets is and as we know, right, like there's a lot of it is just one person's narrative versus the other person's narrative without a full picture of the different things that are going on. Now, having said that, I do think that the building, if it does mean this much, where the Dawri Bohra, because there is this history that they did go to UNESCO first, and UNESCO wasn't able to muster the funds to rebuild this building, the Anwar Mosque, and so it wasn't only because it was in, that they didn't have the funds to do it. The mosque, it was in crumbles even when Napoleon went there. Napoleon used it as a stable and whatever the narratives are. During that time, if you look at sort of artwork from the French expeditions of Egypt, you can sort of see the mosque is already in ruins by the 18th century and even before that. So it would have there's other mosques, Mamluk mosques that did not get attention at the same time the Al-Hakim Mosque did, and they were in further ruin, and there's stuff that really has not been remade again because they just don't have evidence for it or know what it exactly looked like. And we know that there were certain elements in the Al-Hakim Mosque as well that were sort of completely ruined beyond identification. And so, at this point, you have a figure and you have a community that really sees themselves as the sort of as shareholders in even though it's not a land where they are, where they're ethnically from, but it's where they're spiritually from, right? It's a spiritual homeland in many ways. At least that's the understanding in the 20th century that we saw in this paper that I wrote or that I presented. So I do think that we have to think of it like, should we only judge a building from or a renovation effort from the idea that it's only valid if it's done from a Western historical preservation perspective, or and I don't have an answer there, right? Because I think that it should be equal in everything.
It's not just from the Western perspective. The objections to the renovations. Anyway,
right.
I don't want to. They were not just Westerners that objected to the way the renovations were taken.
No, but there were also not just not everybody in but not everybody in Cairo also picked up and said that, hey, we don't want this done, and then they kind of forced it on the, there's we have to find evidence for that as well, right? Like actual written evidence, and so that's why I mentioned the Hassan Fatih archive that I kind of looked at MIT. I didn't find much evidence for that, but I did find like his big hand in sort of the recreation of historic Cairo. And so I think that's an interesting place to look to see, who was in charge and how were the decisions made. Yeah.
Hassan Fatih was Egyptian. And just by the by, a lot of the renovation of Islamic Cairo that was undertaken of Mamluk era mosque was equally condemned by the academic community, because contractors were brought in that did sort of, very insensitive and very damaging kinds of quote unquote renovations to Mamluk era mosques. So part of it is the whole issue of the debate over conservation, who's it supposed to serve and what's supposed to be. But I think in the case of the Bohra renovations, there was a certain tone deafness and there was a certain myopia that afflicted the Bohras. They went in thinking that, and sort of assuming that these were meaningful only to them, and therefore they were entitled to renovate them the way they wanted, which was insensitive to the local Egyptian community, to say the least. But that's
right. But did the local Egyptian community know what it was supposed to kind of be like? When we say local, I don't know who we're talking about here.
We're talking about Egyptians. But anyway,
we have another we have another raised hand from Dr. Hajiani. I don't know what it's on, but in the interest of time, go ahead.
I just want to touch upon this. I don't know the situation in Egypt as well, but having been to Central Asia and watched renovation take place at various sites in Samarkand, it brings to mind this problem that both Dr. Hamdani and Ali Bhai are speaking to. One is, there are several issues here. One is there's a difference between restoration and renovation.
Yeah.
The process of restoration is to go back and recover what has basically been destroyed. The process of renovation, and the Registan is a perfect example. It was attacked by the Tsarist regimes, and then during the Soviet period. But in the 1970s, there was a restoration, but a renovation of this amazing site. And now in various other parts, there's a renovation going on, and we're talking about bulldozers in some places coming and moving stuff. We're talking about sensitive tile work being used by, chisel, hammers, electrical equipment. So there is that. But then the other side of this is, what is the utility? Right? The form and function go hand in hand, but there seems to be here, and this is a universal problem. It's not just a problem of Islamic architecture. It is a problem of how to deal with human patrimony. That our buildings and structures that were built in the past, how do we maintain them? How do we maintain them as our common heritage? And there are some groups that will go and say, this is our heritage. There's a perfect example of what's going on in Jerusalem. The excavations under
I hope you didn't. Oh my goodness, that's a big and controversial topic.
Exactly.
I think we could look at some of the stuff that the Aga Khan Foundation has done in Egypt, where the effort was made to kind of renovate and restore. In other words, to be sensitive to the history of the particular site, but at the same time to make it useful and usable as a monument to the past by the community, not just the Nizari community, but the Egyptian community as well. And I think Bora efforts have tended to err on the side of, this is ours. We want to renovate it for us without thinking maybe so much in terms of other stakeholders. That's all.
And Hassan Fatih was a consultant to the Aga Khan Trust for Culture, which is doing this renovation. And perhaps lessons were learned by people like the late Hassan Fatih and various others involved. And I think this debate, perhaps not central to our conference, but this debate ought to continue as to what should we be doing with human patrimony. Should we be restoring it? Should we be renovating it? What is the functionality of it? Do we use it in the way that it was in the past, or do we use it today in the way that communities and societies need to use these spaces? But I think that construction of a golden age and then projecting back reminds me of the adage that history is all about the present, and we tend to use it very strategically.
Yeah, definitely. No, thank you both for a very fruitful conversation. And I'm trying to look at it from a point of view of the functionality of a building. While it's very Bohra centric in sort of this idea of a Fatimi past and having sort of the privilege and the I guess right to renovate these buildings as part of their own heritage, as part of their own history that they're trying to create and move along and progress, right? In many ways, anytime there's sort of foreign intervention in a place, or not everyone's going to be not everyone's going to be on the same page, and not everyone's going to agree. But I think we really do need to. I think that a very sort of robust study on this subject needs to be done, and I think there has been recently a dissertation coming out of somewhere in the UK by a Bohra scholar on sort of the renovation / restoration efforts of the Daudi Bohra community, and understanding it in a sort of a Daudi Bohra interpretation of it, and to see what their interpretation was of the renovation. But yeah, I do think that Dr. Hamdani and Dr. Hajiani, there's more to be discussed here, and I'm trying to suggest that if a minority community has such a strong relationship to a place where they're a minority, are they not supposed to use all means necessary to to preserve their heritage in the way that they find it appropriate, even though that might not sort of line up with external or standards of a building that was pretty much left to ruin, right? Like it's not like it was a lot of it was ultimately destroyed, right? And so it's just, I think that looking at minorities and thinking that they might have had a lot of deep thought in making their own decisions as well, right? Because this is at the end, it's a spiritual act for them that they hold so much importance for. So I just wish that the dialogue and the narrative would be equal to just not like, oh, well, the Bohras are just, let all these art historians sign a petition that we need to write Suzanne Mubarak that, Western art historians that these monuments need to be kept safe from Bohra renovations. It seems a little dismissive. There wasn't a single Egyptian who signed that letter, and it was only Western art historians. And so I think that, in some ways we have to really give sort of credit where credit is due, and also critique where critiques are due. And I don't see the credit ever being given in these discussions. And that's the point of view that I'm coming from.
All right. Again, I've been lax on this because this is the last panel of the day anyway, so I'm not rushing us and I'm not trying to silence anyone. So that's why I sort of been lax on these, and these discussions are important. There is a question, but you don't have to answer it, but it sort of shifts our topic a little bit. But again, you don't have to answer it. It was about, for you, Dr. Alivi, you're the popular guy this afternoon. Within the ontotheological worldview of the 10 intellect emanation system, is there any consubstantiality between the 10th intellect and the Imam?
This would actually be a more question for you, Dr. Ndani, actually, to answer, but I'm actually not, I mean, obviously if there is a connection, I'm just not sure how to go around answering that without going into a long sort of ontological sort of description of what comes out from Fatimid texts in the medieval sort of Fatimid period, which is not really what I was discussing today. So I would have to look, actually, just to be honest, to give a pretty definite answer on that one. But I can get back to whoever asked the question.
Sure. So I mean, for the person who asked, the works of Henry Corbin talk about this issue. Farhad Daftari has a whole chapter in his long, super big Ismaili's History and Doctrines book. He has a whole chapter about this. So you can find some information in the academic literature. My own comment on this is that in this system, firstly, God is not one of the intellects, right? God is the creator of all 10 intellects. And all these 10 intellects are eternal, incorporeal entities. They transcend time and space. And in this system, then, the Imam on earth is a reflection of the 10th intellect. He is sort of like a being on earth who mirrors the 10th intellect, at the human level. That's the general idea. And then what you have is in Dawoodi, sort of Taibi Bora theology, is in the absence of the Imam, the thy represents, indirectly the 10th intellect, not directly. But some of those emanations, the ta'id and the blessings that flow from the 10th intellect into the Imam, some portion of those blessings or divine support flow into the Thy Mutlaq. That's sort of like the general theological framing. So I hope that can help address the question for now. Let's see here. There are some comments. Again, these are mostly comments. So what I'll do is I don't really see other extremely relevant questions that that are new here. So I'll just say for anyone on the panel, if anyone wants to add any sort of last remarks on anything that has been discussed before I close it off.
No, I just want to say thank you to the other panelists and also to Dr. Hamdani and Dr. Hajiani. What this shows is there's just a lot more work to do, and I look forward to continuing this work. And thank you, Khalil, for I can't tell everyone how much work this gentleman has done to put this together, and how many sleepless nights he's and early mornings he's had. So. Again, thank you. I know this is the second to last panel, so thank you so much for putting this together. And thank you everyone for attending, and thank you for the comments and questions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all very much to everyone. Thanks to all the presenters, participants. Thank you for the good questions. We will resume tomorrow morning, 8:30. We have a panel which is on modern Nizari Ismaili community developments. So that's what we'll talk about. And we can bring up this architecture stuff again, except on the other side of it, the AKDN type of restoration stuff. So let's resume that conversation tomorrow morning. Now, let me remind you that after the panel tomorrow morning, here's what we have. And you can check the program for this. So we have the panel. Then we have the presentation, the announcement of the first Kareem and Rosamond Kareem publication prize in Ismaili Studies. That'll happen around like 10:20-ish. So that will be announced by the jury of that prize. And it has a $1,000 cash prize to the winner of that. And then there'll be a lunch break. And then the final event of this conference is a Ismaili Studies Scholar Roundtable, where we'll have an open roundtable discussion among some of the more veteran scholars of our field. And they will be answering questions, some of them controversial questions, but that will be the final event of this conference. And that happens tomorrow, I think 1 p.m. after lunch. So we hope to see all of you for the last and final day, day 5. And I will see you guys tomorrow morning. Thank you. And again, a reminder, all of this is on YouTube. It's streamed on YouTube. You can go back, check the recording. What I'm trying to do is on the recordings, I'm trying to add time indexes to each date to make it easy to navigate. So you want to go relook at a presentation, just go on YouTube. There's an entire playlist, 5 days of Ismaili Studies Conference videos, and you can check that out. So otherwise, have a good afternoon or evening or morning, wherever you are.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.